The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Part 2. Chapter 1. 2 days after the strange conclusion to Nastasia Philipovna's birthday party, with the record of which we concluded the first part of this story, Prince Mushkin hurriedly left St. Petersburg for Moscow, in order to see after some business connected with the receipt of his unexpected fortune. It was said that there were other reasons for his hurried departure, but as to this, and as to his movements in Moscow, and as to his prolonged absence from St. Petersburg, we are able to give very little information. The prince was away for 6 months, and even those who were most interested in his destiny were able to pick up very little news about him all that while. True, certain rumors did reach his friends, but these were both strange and rare, and each one contradicted the last. Of course the Epanchin family was much interested in his movements, though he had not had time to bid them farewell before his departure. The general, however, had had an opportunity of seeing him once or twice since the eventful evening, and had spoken very seriously with him. But though he had seen the prince, as I say, he told his family nothing about the circumstance. In fact, for a month or so after his departure it was considered not the thing to mention the prince's name in the Epanchin household. Only Mrs. Epanchin, at the commencement of this period, had announced that she had been cruelly mistaken in the prince, and a day or two after she had added, evidently alluding to him but not mentioning his name, that it was an unalterable characteristic of hers to be mistaken in people. Then, once more, 10 days later, after some passage of arms with one of her daughters, she had remarked sententiously, "We have had enough of mistakes. I shall be more careful in future." However, it was impossible to avoid remarking that there was some sense of oppression in the household, something unspoken, but felt, something strained. All the members of the family wore frowning looks. The general was unusually busy. His family hardly ever saw him. As to the girls, nothing was said openly, at all events, and probably very little in private. They were proud damsels, and were not always perfectly confidential even among themselves. But they understood each other thoroughly at the first word on all occasions, very often at the first glance, so that there was no need of much talking as a rule. One fact, at least, would have been perfectly plain to an outsider had any such person been on the spot, and that was, that the prince had made a very considerable impression upon the family, in spite of the fact that he had but once been inside the house, and then only for a short time. Of course, if analyzed, this impression might have proved to be nothing more than a feeling of curiosity. But be it what it might, there it undoubtedly was. Little by little, the rumors spread about town became lost in a maze of uncertainty. It was said that some foolish young prince, aim unknown, had suddenly come into possession of a gigantic fortune, and had married a French ballet dancer. This was contradicted, and the rumors circulated that it was a young merchant who had come into the enormous fortune and married the great ballet dancer, and that at the wedding the drunken young fool had burned 70,000 roubles at a candle out of pure bravado. However, all these rumors soon died down, to which circumstance certain facts largely contributed. For instance, the whole of the Rogojin troupe had departed, with him at their head, from Moscow. This was exactly a week after a dreadful orgy at the Ekaterinhov Gardens, where Nastasia Philipovna had been present. It became known that after this orgy Nastasia Philipovna had entirely disappeared, and that she had since been traced to Moscow, so that the exodus of the Rogojin band was found consistent with this report. There were rumors current as to Gania too, but circumstances soon contradicted these. He had fallen seriously ill, and his illness precluded his appearance in society, and even at business, for over a month. As soon as he had recovered, however, He threw up his situation in the public company under General Ekbanchin's direction, for some unknown reason, and the post was given to another. He never went near the Ekbanchins' house at all, and was exceedingly irritable and depressed. Varvara Ardalyonovna married Tixin this winter, and it was said that the fact of Gania's retirement from business was the ultimate cause of the marriage, since Gania was now not only unable to support his family, but even required help himself. We may mention that Gania was no longer mentioned in the Epanchin household any more than the prince was, but that a certain circumstance in connection with the fatal evening at Nastasia's house became known to the general, and, in fact, to all the family the very next day. This fact was that Gania had come home that night, but had refused to go to bed. He had awaited the prince's return from Ekaterinhov with feverish impatience. On the latter's arrival, at 6 in the morning, Gania had gone to him in his room, bringing with him the singed packet of money, which he had insisted that the prince should return to Nastasia Philipovna without delay. It was said that when Gania entered the prince's room, he came with anything but friendly feelings, and in a condition of despair and misery, but that after a short conversation he had stayed on for a couple of hours with him, sobbing continuously and bitterly the whole time. They had parted upon terms of cordial friendship. The Epanchins heard about this, as well as about the episode at Nastasia Philipovna's. It was strange, perhaps, that the facts should become so quickly and fairly accurately known. As far as Gania was concerned, it might have been supposed that the news had come through Varvara Ardalyonovna, who had suddenly become a frequent visitor of the Epanchin girls, greatly to their mother's surprise. But though Varvara had seen fit, for some reason, to make friends with them, it was not likely that she would have talked to them about her brother. She had plenty of pride. In spite of the fact that, in thus acting, she was seeking intimacy with people who had practically shown her brother the door. She and the Epanchin girls had been acquainted in childhood, although of late they had met but rarely. Even now Varvara hardly ever appeared in the drawing-room, but would slip in by a back way. Lizaveta Prokofievna, who disliked Varvara, although she had a great respect for her mother, was much annoyed by this sudden intimacy, and put it down to the general contrariness of her daughters, who were always on the lookout for some new way of opposing her. Nevertheless, Varvara continued her visits. A month after Nushkin's departure, Mrs. Epanchin received a letter from her old friend Princess Bylokonskaya, who had lately left for Moscow, which letter put her into the greatest good humor. She did not divulge its contents either to her daughters or the general, but her conduct towards the former became affectionate in the extreme. She even made some sort of confession to them, but they were unable to understand what it was about. She actually relaxed towards the general a little. He had been long disgraced, and though she managed to quarrel with them all the next day, yet she soon came round, and from her general behavior it was to be concluded that she had had good news of some sort, which she would like, but could not make up her mind to disclose. However, a week later she received another letter from the same source, and at last resolved to speak. She solemnly announced that she had heard from old Princess Bylokonskaya, who had given her most comforting news about that queer young prince. Her friend had hunted him up, and found that all was going well with him. He had since called in person upon her, making an extremely favorable impression, for the princess had received him each day since, and had introduced him into several good houses. The girls could see that their mother concealed a great deal from them, and left out large pieces of the letter in reading it to them. However, the ice was broken, and it suddenly became possible to mention the prince's name again. And again it became evident how very strong was the impression the young man had made in the household by his one visit there. Mrs. Epanchin was surprised at the effect which the news from Moscow had upon the girls, and they were no less surprised that after solemnly remarking that her most striking characteristic was being mistaken in people she should have troubled to obtain for the prince the favor and protection of so powerful an old lady as the Princess Bela could spy. As soon as the ice was thus broken, the general lost no time in showing that he, too, took the greatest interest in the subject. He admitted that he was interested, but said that it was merely in the business side of the question. It appeared that, in the interests of the prince, he had made arrangements in Moscow for a careful watch to be kept upon the prince's business affairs, and especially upon Salaskin. All that had been said as to the prince being an undoubted heir to a fortune turned out to be perfectly true, but the fortune proved to be much smaller than was at first reported. The estate was considerably encumbered with debts. Creditors turned up on all sides, and the prince, in spite of all advice and entreaty, insisted upon managing all matters of claim himself, which, of course, meant satisfying everybody all round, although half the claims were absolutely fraudulent. Mrs. Epanchin confirmed all this. She said the princess had written to much the same effect, and added that there was no curing a fool, but it was plain from her expression of face how strongly she approved of this particular young fool's doings. In conclusion, the general observed that his wife took as great an interest in the prince as though he were her own son, and that she had commenced to be especially affectionate towards Aglaia was a self-evident fact. All this caused the general to look grave and important. But, alas! this agreeable state of affairs very soon changed once more. A couple of weeks went by, and suddenly the general and his wife were once more gloomy and silent, and the ice was as firm as ever. The fact was, the general, who had heard first how Nastasia Philipovna had fled to Moscow and had been discovered there by Rogojin, that she had then disappeared once more and been found again by Rogojin, and after that she had almost promised to marry him, now received news that she had once more disappeared, almost on the very day fixed for her wedding, flying somewhere into the interior of Russia this time, and that Prince Mushkin had left all his affairs in the hands of Salaskin and disappeared also, but whether he was with Nastasia or had only set off in search of her was unknown. Lizaveta Prokofievna received confirmatory news from the princess, and alas! 2 months after the prince's first departure from St. Petersburg, darkness and mystery once more enveloped his whereabouts and actions, and in the Epanchin family the ice of science once more formed over the subject. Varia, however, informed the girls of what had happened, she having received the news from Pitsyn, who generally knew more than most people. To make an end, we may say that there were many changes in the Epanchin household in the spring, so that it was not difficult to forget the prince, who sent no news of himself. The Epanchin family had at last made up their minds to spend the summer abroad, all except the general, who could not waste time in traveling for enjoyment, of course. This arrangement was brought about by the persistence of the girls, who insisted that they were never allowed to go abroad because their parents were too anxious to marry them off. Perhaps their parents had at last come to the conclusion that husbands might be found abroad, and that a summer's travel might bear fruit. The marriage between Alexandra and Toxgay had been broken off. Since the prince's departure from St. Petersburg, no more had been said about it. The subject had been dropped without ceremony, much to the joy of Mrs. General, who announced that she was ready to cross herself with both hands in gratitude for the escape. The general, however, regretted Totzka for a long while. Such a fortune! He sighed, and such a good, easy-going fellow! After a time it became known that Totzka had married a French marquise, and was to be carried off by her to Paris, and then to Brittany. "Oh, well," thought the general, "he's lost to us for good now." So the Epanchins prepared to depart for the summer. But now another circumstance occurred, which changed all the plans once more, and again The intended journey was put off, much to the delight of the general and his spouse. A certain princess arrived in St. Petersburg from Moscow, an eminent and honorable young man. He was one of those active persons who always find some good work with which to employ themselves. Without forcing himself upon the public notice, modest and unobtrusive, this young prince was concerned with much that happened in the world in general. He had served, at first, in one of the civil departments, had then attended to matters connected with the local government of provincial towns, and had of late been a corresponding member of several important scientific societies. He was a man of excellent family and solid means, about 35 years of age. Princess made the acquaintance of the general's family, and Adelaida, the second girl, made a great impression upon him. Towards the spring he proposed to her, and she accepted him. The general and his wife were delighted. The journey abroad was put off, and the wedding was fixed for a day not very distant. The trip abroad might have been enjoyed later on by Mrs. Epanchin and her two remaining daughters, but for another circumstance. It so happened that Princess introduced a distant relation of his own into the Epanchin family, one Evgeny Pavlovitch, a young officer of about 28 years of age, whose conquests among the ladies in Moscow had been proverbial. This young gentleman no sooner set eyes on Aglaya than he became a frequent visitor at the house. He was witty, well educated, and extremely wealthy, as the general very soon discovered. His past reputation was the only thing against him. Nothing was said, there were not even any hints dropped, but still it seemed better to the parents to say nothing more about going abroad this season. At all events, Aglaya herself perhaps was of a different opinion. All this happened just before the second appearance of our hero upon the scene. By this time, to judge from appearances, poor Prince Mushkin had been quite forgotten in St. Petersburg. If he had appeared suddenly among his acquaintances, he would have been received as one from the skies. But we must just glance at one more fact before we conclude this preface. Kolya Evaldin, for some time after the prince's departure, continued his old life. That is, he went to school, looked after his father, helped Varia in the house, and ran her errands, and went frequently to see his friend, Hippolyte. The lodgers had disappeared very quickly, Ferdishenko soon after the events at Nastasia Philippovna's, while the prince went to Moscow, as we know. Yania and his mother went to live with Varia and Titsyn immediately after the latter's wedding, while the general was housed in a debtor's prison by reason of certain IOUs given to the captain's widow under the impression that they would never be formally used against him. This unkind action much surprised poor Ardalion Alexandrovitch, the victim, as he called himself, of an unbounded trust in the nobility of the human heart. When he signed those notes of hand, he never dreamt that they would be a source of future trouble. The event showed that he was mistaken. Trust in anyone after this. Have the least confidence in man or woman. He cried in bitter tones as he sat with his new friends in prison, and recounted to them his favorite stories of the siege of Pars and the resuscitated soldier. On the whole, he accommodated himself very well to his new position. Ptitsin and Varia declared that he was in the right place, and Gania was of the same opinion. The only person who deplored his fate was poor Nina Alexandrovna, who wept bitter tears over him, to the great surprise of her household, and, though always in feeble health, made a point of going to see him as often as possible. Since the general's mishap, as Kolya called it, and the marriage of his sister, the boy had quietly possessed himself of far more freedom. His relations saw little of him, for he rarely slept at home. He made many new friends, and was moreover a frequent visitor at the debtor's prison, to which he invariably accompanied his mother. Varia, who used to be always correcting him, never spoke to him now on the subject of his frequent absences, and the whole household was surprised to see Gania, in spite of his depression, on quite friendly terms with his brother. This was something new, for Gania had been wont to look upon Kolya as a kind of errand boy, treating him with contempt, threatening to pull his ears, and in general driving him almost wild with irritation. It seemed now that Gania really needed his brother, and the latter, for his part, felt as if he could forgive Gania much since he had returned the 100,000 roubles offered to him by Nastasia Philipovna. 3 months after the departure of the prince, the Ivaldin family discovered that Kolya had made acquaintance with the Epanchins, and was on very friendly terms with the daughters. Varya heard of it first, though Kolya had not asked her to introduce him. Little by little the family grew quite fond of him. Madame Epanchin at first looked on him with disdain, and received him coldly, but in a short time he grew to please her because, as she said, he was candid and no flatterer, a very true description. From the first he put himself on an equality with his new friends, and though he sometimes read newspapers and books to the mistress of the house, it was simply because he liked to be useful. One day, however, he and Lizaveta Prokofievna quarreled seriously about the woman question, in the course of a lively discussion on that burning subject. He told her that she was a tyrant, and that he would never set foot in her house again. It may seem incredible, but a day or two after, Nadim Epanchin sent a servant with a note begging him to return, and Kolya, without standing on his dignity, did so at once. Aglaya was the only one of the family whose good graces he could not gain, and who always spoke to him haughtily, but it so happened that the boy one day succeeded in giving the proud maiden a surprise. It was about Easter, when, taking advantage of a momentary tete-a-tete, Kolya handed Aglaya a letter, remarking that he had orders to deliver it to her privately. She stared at him in amazement, but he did not wait to hear what she had to say, and went out. Aglaya broke the seal, and read as follows: "Once you did me the honor of giving me your confidence. Perhaps you have quite forgotten me now. How is it that I am writing to you? I do not know. But I am conscious of an irresistible desire to remind you of my existence, especially you. How many times I have needed all three of you! But only you have dwelt always in my mind's eye. I need you very much. I will not write about myself. I have nothing to tell you. But I long for you to be happy. Are you happy? That is all I wish to say to you, your brother, Professor L. Mushkin." On reading this short and disconnected note, Aglaya suddenly blushed all over, and became very thoughtful. It would be difficult to describe her thoughts at that moment. One of them was, shall I show it to any one? But she was ashamed to show it. So she ended by hiding it in her table drawer with a very strange, ironical smile upon her lips. Next day she took it out and put it into a large book, as she usually did with papers which she wanted to be able to find easily. She laughed when, about a week later, she happened to notice the name of the book and saw that it was Don Quixote, but it would be difficult to say exactly why. I cannot say either whether she showed the letter to her sisters. But when she had read it herself once more, it suddenly struck her that surely that conceited boy, Kolya, had not been the one chosen correspondent of the prince all this while. She determined to ask him, and did so with an exaggerated show of carelessness. He informed her haughtily that though he had given the prince his permanent address when the latter left town, and had offered his services, the prince had never before given him any commission to perform, nor had he written until the following lines arrived with Aglaya's letter. Aglaia took the note and read it. "Dear Kolya, please be so kind as to give the enclosed sealed letter to Aglaia Ivanovna. Keep well, ever your loving Professor L. Wishkin. It seems absurd to trust a little pepper box like you, said Adlaya, as she returned the note, and walked past the pepper box with an expression of great contempt. This was more than Colia could bear. He had actually borrowed Gagne's new green tie for the occasion, without saying why he wanted it, in order to impress her. He was very deeply mortified. Chapter 2. It was the beginning of June, and for a whole week the weather in St. Petersburg had been magnificent. The Epanchins had a luxurious country house at Pavlovsk, one of the fashionable summer resorts near St. Petersburg, and to this spot Mrs. Epanchin determined to proceed without further delay. In a couple of days all was ready, and the family had left town. A day or two after this removal to Pavlovsk, Prince Mushkin arrived in St. Petersburg by the morning train from Moscow. No one met him, but as he stepped out of the carriage, he suddenly became aware of two strangely glowing eyes fixed upon him from among the crowd that met the train. On endeavoring to rediscover the eyes, and see to whom they belonged, he could find nothing to guide him. It must have been a hallucination, but the disagreeable impression remained, and without this, the prince was sad and thoughtful already, and seemed to be much preoccupied. His cab took him to a small and bad hotel near the Litania. Here he engaged a couple of rooms, dark and badly furnished. He washed and changed, and hurriedly left the hotel again, as though anxious to waste no time. Anyone who now saw him for the first time since he left Petersburg would judge that he had improved vastly so far as his exterior was concerned. His clothes certainly were very different. They were more fashionable, perhaps even too much so, and anyone inclined to mockery might have found something to smile at in his appearance. But what is there that people will not smile at? The prince took a cab and drove to a street near the Nativity, where he soon discovered the house he was seeking. It was a small wooden villa, and he was struck by its attractive and clean appearance. It stood in a pleasant little garden full of flowers. The windows looking on the street were open, and the sound of a voice, reading aloud or making a speech, came through them. It rose at times to a shout, and was interrupted occasionally by bursts of laughter. Prince Mushkin entered the courtyard and ascended the steps. A cook with her sleeves turned up to the elbows opened the door. The visitor asked if Mr. Lebedeff were at home. "He is in there," said she, pointing to the salon. The room had a blue wall-paper and was well, almost pretentiously, furnished, with its round table, its divan, and its bronze clock under a glass shade. There was a narrow pier glass against the wall, and a chandelier adorned with lustres hung by a bronze chain from the ceiling. When the prince entered, Lebedeff was standing in the middle of the room, his back to the door. He was in his shirt sleeves on account of the extreme heat, and he seemed to have just reached the peroration of his speech, and was impressively beating his breast. His audience consisted of a youth of about 15 years of age, with a clever face, who had a book in his hand, though he was not reading. A young lady of 20, in deep mourning, stood near him with an infant in her arms. Another girl of 13, also in black, was laughing loudly, her mouth wide open. And on the sofa lay a handsome young man, with black hair and eyes, and a suspicion of beard and whiskers. He frequently interrupted the speaker and argued with him, to the great delight of the others. "Lukian Timofeyovitch, Lukian Timofeyovitch, here's some one to see you. Look here. A gentleman to speak to you. Well, it's not my fault." And the cook turned and went away red with anger. Lebedeff started, and at sight of the prince stood like a statue for a moment. Then he moved up to him with an ingratiating smile, but stopped short again. "Prince, Excellency, He stammered. Then suddenly he ran towards the girl with the infant, a movement so unexpected by her that she staggered and fell back, but next moment he was threatening the other child, who was standing, still laughing, in the doorway. She screamed and ran towards the kitchen. Lebedeff stamped his foot angrily. Then, seeing the prince regarding him with amazement, he murmured apologetically, pardon to show respect. "He! You are quite wrong," began the prince at once. In one moment he rushed like a whirlwind from the room, and Mushkin looked inquiringly at the others. They were all laughing, and the guest joined in the chorus. "He has gone to get his coat," said the boy. "How annoying!" exclaimed the prince. "I thought. Tell me, is he? You think he's drunk?" cried the young man on the sofa. "Not in the least. He's only had 3 or 4 small glasses, perhaps 5. But what is that? The usual thing." As the prince opened his mouth to answer, he was interrupted by the girl, whose sweet face wore an expression of absolute frankness. "He never drinks much in the morning. If you have come to talk business with him, do it now. It is the best time. He sometimes comes back drunk in the evening, but just now he passes the greater part of the evening in tears, and reads passages of Holy Scripture aloud, because our mother died 5 weeks ago. No doubt he ran off because he did not know what to say to you," said the youth on the divan. "I bet he is trying to cheat you, and is thinking how best to do it." Just then Lebedeff returned, having put on his coat. "5 weeks," said he, wiping his eyes. "Only 5 weeks. Poor orphans." "But why wear a coat in holes," asked the girl, "when your new one is hanging behind the door? Did you not see it?" "Hold your tongue, dragon-fly," he scolded. "What a plague you are!" He stamped his foot irritably, but she only laughed and answered, "Are you trying to frighten me? I am not Tanya, you know, and I don't intend to run away. Look, you are waking Lubotshka, and she will have convulsions again. Why do you shout like that?" "Well, well, I won't again," said the master of the house, his anxiety getting the better of his temper. He went up to his daughter, and looked at the child in her arms, anxiously making the sign of the cross over her 3 times. "God bless her! God bless her!" he cried with emotion. "This little creature is my daughter Lubov," addressing the prince. "My wife, Elena, died at her birth, and this is my big daughter Vera, in mourning, as you see. And this," pointing to the young man on the divan. "Well, go on. Never mind me," mocked the other. "Don't be afraid." "Excellency, have you read that account of the murder of the Zimmerin family in the newspaper?" cried Lebedeff, all of a sudden. "Yes," said Mushkin, with some surprise. "Well, that is the murderer. It is he, in fact." "What do you mean?" asked the visitor. "I am speaking allegorically, of course. But he will be the murderer of a Zimmerin family in the future. He is getting ready." They all laughed, and the thought crossed the prince's mind that perhaps Lebedeff was really trifling in this way because he foresaw inconvenient questions, and wanted to gain time. "He is a traitor, a conspirator," shouted Lebedeff, who seemed to have lost all control over himself. "A monster, a slanderer. Ought I to treat him as a nephew, the son of my sister in Asia? Go! Do be quiet. You must be drunk. He has taken it into his head to play the lawyer, prince, and he practices speechifying, and is always repeating his eloquent pleadings to his children. And who do you think was his last client? An old woman who had been robbed of 500 roubles per all by some rogue of a usurer. He sought him to take up her case. instead of which he defended the usurer himself, a Jew named Zeidler, because this Jew promised to give him 50 roubles. It was to be 50 if I won the case, only 5 if I lost, interrupted Lebedeff, speaking in a low tone, a great contrast to his earlier manner. Well, naturally he came to grief. The law is not administered as it used to be, and he only got laughed at for his pains. But he was much pleased with himself in spite of that. Most learned judge, said he, picture this unhappy man, crippled by age and infirmities, who gains his living by honorable toil, picture him, I repeat, robbed of his all, of his last mouthful. Remember, I entreat you, the words of that learned legislator, let mercy and justice alike rule the courts of law. Now, would you believe it? Excellency, every morning he recites this speech to us from beginning to end, exactly as he spoke it before the magistrate. Today we have heard it for the 5th time. He was just starting again when you arrived. So much does he admire it. He is now preparing to undertake another case. I think, by the way, that you are Prince Mushkin. Kolya tells me you are the cleverest man he has ever known. The cleverest in the world, interrupted his uncle hastily. I do not pay much attention to that opinion, continued the young man calmly. Kolya is very fond of you, but he, pointing to Lebedeff, is flattering you. I can assure you I have no intention of flattering you or anyone else, but at least you have some common sense. Well, will you judge between us? Shall we ask the prince to act as arbitrator? He went on, addressing his uncle. I am so glad you chanced to come here, prince. I agree, said Lebedeff, firmly, looking round involuntarily at his daughter, who had come nearer, and was listening attentively to the conversation. What is it all about? Asked the prince, frowning. His head ached, and he felt sure that Lebedeff was trying to cheat him in some way, and only talking to put off the explanation that he had come for. I will tell you all the story. I am his nephew. He did speak the truth there, although he is generally telling lies. I am at the university, and have not yet finished my course. I mean to do so, and I shall, for I have a determined character. I must, however, find something to do for the present, and therefore I have got employment on the railway at 24 roubles a month. I admit that my uncle has helped me once or twice before. Well, I had 20 roubles in my pocket, and I gambled them away. Can you believe that I should be so low, so base, as to lose money in that way? And the man who won it is a rogue whom you ought not to have paid, cried Lebedeff. Yes, he is a rogue, but I was obliged to pay him, said the young man. As to his being a rogue, he is assuredly that, and I am not saying it because he beat you. He is an ex-lieutenant, prince, dismissed from the service, a teacher of boxing, and one of Rogojin's followers. They are all lounging about the pavements now that Rogojin has turned them off. Of course, the worst of it is that, knowing he was a rascal and a card sharpener, I none the less played poker with him, and risked my last rouble. To tell the truth, I thought to myself, if I lose, I will go to my uncle, and I am sure he will not refuse to help me. Now that was base, cowardly, and base. That is so, observed Lebedeff quietly. Cowardly and base. Well, wait a bit, before you begin to triumph, said the nephew viciously, for the words seemed to irritate him. He is delighted. I came to him here and told him everything. I acted honorably, for I did not excuse myself. I spoke most severely of my conduct, as everyone here can witness. But I must smarten myself up before I take up my new post, for I am really like a tramp. Just look at my boots. I cannot possibly appear like this, and if I am not at the bureau at the time appointed, the job will be given to someone else, and I shall have to try for another. Now I only beg for 15 rubles, and I give my word that I will never ask him for anything again. I am also ready to promise to repay my debt in 3 months' time, and I will keep my word, even if I have to live on bread and water. My salary will amount to 75 rubles in 3 months. The sum I now ask, added to what I have borrowed already, will make a total of about 35 rubles. So you see I shall have enough to pay him and confound him. If he wants interest, he shall have that too. Haven't I always paid back the money he lent me before? Why should he be so mean now? He grudges my having paid that lieutenant. There can be no other reason. That's the kind he is, a dog in the manger." "And he won't go away," cried Lebedeff. "He has installed himself here, and here he remains." "I have told you already that I will not go away until I have got what I asked. Why are you smiling, Prince? You look as if you disapproved of me." "I am not smiling, but I really think you are in the wrong," somewhat replied Mushkin reluctantly. "Don't shuffle. Say plainly that you think that I am quite wrong, without any somewhat. Why somewhat?" "I will say you are quite wrong, if you wish." "If I wish. That's good, I must say. Do you think I am deceived as to the flagrant impropriety of my conduct? I am quite aware that his money is his own, and that my action is much like an attempt at extortion. But you don't know what life is. If people don't learn by experience, they never understand. They must be taught. My intentions are perfectly honest. On my conscience he will lose nothing, and I will pay back the money with interest. Added to which he has had the moral satisfaction of seeing me disgraced. What does he want more? And what is he good for if he never helps anyone? Look what he does himself. Just ask him about his dealings with others, how he deceives people. How did he manage to buy this house? You may cut off my head if he has not let you in for something, and if he is not trying to cheat you again. You are smiling. You don't believe me." "It seems to me that all this has nothing to do with your affairs," remarked the prince. "I have lain here now for 3 days," cried the young man without noticing, "and I have seen a lot. Fancy! He suspects his daughter, that angel, that orphan, my cousin, he suspects her, and every evening he searches her room to see if she has a lover hidden in it. He comes here too on tiptoe, creeping softly, oh, so softly, and looks under the sofa of my bed, you know. He is mad with suspicion, and sees a thief in every corner. He runs about all night long. He was up at least 7 times last night, to satisfy himself that the windows and doors were barred, and to peep into the oven. That man who appears in court for scoundrels rushes in here in the night and prays, lying prostrate, hanging his head on the ground by the half hour. And for whom do you think he prays? Who are the sinners figuring in his drunken petitions? I have heard him with my own ears praying for the repose of the soul of the Countess du Barry. Kulia heard it too. He is as mad as a March hare." "You hear how he slanders me, Prince," said Lebedeff, almost beside himself with rage. "I may be a drunkard, an evildoer, a thief, but at least I can say one thing for myself. He does not know, how should he mocker that he is, that when he came into the world it was I who washed him, and dressed him in his swathing bands, for my sister Anitia had lost her husband, and was in great poverty. I was very little better off than she, but I sat up night after night with her, and nursed both mother and child. I used to go downstairs and steal wood for them from the house porter. How often did I sing him to sleep when I was half dead with hunger? In short, I was more than a father to him, and now he jeers at me. Even if I did cross myself and pray for the repose of the soul of the Comtesse du Barry, what does it matter? 3 days ago, for the first time in my life, I read her biography in an historical dictionary. Do you know who she was? You there," addressing his nephew, speak. "Do you know?" "Of course no one knows anything about her but you," muttered the young man in a would-be jeering tone. "She was a countess who rose from shame to reign like a queen, and Empress wrote to her with her own hand as Machir Kazin at a lever du roi one morning. Do you know what a lever du roi was? A cardinal, a papal legate, offered to put on her stockings. A high and holy person, like, that looked on it as an honor. Did you know this? I see by your expression that you did not. Well, how did she die? Answer. Oh! Do stop, you are too absurd. This is how she died. After all this honor and glory, after having been almost a queen, she was guillotined by that butcher, Samson. She was quite innocent, but it had to be done for the satisfaction of the fishoids of Paris. She was so terrified that she did not understand what was happening. But when Samson seized her head and pushed her under the knife with his boat, she cried out, wait a moment, monsieur. Well, because of that moment of bitter suffering, perhaps the Saviour will pardon her other faults, for one cannot imagine a greater agony. As I read the story, my heart bled for her. And what does it matter to you, little worm, if I implored the divine mercy for her, great sinner as she was, as I said my evening prayer? I might have done it because I doubted if any one had ever crossed himself for her sake before. It may be that in the other world she will rejoice to think that a sinner like herself has cried to heaven for the salvation of her soul. Why are you laughing? You believe nothing, atheist. And your story was not even correct. If you had listened to what I was saying, you would have heard that I did not only pray for the Comtesse de Berry. I said, O Lord, give rest to the soul of that great sinner, the Comtesse du Barry, and to all unhappy ones like her. You see that is quite a different thing, for how many sinners there are, how many women who have passed through the trials of this life are now suffering and groaning in purgatory. I prayed for you too, in spite of your insolence and impudence, also for your fellows, as it seems that you claim to know how I pray. Oh, that's enough in all conscience. Pray for whom you choose, and the devil take them and you. We have a scholar here. You did not know that, Prince," he continued with a sneer. "He reads all sorts of books and memoirs now. At any rate, your uncle has a kind heart," remarked the prince, who really had to force himself to speak to the nephew, so much did he dislike him. "Oh, now you are going to praise him. He will be set up. He puts his hand on his heart, and he is delighted. I never said he was a man without heart, but he is a rascal, that's the pity of it. And then he is addicted to drink, and his mind is unhinged, like that of most people who'd have taken more than is good for them for years. He loves his children, oh, I know that well enough. He respected my aunt, his late wife. And he even has a sort of affection for me. He has remembered me in his will. I shall leave you nothing," exclaimed his uncle angrily. "Listen to me, Lebedeff," said the prince in a decided voice, turning his back on the young man. "I know by experience that when you choose you can be businesslike. I have very little time to spare, and if you— By the way, excuse me, what is your Christian name? I have forgotten it." "Tia Timofey, and Lukianovich." Every one in the room began to laugh. "He is telling lies," cried the nephew. "Even now he cannot speak the truth. He is not called Timofey Lukianovich, Prince Lukin Timofeyovitch. Now to tell us why you must needs lie about it. Lukian or Timofey, it is all the same to you, and what difference can it make to the prince? He tells lies without the least necessity, simply by force of habit, I assure you." "Is that true?" said the prince impatiently. My name really is Lukian Timofeyovitch," acknowledged Lebedeff, lowering his eyes and putting his hand on his heart. "Well, for God's sake, what made you say the other?" "To humble myself," murmured Lebedeff. "What on earth do you mean?" "Oh, if only I knew where Kolya was at this moment!" cried the prince, standing up as if to go. "I can tell you all about Kolya," said the young man. "Oh, no, no," said Lebedeff hurriedly. "Kolya spent the night here, and this morning went after his father, whom you let out of prison by paying his debts, heaven only knows why. Yesterday the general promised to come and lodge here, but he did not appear. Most probably he slept at the hotel close by. No doubt Kolya is there, unless he has gone to Pavlovsk to see the Epanchins. He had a little money, and was intending to go there yesterday. He must be either at the hotel or at Pavlovsk." "At Pavlovsk? He is at Pavlovsk, undoubtedly," interrupted Lebedeff. "But come, let us go into the garden. We will have coffee there." And Lebedeff seized the prince's arm and led him from the room. They went across the yard and found themselves in a delightful little garden with the trees already in their summer dress of green, thanks to the unusually fine weather. Lebedeff invited his guest to sit down on a green seat before a table of the same color fixed in the earth, and took a seat facing him. In a few minutes the coffee appeared, and the prince did not refuse it. The host kept his eyes fixed on Mushkin, with an expression of passionate servility. "I knew nothing about your home before," said the prince absently, as if he were thinking of something else. "Poor orphans," began Lebedeff, his face assuming a mournful air; but he stopped short, for the other looked at him inattentively, as if he had already forgotten his own remark. It waited a few minutes in silence, while Lebedeff sat with his eyes fixed mournfully on the young man's face. "Well," said the latter, at last rousing himself. "Ah, yes. You know why I came, Lebedeff. Your letter brought me speak. Tell me all about it." The clerk, rather confused, tried to say something, hesitated, began to speak, and again stopped. The prince looked at him gravely. "I think I understand. Lukian Timofeyovitch, you were not sure that I should come. You did not think I should start at the first word from you, and you merely wrote to relieve your conscience. However, you see now that I have come, and I have had enough of trickery. Give up serving, or trying to serve, to masters. Rogojin has been here these 3 weeks. Have you managed to sell her to him as you did before? Tell me the truth." He discovered everything, the monster. "Himself. Don't abuse him, though I dare say you have something to complain of." "He beat me, he thrashed me unmercifully," replied Lebedeff vehemently. "He set a dog on me in Moscow, a bloodhound, a terrible beast, that chased me all down the street. You seem to take me for a child, Lebedeff. Tell me, is it a fact that she left him while they were in Moscow?" "Yes, it is a fact, and this time, let me tell you, on the very eve of their marriage. It was a question of minutes when she slipped off to Petersburg. She came to me directly she arrived. 'Save me, Lukian. Find me some refuge, and say nothing to the prince. She is afraid of you even more than she is of him, and in that she shows her wisdom.'" And Lebedeff slowly put his finger to his brow as he said the last words. "And now it is you who have brought them together again." "Excellency, how could I prevent it?" "That will do. I can find out for myself. Only tell me, where is she now?" "At his house." "With him? Oh, no, certainly not. 'I am free,' she says. You know how she insists on that point. 'I am entirely free.' She repeats it over and over again. She is living in Petersburgskaya with my sister-in-law, as I told you in my letter." "She is there at this moment?" "Yes, unless she has gone to Pavlovsk. The fine weather may have tempted her, perhaps, into the country with Darya Alexeyevna. I am quite free, she says. Only yesterday she boasted of her freedom to Nikolai Ardalionovitch. A bad sign," added Lebedeff, smiling. "Kolya goes to see her often, does he not? He is a strange boy, thoughtless, and inclined to be indiscreet." "Is it long since you saw her?" "I go to see her every day, every day." "Then you were there yesterday?" "No, I have not been these 3 last days." "It is a pity you have taken too much wine. Lebedeff, I want to ask you something." "But—" "All right, all right. I am not drunk," replied the clerk, preparing to listen. "Tell me, how was she when you left her?" "She is a woman who is seeking. She seems always to be searching about, as if she had lost something. The mere idea of her coming marriage disgusts her. She looks on it as an insult. She cares as much for him as for a piece of orange peel, not more. Yet I am much mistaken if she does not look on him with fear and trembling. She forbids his name to be mentioned before her, and they only meet when unavoidable. He understands well enough, but it must be gone through. She is restless, mocking, deceitful, violent." "Deceitful and violent?" "Yes, violent. I can give you a proof of it. A few days ago she tried to pull my hair because I said something that annoyed her. I tried to soothe her by reading the Apocalypse aloud. What?" exclaimed the prince, thinking he had not heard aright. "By reading the Apocalypse. The lady has a restless imagination, he. She has a liking for conversation on serious subjects, of any kind. In fact, they pleased her so much that it flatters her to discuss them. Now, for 15 years at least, I have studied the Apocalypse, and she agrees with me in thinking that the present is the epoch represented by the third horse, the black one whose rider holds a measure in his hand. It seems to me that everything is ruled by measure in our century. All men are clamoring for their rights. A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. But, added to this, men desire freedom of mind and body, a pure heart, a healthy life, and all God's good gifts. Now am I pleading their rights alone? They will never attain all this. So the white horse, with his rider Death, comes next, and is followed by Hell. We talked about this matter when we met, and it impressed her very much." "Do you believe all this?" asked Mushkin, looking curiously at his companion. "I both believe it and explain it. I am but a poor creature, a beggar, an atom in the scale of humanity. Who has the least respect for Lebedeff? He is a target for all the world, the butt of any fool who chooses to kick him. But in interpreting revelation I am the equal of any one, great as he may be. Such is the power of the mind and the spirit. I have made a lordly personage tremble as he sat in his armchair, only by talking to him of things concerning the spirit. 2 years ago, on Easter Eve, His Excellency Nil Alexeyevich, whose subordinate I was then, wished to hear what I had to say, and sent a message by Peter Zakharich to ask me to go to his private room. 'They tell me you expound the prophecies relating to Antichrist,' said he when we were alone. 'Is that so?' 'Yes,' I answered unhesitatingly, and I began to give some comments on the apostle's allegorical vision. At first he smiled, but when we reached the numerical computations and correspondence, he trembled and turned pale. Then he begged me to close the book and sent me away, promising to put my name on the reward list. That took place, as I said, on the eve of Easter, and 8 days later his soul returned to God." "What?" "It is the truth." One evening after dinner he stumbled as he stepped out of his carriage. He fell and struck his head on the curb and died immediately. He was 73 years of age and had a red face and white hair. He deluged himself with scent and was always smiling like a child. Peter Zachrich recalled my interview with him and said, "You foretold his death." The prince rose from his seat, and Lebedeff, surprised to see his guest preparing to go so soon, remarked, "You are not interested?" in a respectful tone. "I am not very well, and my head aches." "Doubtless the effect of the journey," replied the prince, frowning. "You should go into the country," said Lebedeff timidly. The prince seemed to be considering the suggestion. "You see, I am going into the country myself in 3 days with my children and belongings. The little one is delicate. She needs change of air. And during our absence this house will be done up. I am going to Pavlovsk." "You are going to Pavlovsk too?" asked the prince sharply. "Everybody seems to be going there. Have you a house in that neighborhood?" "I don't know of many people going to Pavlovsk, and as for a house, Ivan Titsen has let me one of his villas rather cheaply. It is a pleasant place, lying on a hill surrounded by trees, and one can live there for a mere song. There is good music to be heard, so no wonder it is popular. I shall stay in the lodge. As to the villa itself—" "Have you let it?" "And no, not exactly." "Let it to me," said the prince. Now this was precisely what Lebedeff had made up his mind to do in the last 3 minutes. Not that he had any difficulty in finding a tenant. In fact, the house was occupied at present by a chance visitor, who had told Lebedeff that he would perhaps take it for the summer months. The clerk knew very well that this perhaps meant certainly, but as he thought he could make more out of a tenant like the prince, he felt justified in speaking vaguely about the present inhabitant's intentions. "This is quite a coincidence," thought he, and when the subject of price was mentioned, he made a gesture with his hand, as if to wave away a question of so little importance. "Oh, well, as you like," said Mushin. "I will think it over. You shall lose nothing." They were walking slowly across the garden. "But if you, I quote," stammered Lebedeff, "if you please, prince, tell you something on the subject which would interest you, I am sure." He spoke in wheedling tones, and wriggled as he walked along. Mushkin stopped short. "Darya Alexeyevna also has a villa at Pavlovsk Well. A certain person is very friendly with her, and intends to visit her pretty often. Well—" "Aglaya Ivanovna—" "Oh, stop, Lebedeff," interposed Mushkin, feeling as if he had been touched on an open wound. "That has nothing to do with me. I should like to know when you are going to start. The sooner the better as far as I am concerned, for I am at an hotel." They had left the garden now, and were crossing the yard on their way to the gate. "Well, leave your hotel at once and come here. Then we can all go together to Pavlovsk the day after tomorrow." "I will think about it," said the prince dreamily, and went off. The clerk stood looking after his guest, struck by his sudden absent-mindedness. He had not even remembered to say good-bye, and Lebedeff was the more surprised at the omission, as he knew by experience how courteous the prince usually was. Chapter 3. It was now close on 12 o'clock. The prince knew that if he called at the Epanchins' now he would only find the general, and that the latter might probably carry him straight off to Pavlovsk with him, whereas there was one visit he was most anxious to make without delay. So at the risk of missing General Epanchin altogether, and thus postponing his visit to Pavlovsk for a day at least, the prince decided to go and look for the house he desired to find. The visit he was about to pay was, in some respects, a risky one. He was in two minds about it, but knowing that the house was in the Goronovaya, not far from the Sadovaya, he determined to go in that direction, and to try to make up his mind on the way. Arrived at the point where the Goronovaya crosses the Sadovaya, he was surprised to find how excessively agitated he was. He had no idea that his heart could beat so painfully. One house in the Gorohovaya began to attract his attention long before he reached it, and the prince remembered afterwards that he had said to himself, "That is the house, I'm sure of it." He came up to it, quite curious to discover whether he had guessed right, and felt that he would be disagreeably impressed to find that he had actually done so. The house was a large, gloomy-looking structure, without the slightest claim to architectural beauty, in color a dirty green. There are a few of these old houses, built towards the end of the last century, still standing in that part of St. Petersburg, and showing little change from their original form and color. They are solidly built, and are remarkable for the thickness of their walls and for the fewness of their windows, many of which are covered by gratings. On the ground floor there is usually a money changer's shop, and the owner lives over it. Without as well as within, the houses seem inhospitable and mysterious, an impression which is difficult to explain, unless it has something to do with the actual architectural style. These houses are almost exclusively inhabited by the merchant class. Arrived at the gate, the prince looked up at the legend over it, which ran, "House of Rogojin, hereditary and honorable citizen." He hesitated no longer, but opened the glazed door at the bottom of the outer stairs and made his way up to the second story. The place was dark and gloomy looking. The walls of the stone staircase were painted a dull red. Rogojin and his mother and brother occupied the whole of the second floor. The servant who opened the door to Mushkin led him, without taking his name, through several rooms and up and down many steps until they arrived at a door, where he knocked. Parfen Rogojin opened the door himself. On seeing the prince, he became deadly white, and apparently fixed to the ground, so that he was more like a marble statue than a human being. The prince had expected some surprise, but Rogojin evidently considered his visit an impossible and miraculous event. He stared with an expression almost of terror, and his lips twisted into a bewildered smile. "Parfen, perhaps my visit is ill-timed." I can go away again, if you like," said Mushkin at last, rather embarrassed. "No, no, it's all right. Come in," said Parfen, recollecting himself. They were evidently on quite familiar terms in Moscow. They had had many occasions of meeting. Indeed, some few of those meetings were but too vividly impressed upon their memories. They had not met now, however, for 3 months. The death-like pallor and a sort of slight convulsion about the lips had not left Rogojin's face. Though he welcomed his guest, he was still obviously much disturbed. As he invited the prince to sit down near the table, the latter happened to turn towards him, and was startled by the strange expression on his face. A painful recollection flashed into his mind. He stood for a time, looking straight at Rogojin, whose eyes seemed to blaze like fire. At last Rogojin smiled, though he still looked agitated and shaken. "What are you staring at me like that for?" he muttered. "Sit down." The prince took a chair. "Parfen," he said, "tell me honestly, did you know that I was coming to Petersburg, or no?" "Oh, I supposed you were coming," the other replied, smiling sarcastically, "and I was right in my supposition, you see. But how was I to know that you would come today?" A certain strangeness and impatience in his manner impressed the prince very forcibly. "And if you had known that I was coming today, I'd be so irritated about it?" he asked in quiet surprise. "Why did you ask me?" "Because when I jumped out of the train this morning, two eyes glared at me just as yours did a moment since." "Ha! And whose eyes may they have been?" said Rogojin suspiciously. It seemed to the prince that he was trembling. "I don't know. I thought it was a hallucination. I often have hallucinations nowadays. I feel just as I did 5 years ago when my fits were about to come on." "Well, perhaps it was a hallucination, I don't know," said Parfen. He tried to give the prince an affectionate smile, and it seemed to the latter as though in this smile of his something had broken, and that he could not mend it, try as he would. "Shall you go abroad again, then?" he asked, and suddenly added, "Do you remember how we came up in the train from Pskov together? You and your cloak and leggings, and Rogojin burst out laughing, this time with unconcealed malice, as though he were glad that he had been able to find an opportunity for giving vent to it. "Have you quite taken up your quarters here?" asked the Prince Tilda. "Yes, I am at home. Where else should I go to? We haven't met for some time. Meanwhile, I have heard things about you which I should not have believed to be possible." "What of that?" "People will say anything," said Rogojin drily. "At all events, you've disbanded your troop, and you are living in your own house instead of being fast and loose about the place. That's all very good. Is this house all yours, or joint property?" "It is my mother's. You get to her apartments by that passage." "Where's your brother?" "In the other wing." "Is he married? Widower? Why do you want to know all this?" The prince looked at him, but said nothing. He had suddenly relapsed into musing, and had probably not heard the question at all. Rogojin did not insist upon an answer, and there was silence for a few moments. "I guessed which was your house from 100 yards off," said the prince at last. "Why so?" "I don't quite know. Your house has the aspect of yourself and all your family. It bears the stamp of the Rogojin life. But ask me why I think so, and I can tell you nothing. It is nonsense, of course. I am nervous about this kind of thing troubling me so much. I had never before imagined what sort of a house you would live in, and yet no sooner did I set eyes on this one than I said to myself that it must be yours." "Really?" said Rogojin vaguely, not taking in what the prince meant by his rather obscure remarks. The room they were now sitting in was a large one, lofty but dark, well furnished, principally with writing tables and desks covered with papers and books. A wide sofa covered with red morocco evidently served Rogojin for a bed. On the table beside which the prince had been invited to seat himself lay some books. One containing a marker where the reader had left off was a volume of Solovieff's history. Some oil paintings and worn gilded frames hung on the walls, but it was impossible to make out what subjects they represented, so blackened were they by smoke and aged. One, a life-sized portrait, attracted the prince's attention. It showed a man of about 50, wearing a long riding coat of German cut. He had two medals on his breast. His beard was white, short and thin, his face yellow and wrinkled, with a sly, suspicious expression in the eyes. "That is your father, is it not?" asked the prince. "Yes, it is," replied Rogojin with an unpleasant smile, as if he had expected his guest to ask the question, and then to make some disagreeable remark. "Was he one of the old believers?" "No, he went to church, but to tell the truth, he really preferred the old religion. This was his study, and is now mine. Why did you ask if he were an old believer?" "Are you going to be married here?" "Yes," replied Rogojin, starting at the unexpected question. "Soon—" "You know yourself it does not depend on me." "Parfen, I am not your enemy, and I do not intend to oppose your intentions in any way. I repeat this to you now just as I said it to you once before on a very similar occasion, when you were arranging for your projected marriage in Moscow. I did not interfere with you, you know I did not. The first time she fled to me from you, from the very altar almost, and begged me to save her from you. Afterwards she ran away from me again, and you found her and arranged your marriage with her once more. And now, I hear, she has run away from you and come to Petersburg. Is it true? Lebedeff wrote me to this effect, and that's why I came here. That you had once more arranged matters with Nastasia Philipovna, I have only learned last night in the train from a friend of yours, Zaleshoff, if you wish to know. I confess I came here with an object. I wished to persuade Nastasia to go abroad for her health. She requires it. Both mind and body need a change badly. I did not intend to take her abroad myself. I was going to arrange for her to go without me. Now I tell you honestly, Parfen, if it is true that all is made up between you, I will not so much as set eyes upon her, and I will never even come to see you again. You know quite well that I am telling the truth, because I have always been frank with you. I have never concealed my own opinion from you. I have always told you that I consider a marriage between you and her would be ruin to her. You would also be ruined, and perhaps even more hopelessly. If this marriage were to be broken off again, I admit I should be greatly pleased. But at the same time, I have not the slightest intention of trying to part you. You may be quite easy in your mind, and you need not suspect me. You know yourself whether I was ever really your rival or not, even when she ran away and came to me. There, you are laughing at me. I know why you laugh. It is perfectly true that we lived apart from one another all the time, in different towns. I told you before that I did not love her with love, but with pity. You said then that you understood me. Did you really understand me or not? What hatred there is in your eyes at this moment! I came to relieve your mind, because you are dear to me also. I love you very much, Parfen. And now I shall go away and never come back again. Goodbye." The prince rose. "Stay a little," said Parfen, not leaving his chair and resting his head on his right hand. "I haven't seen you for a long time." The prince sat down again. Both were silent for a few moments. "When you are not with me, I hate you, Lef Nikolaevitch. I have loathed you every day of these 3 months since I last saw you. By heaven, I have," said Robojin. "I could have poisoned you at any minute. Now, you have been with me but a quarter of an hour, and all my malice seems to have melted away, and you are as dear to me as ever. Stay here a little longer. When I am with you, you trust me, but as soon as my back is turned, you suspect me," said the prince, smiling and trying to hide his emotion. "I trust your voice when I hear you speak. I quite understand that you and I cannot be put on a level, of course. Why did you at that there? Now you are cross again," said the prince, wondering. "We were not asked, you see. We were made different, with different tastes and feelings, without being consulted. You say you love her with pity. I have no pity for her. She hates me, that's the plain truth of the matter. I dream of her every night, and always that she is laughing at me with another man. And so she does laugh at me. She thinks no more of marrying me in it she were changing her shoe. Would you believe it, I haven't seen her for 5 days, and I daren't go near her. She asks me what I come for, as if she were not content with having disgraced me." "Disgraced you? How?" "Just as though you didn't know. Why, she ran away from me and went to you. You admitted it yourself, just now. But surely you do not believe that she did not disgrace me at Moscow with that officer Semtuznikoff. I know for certain she did, after having fixed our marriage day herself." "Impossible!" cried the prince. "I know it for a fact," replied Rogojin with conviction. It is not like her, you say. My friend, that's absurd. Perhaps such an act would horrify her if she were with you, but it is quite different where I am concerned. She looks on me as vermin. Her affair with Keller was simply to make a laughing stock of me. You don't know what a fool she made of me in Moscow. And the money I spent over her, the money, the money. And you can marry her now, Parfen. What will come of it all?" said the prince, with dread in his voice. Rogojin gazed back gloomily, and with a terrible expression in his eyes, but said nothing. "I haven't been to see her for 5 days," he repeated after a slight pause. "I'm afraid of being turned out. She says she's still her own mistress, and may turn me off altogether and go abroad. She told me this herself," he said, with a peculiar glance at Mushin. "I think she often does it merely to frighten me. She is always laughing at me, for some reason or other. But at other times she's angry and won't say a word, and that's what I'm afraid of. I took her ashore one day, the like of which she might never have seen, although she did live in luxury, and she gave it away to her maid, Katia. Sometimes when I can keep away no longer, I steal past the house on the sly, and once I watched at the gate till dawn. I thought something was going on, and she saw me from the window. She asked me what I should do if I found she had deceived me. I said, you know well enough. What did she know?" cried the prince. "How was I to tell?" replied Rogojin with an angry laugh. "I did my best to catch her tripping in Moscow, but did not succeed. However, I caught hold of her one day and said, 'You are engaged to be married into a respectable family, and do you know what sort of a woman you are?' 'That's the sort of woman you are,' I said." "You told her that, yes. Well, go on." "She said I wouldn't even have you for a footman now, much less for a husband. 'I shan't leave the house,' I said, 'so it doesn't matter. Then I shall call somebody and have you kicked out.' She cried. So then I rushed at her and beat her till she was bruised all over." "Impossible!" cried the prince, aghast. "I tell you it's true," said Rogojin quietly, but with eyes ablaze with passion. "Then for a day and a half I neither slept nor ate nor drank, and would not leave her. I knelt at her feet. 'I shall die here,' I said, 'if you don't forgive me. And if you have me turned out, I shall drown myself. Because what should I be without you now?' She was like the madwoman all that day. Now she would cry. Now she would threaten me with a knife. Now she would abuse me. She called in Zalshoff and Keller, and showed me to them, shamed me in their presence. 'Let's all go to the theatre,' she says, 'and leave him here if he won't go. It's not my business. They'll give you some tea, Parfen Semyonovitch, while I am away, for you must be hungry.' She came back from the theatre alone. 'Those cowards wouldn't come,' she said. 'They are afraid of you, and tried to frighten me too. He won't go away as he came. They said he'll cut your throat. See if he doesn't. Now I shall go to my bedroom, and I shall not even lock my door, just to show you how much I am afraid of you. You must be shown that once for all. Did you have tea?' 'No,' I say, 'and I don't intend to. Ha, ha! You are playing off your pride against your stomach. That sort of heroism doesn't sit well on you,' she said. With that she did as she had said she would. She went to bed, and did not lock her door. In the morning she came out. 'Are you quite mad?' she said sharply. 'Why, you'll die of hunger like this.' 'Forgive me,' I said. 'No, I won't, and I won't marry you.' I'd said it. 'Surely you haven't sat in this chair all night without sleeping.' 'I didn't sleep,' I said. How sensible of you. And are you going to have no breakfast or dinner today?' 'I told you I wouldn't.' 'Forgive me. "You've no idea how unbecoming this sort of thing is to you," she said. "It's like putting a saddle on a cow's back. Do you think you are frightening me? My word, what a dreadful thing that you should sit here and eat no food! How terribly frightened I am!" She wasn't angry long, and didn't seem to remember my offense at all. I was surprised, for she is a vindictive, resentful woman, but then I thought that perhaps she despised me too much to feel any resentment against me. And that's the truth. She came up to me and said, "Do you know who the Pope of Rome is?" "I've heard of him," I said. "I suppose you've read the Universal History, Parfen Semyonovitch, haven't you?" she asked. "I've learned nothing at all," I said. "Then I'll lend it to you to read. You must know there was a Roman Pope once, and he was very angry with a certain emperor. So the emperor came and neither ate nor drank, but knelt before the Pope's palace till he should be forgiven. And what sort of vows do you think that emperor was making during all those days on his knees? Stop, I'll read it to you." Then she read me a lot of verses, where it said that the emperor spent all the time vowing vengeance against the Pope. "You don't mean to say you don't approve of the poem, Parfen Semyonovitch," she says. "All you have read out is perfectly true." Say I, "Aha." Says she, "You admit it's true, do you? And you are making vows to yourself that if I marry you, you will remind me of all this, and take it out of me." I don't know, I say. Perhaps I was thinking like that, and perhaps I was not. I'm not thinking of anything just now. What are your thoughts, then? I'm thinking that when you rise from your chair and go past me, I watch you and follow you with my eyes. If your dress does but rustle, my heart sinks. If you leave the room, I remember every little word and action, and what your voice sounded like, and what you said. I thought of nothing all last night, but sat here listening to your sleeping breath, and heard you move a little, twice. And as for your attack upon me," she says, "I suppose you never once thought of that." "Perhaps I did think of it, and perhaps not," I say. "And what if I don't either forgive you or marry you? I tell you I shall go and drown myself," she said, and then relapsed into silence. Then she got angry and went out. "I suppose you'd murder me before you drowned yourself, though," she cried as she left the room. An hour later she came to me again, looking melancholy. "I will marry you, Parfen Semyonovitch," she says, "not because I'm frightened of you, but because it's all the same to me how I ruin myself. And how can I do it better? Sit down. They'll bring you some dinner directly. And if I do marry you, I'll be a faithful wife to you. You need not doubt that." Then she thought a bit, and said, "At all events, you are not a flunkey. At first I thought you were no better than a flunkey." And she arranged the wedding and fixed a day straight away on the spot. Then, in another week, she had run away again, and came here to Lebedeff's. And when I found her here, she said to me, "I'm not going to renounce you altogether, but I wish to put off the wedding a bit longer yet, just as long as I like, for I am still my own mistress. So you may wait if you like. That's how the matter stands between us now. What do you think of all this, Lev Nikolaevitch? What do you think of it yourself?" replied the prince, looking sadly at Rogojin. "As if I can think anything about it?" He was about to say more, but stopped in despair. The prince rose again, as if he would leave. "At all events, I shall not interfere with you," he murmured, as though making answer to some secret thought of his own. "I'll tell you what," cried Rogojin, and his eyes flashed fire. "I can't understand your yielding her to me like this. I don't understand it. Have you given up loving her altogether? At first you suffered badly. I know it, I saw it. Besides, why did you come post haste after us? Out of pity that he his mouth curved in a mocking smile. "Do you think I am deceiving you?" asked the prince. "No, I trust you, but I can't understand. It seems to me that your pity is greater than my love." A hungry longing to speak his mind out seemed to flash in the man's eyes, combined with an intense anger. "Your love is mingled with hatred, and therefore, when your love passes, there will be the greater misery," said the prince. "I tell you this, Parfen, what? And I'll cut her throat, you mean?" The prince shuddered. "You'll hate her afterwards for all your present love, and for all the torment you're suffering on her account now. What seems to me the most extraordinary thing is that she can again consent to marry you, after all that has passed between you. When I heard the news yesterday, I could hardly bring myself to believe it. Why, she has run twice from you, from the very altar rails, as it were. She must have some presentiment of evil. What can she want with you now? Your money, nonsense. Besides, I should think you must have made a fairly large hole in your fortune already. Surely it is not because she is so very anxious to find a husband. She could find many a one besides yourself. Any one would be better than you, because you will murder her, and I feel sure she must know that but too well by now. Is it because you love her so passionately? Indeed, that may be it. I have heard that there are women who want just that kind of love. But still—" The prince paused reflectively. "What are you grinning at my father's portrait again for?" asked Rogojin suddenly. He was carefully observing every change in the expression of the prince's face. "I smile because the idea came into my head that if it were not for this unhappy passion of yours you might have, and would have, become just such a man as your father, and that very quickly, too. You'd have settled down in this house of yours with some silent and obedient wife. You would have spoken rarely, trusted no one, heeded no one, and thought of nothing but making money. Laugh away. She said exactly the same, almost word for word, when she saw my father's portrait. It's remarkable how entirely you and she are at one nowadays." "What, has she been here?" asked the prince with curiosity. "Yes. She looked long at the portrait, and asked all about my father. 'You'd be just such another,' she said at last, and laughed. 'You have such strong passions, Parfen,' she said, 'that they have taken you to Siberia in no time if you had not, luckily, intelligence as well. For you have a good deal of intelligence.' She said this, believe it or not. The first time I ever heard anything of that sort from her. You'd soon have thrown up all this rowdyism that you indulge in now, and you'd have settled down to quiet, steady money making, because you have little education. And here you'd have stayed just like your father before you. And you'd have loved your money so that you'd amass not 2 million, like him, but 10 million. And you'd have died of hunger on your money bags to finish up with, for you carry everything to extremes. There, that's exactly word for word as she said it to me. She never talked to me like that before. She always talks nonsense and laughs when she's with me. We went all over this old house together. 'I shall change all this,' I said, 'or else I'll buy a new house for the wedding.' 'No, no.' She said, 'Don't touch anything. Leave it all as it is. I shall live with your mother when I marry you.' I took her to see my mother, and she was as respectful and kind as though she were her own daughter. Mother has been almost demented ever since father died. She's an old woman. She sits and bows from her chair to everyone she sees. If you left her alone and didn't feed her for 3 days, I don't believe she would notice it. Well, I took her hand and I said, 'Give your blessing to this lady, mother. She's going to be my wife.' So Nastasia kissed mother's hand with great feeling. 'She must have suffered terribly, hasn't she?' she said. 'She saw this book here lying before me. What "Have you begun to read Russian history?" she asked. She told me once in Moscow, you know, that I had better get Solovyev's Russian history and read it, because I knew nothing. "That's good," she said. "You go on like that, reading books. I'll make you a list myself of the books you ought to read first, shall I?" She had never once spoken to me like this before. It was the first time I felt I could breathe before her like a living creature. "I'm very, very glad to hear of this, Parfen," said the prince with real feeling. "Who knows? Maybe God will yet bring you near to one another." "Never, never!" cried Rogojin excitedly. "Look here, Parfen, if you love her so much, surely you must be anxious to earn her respect. And if you do so wish, surely you may hope to. I said just now that I considered it extraordinary that she could still be ready to marry you. Well, though I cannot yet understand it, I feel sure she must have some good reason, or she wouldn't do it. She is sure of your love. But besides that, she must attribute something else to you, some good qualities, otherwise the thing would not be. What you have just said confirms my words. You say yourself that she found it possible to speak to you quite differently from her usual manner. You are suspicious, you know, and jealous, therefore when anything annoying happens to you, you exaggerate its significance. Of course, she does not think so ill of you as you say. Why, if she did, she would simply be walking to death by drowning or by the knife, with her eyes wide open, when she married you. It is impossible. As if anybody would go to their death deliberately." Rabojin listened to the prince's excited words with a bitter smile. His conviction was, apparently, unalterable. "How dreadfully you look at me, Parfen!" said the prince, with a feeling of dread. "Water or the knife?" said the latter at last. "Ha, ha! That's exactly why she is going to marry me, because she knows for certain that the knife awaits her. Prince, can it be that you don't even yet see what's at the root of it all?" "I don't understand you." "Perhaps he really doesn't understand me. They do say that you are a you-know-what. She loves another, there, you can understand that much. Just as I love her. Exactly so she loves another man. And that other man is, do you know who? It's you. There, you didn't know that. You. She has loved you ever since that day, her birthday. Only she thinks she cannot marry you, because it would be the ruin of you. Everybody knows what sort of a woman I am, she says. She told me all this herself, to my very face. She's afraid of disgracing and ruining you, she says, but it doesn't matter about me. She can marry me all right. Notice how much consideration she shows for me. But why did she run away to me, and then again from me too? From you to me, ha ha. That's nothing. Why, she always acts as though she were in a delirium nowadays. Either she says, 'Come on, I'll marry you. Let's have the wedding quickly,' and fixes the day, and seems in a hurry for it, and when it begins to come near she feels frightened. Or else some other idea gets into her head, goodness knows. You've seen her, you know how she goes on, laughing and crying and raving. There's nothing extraordinary about her having run away from you. She ran away because she found out how dearly she loved you. She could not bear to be near you. You said just now that I had found her at Moscow, when she ran away from you. I didn't do anything of the sort. She came to me herself, straight from you. 'Name the day I'm ready,' she said. 'Let's have some champagne, and go and hear the gipsies sing.' I tell you she'd have thrown herself into the water long ago if it were not for me. She doesn't do it because I am, perhaps, even more dreadful to her than the water. She's marrying me out of spite. If she marries me, I tell you it will be for spite." But how can you, began the prince, gazing with dread and horror at Rogojin. Why don't you finish your sentence? Shall I tell you what you were thinking to yourself just then? You were thinking, how can she marry him after this? How can it possibly be permitted? Oh, I know what you were thinking about. I didn't come here for that purpose, Parfen. That was nigh in my mind. That may be. Perhaps you didn't come with the idea. The idea is certainly there now. Ha ha! Well, that's enough. What are you upset about? Didn't you really know it all before? You astonish me. All this is mere jealousy. It is some malady of yours, Parfen. You exaggerate everything, said the prince, excessively agitated. What are you doing? Let go of it, said Parfen, seizing from the prince's hand the knife which the latter had at that moment taken up from the table, where it lay beside the history. Parfen replaced it where it had been. I seemed to know it. I felt it when I was coming back to Petersburg, continued the prince. I did not want to come. I wished to forget all this, to uproot it from my memory altogether. Well, goodbye. What is the matter? He had absently taken up the knife a second time, and again Rogojin snatched it from his hand and threw it down on the table. It was a plain-looking knife, with a bone handle, a blade about 8 inches long, and broad in proportion. It did not clasp. Seeing that the prince was considerably struck by the fact that he had twice seized this knife out of his hand, Rogojin caught it up with some irritation, put it inside the book, and threw the latter across to another table. "Do you cut your pages with it, or what?" asked Mishkin, so rather absently, as though unable to throw off a deep preoccupation into which the conversation had thrown him. "Yes." "It's a garden knife, isn't it?" "Yes." "Can't one cut pages with a garden knife?" "It's quite new." "Well, what of that? Can't I buy a new knife if I like?" shouted Rogojin furiously, his irritation growing with every word. The prince shuddered and gazed fixedly at Parfen. Suddenly he burst out laughing. "Why, what an idea!" he said. "I didn't mean to ask you any of these questions. I was thinking of something quite different. But my head is heavy, and I seem so absent-minded nowadays. Well, idby, I can't remember what I wanted to say, idby." "Not that way," said Rogojin. "There, I've forgotten that too." "This way, come along, I'll show you." Chapter 4. They passed through the same rooms which the prince had traversed on his arrival. In the largest there were pictures on the walls, portraits and landscapes of little interest. Over the door, however, there was one of strained and rather striking shape. It was 6 or 7 feet in length, and not more than a foot in height. It represented the Saviour just taken from the cross. The prince glanced at it, but took no further notice. He moved on hastily, as though anxious to get out of the house. But Rogojin suddenly stopped underneath the picture. "My father picked up all these pictures very cheap at auctions, and so on," he said. "They are all rubbish, except the one over the door, and that is valuable. A man offered 500 roubles for it last week." "Yes, that's a copy of a Holbein," said the prince, looking at it again, "and a good copy, too, so far as I am able to judge. I saw the picture abroad, and could not forget it. What's the matter?" Rogojin had dropped the subject of the picture, and walked on. Of course his strange frame of mind was sufficient to account for his conduct. But still it seemed queer to the prince that he should so abruptly drop a conversation commenced by himself. Rogojin did not take any notice of his question. "Lef Nikolaevich," said Rogojin, after a pause, during which the two walked along a little further, "I have long wished to ask you, do you believe in God?" "How strangely you speak, "And how odd you look," said the other involuntarily. "I like looking at that picture," muttered Rogojin, not noticing, apparently, that the prince had not answered his question. "That picture, that picture," cried Mushkin, struck by a sudden idea. "Why, a man's faith might be ruined by looking at that picture. So it is," said Rogojin, unexpectedly. They had now reached the front door. The prince stopped. "How?" he said. "What do you mean? I was half joking, and you took me up quite seriously. Why do you ask me whether I believe in God?" "Oh, no particular reason. I meant to ask you before. Many people are unbelievers nowadays, especially Russians, I have been told. You ought to know, you've lived abroad." Rogojin laughed bitterly as he said these words, and opening the door, held it for the prince to pass out. Mushkin looked surprised, but went out. The other followed him as far as the landing of the outer stairs, and shut the door behind him. They both now stood facing one another, as though oblivious of where they were or what they had to do next. "Well, good-bye," said the prince, holding out his hand. "Good-bye," said Rogojin, pressing it hard, but quite mechanically. The prince made one step forward, and then turned round. "As to faith," he said, smiling and evidently unwilling to leave Rogojin in this state, "as to faith, I have for curious conversations in 2 days, a week or so ago. One morning I met a man in the train, and made acquaintance with him at once. I had often heard of him as a very learned man, but an atheist. And I was very glad of the opportunity of conversing with so eminent and clever a person. He doesn't believe in God, and he talked a good deal about it. But all the while it appeared to me that he was speaking outside the subject. And it has always struck me, both in speaking to such men and in reading their books, that they do not seem really to be touching on that at all, though on the surface they may appear to do so." I told him this, but I dare say I did not clearly express what I meant, for he could not understand me. The same evening I stopped at a small provincial hotel, and it so happened that a dreadful murder had been committed there the night before, and everybody was talking about it. Two peasants, elderly men and old friends, had had tea together there the night before, and were to occupy the same bedroom. They were not drunk, but one of them had noticed for the first time that his friend possessed a silver watch which he was wearing on a chain. He was by no means a thief, and was, as peasants go, a rich man. But this watch so fascinated him that he could not restrain himself. He took a knife, and when his friend turned his back, he came up softly behind, raised his eyes to heaven, crossed himself, and saying earnestly, "God forgive me, for Christ's sake," he cut his friend's throat like a sheep, and took the watch. Rogojin roared with laughter. He laughed as though he were in a sort of fit. It was strange to see him laughing so after the sombre mood he had been in just before. "Oh, I like that. That beats anything," he cried convulsively, panting for breath. "One is an absolute unbeliever. The other is such a thoroughgoing believer that he murders his friend to the tune of a prayer. Oh, Prince, Prince, that's too good for anything. You can't have invented it. It's the best thing I've heard. Next morning I went out for a stroll through the town," continued the prince, so soon as Rogojin was a little quieter, though his laughter still burst out at intervals, and soon observed a drunken-looking soldier staggering about the pavement. He came up to me and said, "By my silver cross, sir, you shall have it for fourpence. It's real silver." I looked, and there he held a cross, just taken off his own neck, evidently a large tin one, made after the Byzantine pattern. I fished out fourpence and put his cross on my own neck, and I could see by his face that he was as pleased as he could be at the thought that he had succeeded in cheating a foolish gentleman, and away he went to drink the value of his cross. At that time everything that I saw made a tremendous impression upon me. I had understood nothing about Russia before, and had only vague and fantastic memories of it. So I thought, I will wait a while before I condemn this Judas. Only God knows what may be hidden in the hearts of drunkards. Well, I went homewards, and near the hotel I came across a poor woman carrying a child, a baby of some 6 weeks old. The mother was quite a girl herself. The baby was smiling up at her for the first time in its life just at that moment. And while I watched the woman she suddenly crossed herself, oh, so devoutly. "What is it, my good woman?" I asked her. I was never but asking questions then. Exactly as is a mother's joy when her baby smiles for the first time into her eyes, so is God's joy when one of his children turns and prays to him for the first time with all his heart. This is what that poor woman said to me, almost word for word. And such a deep, refined, truly religious thought it was, a thought in which the whole essence of Christianity was expressed in one flash, that is, the recognition of God as our Father, and of God's joy in men as his own children, which is the chief idea of Christ. She was a simple countrywoman, a mother, it's true, and perhaps, who knows, she may have been the wife of the drunken soldier. Listen, Parfen. You put a question to me just now. This is my reply. The essence of religious feeling has nothing to do with reason, or atheism, or crime, or acts of any kind. It has nothing to do with these things, and never had. There is something besides all this, something which the arguments of the atheists can never touch. But the principal thing, and the conclusion of my argument, is that this is most clearly seen in the heart of a Russian. This is a conviction which I have gained while I have been in this Russia of ours. Yes, Parfen, there is work to be done. There is work to be done in this Russian world. Remember what talks we used to have in Moscow. And I never wished to come here at all. And I never thought to meet you like this, Parfen. Well, well, goodbye, goodbye. God be with you. He turned and went downstairs. Lev Nikolaevitch, cried Parfen before he had reached the next landing, "Have you got that cross you bought from the soldier with you?" "Yes, I have." And the prince stopped again. "Show it me, will you?" A new fancy. The prince reflected, and then mounted the stairs once more. He pulled out the cross without taking it off his neck. "Give it to me," said Parfen. "Why, do you?" The prince would rather have kept this particular cross. "I'll wear it, and you shall have mine. I'll take it off at once." "You wish to exchange crosses? Very well, Parfen, if that's the case, I'm glad enough. That makes us brothers, you know." The prince took off his tin cross, Parfen his gold one, and the exchange was made. Parfen was silent. With sad surprise the prince observed that the look of distrust, the bitter, ironical smile, had still not altogether left his newly adopted brother's face. At moments, at all events, it showed itself but too plainly. At last Rogojin took the prince's hand, and stood so for some moments, as though he could not make up his mind. Then he drew him along, murmuring almost inaudibly, "Come." They stopped on the landing, and rang the bell at a door opposite to Parfen's own lodging. An old woman opened to them and bowed low to Parfen, who asked her some questions hurriedly, but did not wait to hear her answer. He led the prince on through several dark, cold-looking rooms, spotlessly clean, with white covers over all the furniture. Without the ceremony of knocking, Parfen entered a small apartment, furnished like a drawing-room, but with a polished mahogany partition dividing one half of it from what was probably a bedroom. In one corner of this room sat an old woman in an armchair, close to the stove. She did not look very old, and her face was a pleasant, round one. But she was white-haired, and as one could detect at the first glance, quite in her second childhood. She wore a black woolen dress, with a black handkerchief round her neck and shoulders, and a white cap with black ribbons. Her feet were raised on a footstool. Beside her sat another old woman, also dressed in mourning, and silently knitting a stocking. This was evidently a companion. They both looked as though they never broke the silence. The first old woman, so soon as she saw Rogojin and the prince, smiled and bowed courteously several times, in token of her gratification at their visit. "Mother," said Rogojin, kissing her hand, "here is my great friend, Prince Mushkin. We have exchanged crosses. He was like a real brother to me at Moscow at one time, and did a great deal for me. Bless him, mother, as you would bless your own son. Wait a moment. Let me arrange your hands for you." But the old lady, before Parfen had time to touch her, raised her right hand, and with 3 fingers held up, devoutly made the sign of the cross 3 times over the prince. She then nodded her head kindly at him once more. "There, come along, Liv Nikolaevitch. That's all I brought you here for," said Rogojin. When they reached the stairs again, he added, "She understood nothing of what I said to her, and did not know what I wanted her to do, and yet she blessed you. That shows she wished to do so herself. Well, good-bye. It's time you went, and I must go to." He opened his own door. "Well, let me at least embrace you and say good-bye, you strange fellow!" cried the prince, looking with gentle reproach at Rogojin, and advancing towards him. But the latter had hardly raised his arms when he dropped them again. He could not make up his mind to it. He turned away from the prince in order to avoid looking at him. He could not embrace him. "Don't be afraid," he muttered indistinctly, "though I have taken your cross, I shall not murder you for your watch." So saying, he laughed suddenly and strangely. Then, in a moment, his face became transfigured. He grew deadly white, his lips trembled, his eyes burned like fire. He stretched out his arms and held the prince tightly to him, and said in a strangled voice, "Well, take her. It's fate. She's yours. I surrender her. Remember Rogojin." And pushing the prince from him, without looking back at him, he hurriedly entered his own flat and banged the door. Chapter 5. It was late now, nearly 2:30, and the prince did not find General Epanchin at home. He left a card, and determined to look up Kolya, who had a room at a small hotel near. Kolya was not in, but he was informed that he might be back shortly, and had left word that if he were not in by 3:30, it was to be understood that he had gone to Pavlov's to General Epanchin's, and would dine there. The prince decided to wait till 3:30, and ordered some dinner. At 3:30 there was no sign of Kolya. The prince waited until 4 o'clock, and then strolled off mechanically wherever his speech should carry him. In early summer there are often magnificent days in St. Petersburg, bright, hot, and still. This happened to be such a day. For some time the prince wandered about without aim or object. He did not know the town well. He stopped to look about him on bridges, at street corners. He entered a confectioner's shop to rest, once. He was in a state of nervous excitement and perturbation. He noticed nothing and no one, and he felt a craving for solitude, to be alone with his thoughts and his emotions, and to give himself up to them passively. He loathed the idea of trying to answer questions that would rise up in his heart and mind. "I am not to blame for all this," he thought to himself, half unconsciously. Towards 6 o'clock he found himself at the station of the Tsarskoye railway. He was tired of solitude now. A new rush of feeling took hold of him, and a flood of light chased away the gloom for a moment from his soul. He took a ticket to Pavlovsk and determined to get there as fast as he could, but something stopped him. A reality and not a fantasy, as he was inclined to think it. He was about to take his place in a carriage when he suddenly threw away his ticket and came out again, disturbed and thoughtful. A few moments later, in the street, he recalled something that had bothered him all the afternoon. He caught himself engaged in a strange occupation which he now recollected he had taken up at odd moments for the last few hours. It was looking about all around him for something. He did not know what. He had forgotten it for a while, half an hour or so, and now suddenly the uneasy search had recommenced. But he had hardly become conscious of this curious phenomenon when another recollection suddenly swam through his brain, interesting him for the moment exceedingly. He remembered that the last time he had been engaged in looking around him for the unknown something, he was standing before a cutler's shop, in the window of which were exposed certain goods for sale. He was extremely anxious now to discover whether this shop and these goods really existed, or whether the whole thing had been a hallucination. He felt in a very curious condition today, a condition similar to that which had preceded his fits in bygone years. He remembered that at such times he had been particularly absent-minded, and could not discriminate between objects and persons unless he concentrated special attention upon them. He remembered seeing something in the window marked at 60 kopecks. Therefore, if the shop existed, and if this object were really in the window, it would prove that he had been able to concentrate his attention on this article at a moment when, as a general rule, his absence of mind would have been too great to admit of any such concentration. In fact, very shortly after he had left the railway station in such a state of agitation. So he walked back looking about him for the shop, and his heart beat with intolerable impatience. Ah, here was the very shop, and there was the article marked 60 kop. Of course, 60 kopecks, he thought, and certainly worth no more. This idea amused him, and he laughed. But it was a hysterical laugh. He was feeling terribly oppressed. He remembered clearly that just here, standing before this window, he had suddenly turned round, just as earlier in the day he had turned and found the dreadful eyes of Rogojin fixed upon him. Convinced, therefore, that in this respect at all events he had been under no delusion, he left the shop and went on. This must be thought out. It was clear that there had been no hallucination at the station then, either. Something had actually happened to him on both occasions. There was no doubt of it. But again a loathing for all mental exertion overmastered him. He would not think it out now. He would put it off and think of something else. He remembered that during his epileptic fits, or rather immediately preceding them, he had always experienced a moment or two when his whole heart and mind and body seemed to wake up to vigor and light, when he became filled with joy and hope, and all his anxieties seemed to be swept away forever. These moments were but presentiments, as it were, of the one final second, it was never more than a second, in which the fit came upon him. That second, of course, was inexpressible. When his attack was over, and the prince reflected on his symptoms, he used to say to himself, "These moments, short as they are, when I feel such extreme consciousness of myself, and consequently more of life than at other times, are due only to the disease, to the sudden rupture of normal conditions. Therefore they are not really a higher kind of life, but a lower." This reasoning, however, seemed to end in a paradox, and lead to the further consideration, what matter though it be only disease, an abnormal tension of the brain, if when I recall and analyze the moment, it seems to have been one of harmony and beauty in the highest degree, an instant of deepest sensation, overflowing with unbounded joy and rapture, ecstatic devotion, and completest life. Vague though this sounds, it was perfectly comprehensible to Mushkin, though he knew that it was but a feeble expression of his sensations. that there was, indeed, beauty and harmony in those abnormal moments, that they really contained the highest synthesis of life, he could not doubt, nor even admit the possibility of doubt. He felt that they were not analogous to the fantastic and unreal dreams due to intoxication by hashish, opium, or wine, of that he could judge, when the attack was over. These instants were characterized, to define it in a word, by an intense quickening of the sense of personality, since, in the last conscious moment preceding the attack, he could say to himself, with full understanding of his words, "I would give my whole life for this one instant," then doubtless to him it really was worth a lifetime. For the rest, he thought the dialectical part of his argument of little worth. He saw only too clearly that the result of these ecstatic moments was stupefaction, mental darkness, idiocy. No argument was possible on that point. His conclusion, his estimate of the moment, doubtless contained some error, yet the reality of the sensation troubled him. What's more unanswerable than a fact? And this fact had occurred. The prince had confessed unreservedly to himself that the feeling of intense beatitude in that crowded moment made the moment worth a lifetime. "I feel then," he said one day to Rogojin in Moscow, "I feel then as if I understood those amazing words, 'There shall be no more time.'" And he added with a smile, "No doubt the epileptic moment refers to that same moment when he says that he visited all the dwellings of Allah in less time than was needed to empty his pitcher of water." Yes, he had often met Rogojin in Moscow, and many were the subjects they discussed. "He told me I had been a brother to him," thought the prince. He said so today for the first time. He was sitting in the summer garden on a seat under a tree, and his mind dwelled on the matter. It was about 7 o'clock, and the place was empty. The stifling atmosphere foretold a storm, and the prince felt a certain charm in the contemplative mood which possessed him. He found pleasure, too, in gazing at the exterior objects around him. All the time he was trying to forget something, to escape from some idea that haunted him. But melancholy thoughts came back, though he would so willingly have escaped from them. He remembered suddenly how he had been talking to the waiter, while he dined, about a recently committed murder which the whole town was discussing, and as he thought of it something strange came over him. He was seized all at once by a violent desire, almost a temptation against which he strove in vain. He jumped up and walked off as fast as he could towards the Petersburg side, one of the quarters of St. Petersburg. He had asked someone, a little while before, to show him which was the Petersburg side on the banks of the Neva. He had not gone there, however, and he knew very well that it was of no use to go now, for he would certainly not find Lebedeff's relation at home. He had the address, but she must certainly have gone to Pavlovsk, or Kolya would have let him know. If he were to go now, it would merely be out of curiosity, but a sudden new idea had come into his head. However, it was something to move on and know where he was going. A minute later he was still moving on, but without knowing anything. He could no longer think out his new idea. He tried to take an interest in all he saw, in the sky, in the Neva. He spoke to some children he met. He felt his epileptic condition becoming more and more developed. The evening was very close. Thunder was heard some way off. The prince was haunted all that day by the face of Lebedeff's nephew, whom he had seen for the first time that morning, just as one is haunted at times by some persistent musical refrain. By a curious association of ideas, the young man always appeared as the murderer of whom Lebedeff had spoken when introducing him to Mushkin. Yes, he had read something about the murder, and that quite recently. Since he came to Russia, he had heard many stories of this kind, and was interested in them. His conversation with the waiter an hour ago chanced to be on the subject of this murder of the Zemerins, and the latter had agreed with him about it. He thought of the waiter again and decided that he was no fool, but a steady, intelligent man, though said he to himself, God knows what he may really be. In a country with which one is unfamiliar, it is difficult to understand the people one meets. He was beginning to have a passionate faith in the Russian soul, however, and what discoveries he had made in the last 6 months! What unexpected discoveries! But every soul is a mystery, and depths of mystery lie in the soul of a Russian. He had been intimate with Rogojin, for example, and a brotherly friendship had sprung up between them, yet did he really know him? What chaos and ugliness fills the world at times! What a self-satisfied rascal is that nephew of Lebedeff's! But what am I thinking? Continued the prince to himself. Can he really have committed that crime? Did he kill those 6 persons? I seem to be confusing things. How strange it all is! My head goes round. And Lebedeff's daughter, how sympathetic and charming her face was as she held the child in her arms. What an innocent look and childlike laugh she had! It is curious that I had forgotten her until now. I expect Lebedeff adores her, and I really believe, when I think of it, that as sure as he went to make four, he is fond of that nephew too. Well, why should he judge them so hastily? Could he really say what they were after one short visit? Even Lebedeff seemed an enigma today. Did he expect to find him so? He had never seen him like that before. Lebedeff and the Comtesse du Barry. Good heavens! If Rogojin should really kill someone, it would not, at any rate, be such a senseless, chaotic affair. A knife made to a special pattern, and 6 people killed in a kind of delirium. But Rogojin also had a knife made to a special pattern. Can it be that Rogojin wishes to murder anyone? The prince began to tremble violently. It is a crime on my part to imagine anything so base, with such cynical frankness. His face reddened with shame at the thought. And then there came across him, as in a flash, the memory of the incidents at the Pavlovsk station and at the other station in the morning, and the question asked him by Rogojin about the eyes and Rogojin's cross that he was even now wearing, and the benediction of Rogojin's mother, and his embrace on the darkened staircase, that last supreme renunciation, and now to find himself full of this new idea, staring into shop windows and looking round for things, how base he was! Despair overmastered his soul. He would not go on, he would go back to his hotel. He even turned and went the other way. But a moment after he changed his mind again, and went on in the old direction. Why, here he was on the Petersburg side already, quite close to the house. Where was his idea? He was marching along without it now. Yes, his malady was coming back. It was clear enough. All this gloom and heaviness, all these ideas, were nothing more nor less than a fit coming on. Perhaps he would have a fit this very day. But just now all the gloom and darkness had fled. His heart felt full of joy and hope. There was no such thing as doubt. And yes, he hadn't seen her for so long. He really must see her. He wished he could meet Rogojin. He would take his hand, and they would go to her together. His heart was pure. He was no rival of Parfen's. Tomorrow he would go and tell him that he had seen her. Why, he had only come for the sole purpose of seeing her, all the way from Moscow. Perhaps she might be here still, who knows? She might not have gone away to Pavlovsk yet. Yes, all this must be put straight and above board. There must be no more passionate renouncements, such as Rogojin's. It must all be clear as day. Cannot Rogojin's soul bear the light? He said he did not love her with sympathy and pity. True, he added that your pity is greater than my love, but he was not quite fair on himself there. Kin, Rogojin reading a book, wasn't that sympathy beginning? Did it not show that he comprehended his relations with her? And his story of waiting day and night for her forgiveness, that didn't look quite like passion alone. And as to her face, could it inspire nothing but passion? Could her face inspire passion at all now? Oh, it inspired suffering, grief, overwhelming grief of the soul. A poignant, agonizing memory swept over the prince's heart. Yes, agonizing. He remembered how he had suffered that first day when he thought he observed in her the symptoms of madness. He had almost fallen into despair. How could he have lost his hold upon her when she ran away from him to Rogojin? He ought to have run after her himself, rather than wait for news as he had done. Can Rogojin have failed to observe up to now that she is mad? Rogojin attributes her strangeness to other causes, to passion. What insane jealousy! What was it he had hinted at in that suggestion of his? The prince suddenly blushed and shuddered to his very heart. But why recall all this? There was insanity on both sides. For him, the prince, to love this woman with passion was unthinkable. It would be cruel and inhuman, yes. Rogojin is not fair to himself. He has a large heart. He has aptitude for sympathy. When he learns the truth and finds what a pitiable being is this injured, broken, half insane creature, he will forgive her all the torment she has caused him. He will become her slave, her brother, her friend. Compassion will teach even Rogojin. It will show him how to reason. Compassion is the chief law of human existence. Oh, how guilty he felt towards Rogojin! And for a few warm, hasty words spoken in Moscow, Parfen had called him brother while he— But no, this was delirium. It would all come right. That gloomy Parfen had implied that his faith was waning. He must suffer dreadfully. He said he liked to look at that picture. It was not that he liked it, but he felt the need of looking at it. Rogojin was not merely a passionate soul. He was a fighter. He was fighting for the restoration of his dying faith. He must have something to hold on to and believe, and someone to believe in. What a strange picture that of Holbein's is! Why, this is the street, and here's the house. No 16. The prince rang the bell and asked for Nastasia Philipovna. The lady of the house came out and stated that Nastasia had gone to stay with Darya Alexeyevna at Pavlovsk and might be there some days. Madame Philosoph was a little woman of 40, with a cunning face and crafty, piercing eyes. When, with an air of mystery, she asked her visitor's name, he refused at first to answer, but in a moment he changed his mind, and left strict instructions that it should be given to Nastasia Philipovna. The urgency of his request seemed to impress Madame Philosoph, and she put on a knowing expression, as if to say, "You need not be afraid. I quite understand." The prince's name evidently was a great surprise to her. He stood and looked absently at her for a moment, then turned and took the road back to his hotel. But he went away not as he came. A great change had suddenly come over him. He went blindly forward. His knees shook under him. He was tormented by ideas. His lips were blue and trembled with a feeble, meaningless smile. His demon was upon him once more. What had happened to him? Why was his brow clammy with drops of moisture, his knees shaking beneath him, and his soul oppressed with a cold gloom? Was it because he had just seen these dreadful eyes again? Why, he had left the summer garden on purpose to see them. That had been his idea. He had wished to assure himself that he would see them once more at that house. Then why was he so overwhelmed now, having seen them as he expected? Just as though he had not expected to see them. Yes, they were the very same eyes, and no doubt about it. The same that he had seen in the crowd that morning at the station, the same that he had surprised in Rogojin's rooms some hours later, when the latter had replied to his inquiry with a sneering laugh, "Well, whose eyes were they?" Then, for the third time, They had appeared just as he was getting into the train on his way to see Ablaya. He had had a strong impulse to rush up to Rogojin and repeat his words of a morning whose eyes are they. Instead he had fled from the station, and knew nothing more until he found himself gazing into the window of a cutler's shop, and wondering if a knife with a staghorn handle would cost more than 60 kopecks. And as the prince sat dreaming in the summer garden under a lime tree, a wicked demon had come and whispered in his car, "Rogojin has been spying upon you and watching you all the morning in a frenzy of desperation. When he finds you have not gone to Pavlovsk, a terrible discovery for him, he will surely go at once to that house in Petersburg Side, and watch for you there, although only this morning you gave your word of honor not to see her, and swore that you had not come to Petersburg for that purpose." And thereupon the prince had hastened off to that house, and what was there in the fact that he had met Rogojin there? He had only seen a wretched, suffering creature whose state of mind was gloomy and miserable, but most comprehensible. In the morning Rogojin had seemed to be trying to keep out of the way, but at the station this afternoon he had stood out, he had concealed himself, indeed, less than the prince himself. At the house, now, he had stood 50 yards off on the other side of the road, with folded hands, watching, plainly in view and apparently desirous of being seen. He had stood there like an accuser, like a judge, and not like a what? And why had not the prince approached him and spoken to him, instead of turning away and pretending he had seen nothing, although their eyes met? Yes, their eyes had met, and they had looked at each other. Why, he had himself wished to take Rogojin by the hand and go in together. He had himself determined to go to him on the morrow, and tell him that he had seen her. He had repudiated the demon as he walked to the house, and his heart had been full of joy. Was there something in the whole aspect of the man to-day sufficient to justify the prince's terror and the awful suspicions of his demon? Something seen, but indescribable, which filled him with dreadful presentiments. Yes, he was convinced of it. Convinced of what? Oh, how mean and hideous of him to feel this conviction, this presentiment! How he blamed himself for it! Speak, if you dare, and tell me, what is the presentiment? He repeated to himself over and over again. Put it into words, speak out clearly and distinctly. Oh, miserable coward that I am! The prince flushed with shame for his own baseness. How shall I ever look this man in the face again? My God, what a day! And what a nightmare, what a nightmare! There was a moment, during this long, wretched walk back from the Petersburg Side, when the prince felt an irresistible desire to go straight to Rogojin's, wait for him, embraced him with tears of shame and contrition, and tell him of his distrust, and finish with it, once for all. But here he was back at his hotel. How often during the day he had thought of this hotel with loathing, its corridor, its rooms, its stairs. How he had dreaded coming back to it, for some reason. What a regular old woman I am to-day, he had said to himself each time, with annoyance. I believe in every foolish presentiment that comes into my head. He stopped for a moment at the door. A great flush of shame came over him. I am a coward, a wretched coward, he said, and moved forward again. But once more he paused. Among all the incidents of the day, one recurred to his mind to the exclusion of the rest. Although now that his self-control was regained, and he was no longer under the influence of a nightmare, he was able to think of it calmly. It concerned the knife on Rogojin's table. Why should not Rogojin have as many knives on his table as he chooses? Thought the prince, wondering at his suspicions, as he had done when he found himself looking into the cutler's window. What could it have to do with me? He said to himself again, and stopped as if rooted to the ground by a kind of paralysis of limb such as attacks people under the stress of some humiliating recollection. The doorway was dark and gloomy at any time, but just at this moment it was rendered doubly so by the fact that the thunderstorm had just broken and the rain was coming down in torrents. And in the semi-darkness the prince distinguished a man standing close to the stairs, apparently waiting. There was nothing particularly significant in the fact that a man was standing back in the doorway, waiting to come out or go upstairs. But the prince felt an irresistible conviction that he knew this man, and that it was Rogojin. The man moved on up the stairs. A moment later the prince passed up them too. His heart froze within him. In a minute or two I shall know all, he thought. The staircase led to the first and second corridors of the hotel, along which lay the guests' bedrooms, as is often the case in Petersburg houses. It was narrow and very dark, and turned around a massive stone column. On the first landing, which was as small as the necessary turn of the stairs allowed, there was a niche in the column about half a yard wide, and in this niche the prince felt convinced that a man stood concealed. He thought he could distinguish a figure standing there. He would pass by quickly and not look. He took a step forward, but could bear the uncertainty no longer, and turned his head. The eyes, the same two eyes, met his. The man concealed in the niche had also taken a step forward. For 1 second they stood face to face. Suddenly the prince caught the man by the shoulder and twisted him round towards the light, so that he might see his face more clearly. Rogojin's eyes flashed, and a smile of insanity distorted his countenance. His right hand was raised, and something glittered in it. The prince did not think of trying to stop it. All he could remember afterwards was that he seemed to have called out, "Parfen, I won't believe it." Next moment something appeared to burst open before him. A wonderful inner light illuminated his soul. This lasted perhaps half a second, yet he distinctly remembered hearing the beginning of the wail, the strange, dreadful wail, which burst from his lips of its own accord, and which no effort of will on his part could suppress. Next moment he was absolutely unconscious. Black darkness blotted out everything. He had fallen in an epileptic fit. As is well known, these fits occur instantaneously. The face, especially the eyes, become terribly disfigured, convulsions seize the limbs, a terrible cry breaks from the sufferer, a wail from which everything human seems to be blotted out, so that it is impossible to believe that the man who has just fallen is the same who emitted the dreadful cry. It seems more as though some other being, inside the stricken one, had cried. Many people have borne witness to this impression, and many cannot behold an epileptic fit without a feeling of mysterious terror and dread. Such a feeling, we must suppose, overtook Rogojin at this moment, and saved the prince's life. Not knowing that it was a fit, and seeing his victim disappear head foremost into the darkness, hearing his head strike the stone steps below with a crash, Rogojin rushed downstairs, skirting the body, and flung himself headlong out of the hotel, like a raving madman. The prince's body slipped convulsively down the steps till it rested at the bottom. Very soon, in 5 minutes or so, he was discovered, and a crowd collected around him. A pool of blood on the steps near his head gave rise to grave fears. Was it a case of accident, or had there been a crime? It was, however, soon recognized as a case of epilepsy, and identification and proper measures for restoration followed one another, owing to a fortunate circumstance. Kolya Evaldin had come back to his hotel about 7 o'clock, owing to a sudden impulse which made him refuse to dine at the Epanchins', and, finding a note from the prince awaiting him, had sped away to the latter's address. Arrived there, he ordered a cup of tea and sat sipping it in the coffee-room. While there he heard excited whispers of some one just found at the bottom of the stairs in a fit, upon which he had hurried to the spot with a presentiment of evil, and at once recognized the prince, The sufferer was immediately taken to his room, and though he partially regained consciousness, he lay long in a semi-dazed condition. The doctor stated that there was no danger to be apprehended from the wound on the head, and as soon as the prince could understand what was going on around him, Kalia hired a carriage and took him away to Lebedeff's. There he was received with much cordiality, and the departure to the country was hastened on his account. 3 days later they were all at Pavlovsk. Chapter 6. Lebedeff's country house was not large, but it was pretty inconvenient, especially the part which was let to the prince. A row of orange and lemon trees and jasmines, planted in green tubs, stood on the fairly wide terrace. According to Lebedeff, these trees gave the house a most delightful aspect. Some were there when he bought it, and he was so charmed with the effect that he promptly added to their number. When the tubs containing these plants arrived at the villa and were set in their places, Lebedeff kept running into the street to enjoy the view of the house, and every time he did so the rent to be demanded from the future tenant went up with a bound. This country villa pleased the prince very much in his state of physical and mental exhaustion. On the day that they left for Pavlovsk, that is, the day after his attack, he appeared almost well, though in reality he felt very far from it. The faces of those around him for the last 3 days had made a pleasant impression. He was pleased to see not only Kalia, who had become his inseparable companion, but Lebedeff himself and all the family, except the nephew, who had left the house. He was also glad to receive a visit from General Ivaldin before leaving St. Petersburg. It was getting late when the party arrived at Pavlovsk, but several people called to see the prince, and assembled in the veranda. Gania was the first to arrive. He had grown so pale and thin that the prince could hardly recognize him. Then came Varia and Ptitsin, who were rusticating in the neighborhood. As to General Ivaldin, he scarcely budged from Lebedeff's house, and seemed to have moved to Pavlovsk with him. Lebedeff did his best to keep Ardalion Alexandrovitch by him, and to prevent him from invading the prince's quarters. He chatted with him confidentially, so that they might have been taken for old friends. During those 3 days the prince had noticed that they frequently held long conversations. He often heard their voices raised in argument on deep and learned subjects, which evidently pleased Lebedeff. He seemed as if he could not do without the general. But it was not only Ardalion Alexandrovitch who Lebedeff kept out of the prince's way. Since they had come to the villa he treated his own family the same. Upon the pretext that his tenant needed quiet, he kept him almost in isolation, and Mushkin protested in vain against this excess of zeal. Lebedeff stamped his feet at his daughters and drove them away if they attempted to join the prince on the terrace. Not even Vera was excepted. They will lose all respect if they are allowed to be so free and easy. Besides, it is not proper for them, he declared at last, in answer to a direct question from the prince. "Why on earth not?" asked the latter. "Really, you know, you are making yourself a nuisance by keeping guard over me like this. I get bored all by myself. I have told you so over and over again, and you get on my nerves more than ever by waving your hands and creeping in and out in the mysterious way you do." It was a fact that Lebedeff, though he was so anxious to keep everyone else from disturbing the patient, was continually in and out of the prince's room himself. He invariably began by opening the door a crack and peering in to see if the prince was there, or if he had escaped. Then he would creep softly up to the armchair, sometimes making Mushkin jump by his sudden appearance. He always asked if the patient wanted anything, and when the latter replied that he only wanted to be left in peace, he would turn away obediently and make for the door on tiptoe, with deprecatory gestures to imply that he had only just looked in, that he would not speak a word, and would go away and not intrude again. which did not prevent him from reappearing in 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour. Kolya had free access to the prince, at which Lebedev was quite disgusted and indignant. He would listen at the door for half an hour at a time while the two were talking. Kolya found this out, and naturally told the prince of his discovery. "Do you think yourself my master, that you try to keep me under lock and key like this?" said the prince to Lebedev. "In the country, at least, I intend to be free, and you may make up your mind that I mean to see whom I like and go where I please." "Why, of course," replied the clerk, gesticulating with his hands. The prince looked him sternly up and down. "Well, Lukian Timofeyovitch, have you brought the little cupboard that you had at the head of your bed with you here?" "No, I left it where it was." "Impossible. It cannot be moved. You would have to pull the wall down. It is so firmly fixed." "Perhaps you have one like it here?" "I have one that is even better, much better. That is really why I bought this house. Ah! What visitor did you turn away from my door about an hour ago?" "But the general." "I would not let him in. There is no need for him to visit you, prince. I have the deepest esteem for him. He is a great man. You don't believe it? Well, you will see. And yet, most excellent prince, you had much better not receive him." "May I ask why? And also why you walk about on tiptoe, and always seem as if you were going to whisper a secret in my ear whenever you come near me?" "I am vile, vile. I know it," cried Lebedev, beating his breast with a contrite air. "But will not the general be too hospitable for you?" "Too hospitable, yes. First, he proposes to come and live in my house. Well and good, but he sticks at nothing. He immediately makes himself one of the family. We have talked over our respective relations several times, and discover that we are connected by marriage. It seems also that you are a sort of nephew on his mother's side. He was explaining it to me again only yesterday. If you are his nephew, it follows that I must also be a relation of yours, most excellent prince. Never mind about that, it is only a foible. But just now he assured me at all his life, from the day he was made an ensign to the 11th of last June, he has entertained at least 200 guests at his table every day. Finally, he went so far as to say that they never rose from the table. They dined, supped, and had tea for 15 hours at a stretch. This went on for 30 years without a break. There was barely time to change the tablecloth. Directly one person left, another took his place. On feast days he entertained as many as 300 guests, and they numbered 700 on the 1000th anniversary of the foundation of the Russian Empire. It amounts to a passion with him. It makes one uneasy to hear of it. It is terrible to have to entertain people who do things on such a scale. That is why I wonder whether such a man is not too hospitable for you and me. But you seem to be on the best of terms with him." "Quite fraternal. I look upon it as a joke. Let us be brothers-in-law. It is all the same to me, rather an honor than not. But in spite of the 200 guests and the 1000th anniversary of the Russian Empire, I can see that he is a very remarkable man. I am quite sincere. You said just now that I always looked as if I was going to tell you a secret. You are right. I have a secret to tell you. A certain person has just let me know that she is very anxious for a secret interview with you." "Why should it be secret?" "Not at all. I will call on her myself tomorrow." "No, oh no!" cried Lebedev, waving his arms. "If she is afraid, it is not for the reason you think. By the way, do you know that the monster comes every day to inquire after your health? You call him a monster so often that it makes me suspicious." "You must have no suspicions, none whatever," said Lebedev quickly. I only want you to know that the person in question is not afraid of him, but of something quite different." "What on earth is she afraid of then? Tell me plainly, without any more beating about the Boche," said the prince, exasperated by the other's mysterious grimaces. "Ah, that is the secret," said Lebedeff with a smile. "Whose secret? Yours. You forbade me yourself to mention it before you, most excellent prince," murmured Lebedeff. Then, satisfied that he had worked up Mushkin's curiosity to the highest pitch, he added abruptly, "She is afraid of Aglaia Ivanovna." The prince frowned for a moment in silence, and then said suddenly, "Really, Lebedeff, I must leave your house. Where are Gavrila Ardalionovitch and the Ptitsins? Are they here? Have you chased them away too?" "They are coming, they are coming. And the general as well. I will open all the doors. I will call all my daughters, all of them, this very minute," said Lebedeff in a low voice, thoroughly frightened, and waving his hands as he ran from door to door. At that moment Colia appeared on the terrace. He announced that Lizabetha Prokofievna and her three daughters were close behind him. Moved by this news, Lebedeff hurried up to the prince. "Shall I call the Ptitsins and Gavrila Ardalionovitch? Shall I let the general in?" he asked. "Why not? Let in anyone who wants to see me. I assure you, Lebedeff, you have misunderstood my position from the very first." "You have been wrong all along." "I have not the slightest reason to hide myself from anyone," replied the prince gaily. Seeing him laugh, Lebedeff thought fit to laugh also, and though which agitated his satisfaction was quite visible. Colia was right. The Epanchin ladies were only a few steps behind him. As they approached the terrace, other visitors appeared from Lebedeff's side of the house, the Ptitsins, Yenia, and Ardalian Alexandrovitch. The Epanchins had only just heard of the prince's illness and of his presence in Pavlovsk from Colia, and up to this time had been in a state of considerable bewilderment about him. The general brought the prince's card down from town, and Mrs. Epanchin had felt convinced that he himself would follow his card at once. She was much excited. In vain the girls assured her that a man who had not written for 6 months would not be in such a dreadful hurry, and that probably he had enough to do in town without needing to bustle down to Pavlovsk to see them. Their mother was quite angry at the very idea of such a thing, and announced her absolute conviction that he would turn up the next day at latest. So next day the prince was expected all the morning, and at dinner, tea, and supper. And when he did not appear in the evening, Mrs. Epanchin quarrelled with every one in the house, finding plenty of pretexts without so much as mentioning the prince's name. On the third day there was no talk of him at all, until Aglaia remarked at dinner, "Mamma is cross because the prince hasn't turned up," to which the general replied that it was not his fault. Mrs. Epanchin misunderstood the observation, and rising from her place, she left the room in majestic wrath. In the evening, however, Colia came with the story of the prince's adventures, so far as he knew them. Mrs. Epanchin was triumphant, although Colia had to listen to a long lecture. "He idles about here the whole day long. One can't get rid of him. And then when he is wanted he does not come. He might have sent a line if he did not wish to inconvenience himself." At the words, "one can't get rid of him," Colia was very angry, and nearly flew into a rage. But he resolved to be quiet for the time, and show his resentment later. If the words had been less offensive he might have forgiven them. So pleased was he to see Elizabeth Prokofievna worried and anxious about the prince's illness. She would have insisted on sending to Petersburg at once for a certain great medical celebrity, but her daughters dissuaded her, though they were not willing to stay behind when she at once prepared to go and visit the invalid. Aglaia, however, suggested that it was a little unceremonious to go en masse to see him. "Very well, then, stay at home," said Mrs. Epanchin, "and a good thing too, for Evgeny Pavlovitch is coming down, and there will be no one at home to receive him." Of course, after this, Aglaya went with the rest. In fact, she had never had the slightest intention of doing otherwise. Prince S., who was in the house, was requested to escort the ladies. He had been much interested when he first heard of the prince from the Epanchins. It appeared that they had known one another before, and had spent some time together in a little provincial town 3 months ago. Prince S. had greatly taken to him, and was delighted with the opportunity of meeting him again. The general had not come down from town as yet, nor had Evgeny Pavlovitch arrived. It was not more than 200 or 300 yards from the Epanchin's house to Lebedeff's. The first disagreeable impression experienced by Mrs. Epanchin was to find the prince surrounded by a whole assembly of other guests, not to mention the fact that some of those present were particularly detestable in her eyes. The next annoying circumstance was when an apparently strong and healthy young fellow, well dressed and smiling, came forward to meet her on the terrace, instead of the half-dying unfortunate whom she had expected to see. She was astonished and vexed, and her disappointment pleased Colia immensely. Of course, he could have undeceived her before she started, but the mischievous boy had been careful not to do that, foreseeing the probably laughable disgust she would experience when she found her dear friend, the prince, in good health. Colia was indelicate enough to voice the delight he felt at his success in managing to annoy Elizabeth Prokofievna, with whom, in spite of their really amicable relations, he was constantly sparring. "Just wait a while, my boy," said she. "Don't be too certain of your triumph." And she sat down heavily in the armchair pushed forward by the prince. Lebedeff, Ptitsin, and General Ovaltin hastened to find chairs for the young ladies. Varia greeted them joyfully, and they exchanged confidences in ecstatic whispers. "I must admit, Prince, I was a little put out to see you up and about like this. I expected to find you in bed. But I give you my word, I was only annoyed for an instant, before I collected my thoughts properly. I am always wiser on second thoughts, and I dare say you are the same. I assure you I am as glad to see you well as though you were my own son. Yes, and more. And if you don't believe me, the more shame to you, and it's not my fault. But that spiteful boy delights in playing all sorts of tricks. You are his patron, it seemeth well. I warn you that one fine morning I shall deprive myself of the pleasure of his further acquaintance." "What have I done wrong now?" cried Colia. "What was the good of telling you that the prince was nearly well again? You would not have believed me. It was so much more interesting to picture him on his deathbed." "How long do you remain here, prince?" asked Madame Epanchin. "All the summer, and perhaps longer." "You are alone, aren't you? Not married?" "No, I'm not married," replied the prince, smiling at the ingenuousness of this little feeler. "Oh, you needn't laugh. These things do happen, you know. Now then, why didn't you come to us? We have a wing quite empty. But just as you like, of course. Do you lease it from him? This fellow, I mean," she added, nodding towards Lebedeff. "And why does he always riddle so?" At that moment Vera, carrying the baby in her arms as usual, came out of the house onto the terrace. Lebedeff kept fidgeting among the chairs, and did not seem to know what to do with himself, though he had no intention of going away. He no sooner caught sight of his daughter than he rushed in her direction, waving his arms to keep her away. He even forgot himself so far as to stamp his foot. "Is he mad?" asked Madame Epanchin suddenly. "No, he." "Perhaps he is drunk. Your company is rather peculiar," she added, with a glance at the other guests. "But what a pretty girl! Who is she?" "That is Lebedeff's daughter, Vera Lukianovna. Indeed, she looks very sweet. I should like to make her acquaintance." The words were hardly out of her mouth when Lebedeff dragged Vera forward in order to present her. "Orphans, poor orphans," he began in a pathetic voice. "The child she carries is an orphan, too. She is Vera's sister, my daughter Lubov. The day this babe was born, 6 weeks ago, my wife died, by the will of God Almighty. Yes, Vera takes her mother's place, though she is but her sister. Nothing more. Nothing more. And you are nothing more than a fool, if you'll excuse me. Well, well, you know that yourself, I expect," said the lady indignantly. Lebedeff bowed low. "It is the truth," he replied with extreme respect. "Oh, Mr. Lebedeff, I am told you lecture on the Apocalypse." "Is it true?" asked Aglaia. "Yes, that is so." "For the last 15 years." "I have heard of you, and I think read of you in the newspapers." No, that was another commentator whom the papers named. "He is dead, however, and I have taken his place," said the other, much delighted. "We are neighbors, so will you be so kind as to come over one day and explain the Apocalypse to me?" said Aglaia. "I do not understand it in the least." "Allow me to warn you," interposed General Evalden, "that he is the greatest charlatan on earth." He had taken the chair next to the girl, and was impatient to begin talking. "No doubt there are pleasures and amusements peculiar to the country," he continued, "and to listen to a pretended student holding forth on the book of the Revelations may be as good as any other. It may even be original, but— You seem to be looking at me with some surprise. May I introduce myself, General Evalden? I carried you in my arms as a baby." "Delighted, I'm sure," said Aglaia. "I am acquainted with Varvara Ardalionovna and Nina Alexandrovna." She was trying hard to restrain herself from laughing. Mrs. Epanchin flushed up. Some accumulation of spleen in her suddenly needed an outlet. She could not bear this General Evalden, whom she had once known, long ago in society. "You are deviating from the truth, sir, as usual," she remarked, boiling over with indignation. "You never carried her in your life." "You have forgotten, mother," said Aglaia suddenly. "He really did carry me about. Intver, you know. I was 6 years old, I remember. He made me a bow and arrow, and I shot a pigeon. Don't you remember shooting a pigeon, you and I, one day?" "Yes, and he made me a cardboard helmet and a little wooden sword. I remember," said Etelida. "Yes, I remember too," said Alexandra. "You quarrelled about the wounded pigeon, and Adelaida was put in the corner, and stood there with her helmet and sword and all." The poor general had merely made the remark about having carried Aglaia in his arms because he always did so begin a conversation with young people. But it happened at this time he had really hit upon the truth, though he had himself entirely forgotten the fact. But when Adelaida and Aglaia recalled the episode of the pigeon, his mind became filled with memories, and it is impossible to describe how this poor old man, usually half drunk, was moved by the recollection. I remember it all," he cried. "I was captain then. You were such a lovely little thing, Nina Alexandrovna. Dania, listen. I was received then by General Epanchin." "Yes, and look what you have come to now," interrupted Mrs. Epanchin. "However, I see you have not quite drunk your better feelings away. But you've broken your wife's heart, sir, and instead of looking after your children, you have spent your time in public houses and debtors' prisons. Go away, my friend. Stand in some corner and weep, and bemoan your fallen dignity, and perhaps God will forgive you yet. Go, go! I'm serious. There's nothing so favorable for repentance as to think of the past with feelings of remorse." There was no need to repeat that she was serious. The General, like all drunkards, was extremely emotional and easily touched by recollections of his better days. He rose and walked quietly to the door, so meekly that Mrs. Apfanchen was instantly sorry for him. "Ardalion Alexandrovitch," she cried after him, "wait a moment. We are all sinners. When you feel that your conscience reproaches you a little less, come over to me and we'll have a talk about the past. I dare say I am 50 times more of a sinner than you are. And now go, go, by, you had better not stay here," she added in alarm as he turned as though to come back. "Don't go after him just now, Kolya, or he'll be vexed, and the benefit of this moment will be lost," said the prince as the boy was hurrying out of the room. "Quite true. Much better to go in half an hour or so," said Mrs. Epanchin. "That's what comes of telling the truth for once in one's life," said Lebedeff. It reduced him to tears. "Come, come! The less you say about it the better, to judge from all I have heard about you," replied Mrs. Epanchin. The prince took the first opportunity of informing the Epanchin ladies that he had intended to pay them a visit that day, if they had not themselves come this afternoon, and Elizabeth Prokofievna replied that she hoped he would still do so. By this time some of the visitors had disappeared. Tixon had tactfully retreated to Lebedeff's wing, and Gania soon followed him. The latter had behaved modestly, but with dignity, on this occasion of his first meeting with the Epanchins since the rupture. Twice Mrs. Epanchin had deliberately examined him from head to foot, but he had stood fire without flinching. He was certainly much changed, as anyone could see who had not met him for some time, and this fact seemed to afford Aglaya a good deal of satisfaction. "That was Gavrila Ardalionovitch, who just went out, wasn't it?" she asked suddenly, interrupting somebody else's conversation to make the remark. "Yes, it was," said the prince. "I hardly knew him. He is much changed, and for the better." "I am very glad," said the prince. "He has been very ill," added Varia. "How has he changed for the better?" asked Mrs. Epanchin. "I don't see any change for the better. What's better in him? Where did you get that idea from? What's better?" "There's nothing better than the poor knight," said Kulia, who was standing near the last speaker's chair. "I quite agree with you there," said Prince S., laughing. "So do I," said Adelaide solemnly. "What poor knight?" asked Mrs. Epanchin, looking round at the face of each of the speakers in turn. Seeing, however, that Aglaya was blushing, she added angrily, "What nonsense you're all talking! What do you mean by poor knight?" "It's not the first time this urchin, your favourite, has shown his impudence by twisting other people's words," said Aglaya haughtily. "Every time that Aglaya showed temper, and this was very often, there was so much childish pouting, such schoolgirlishness, as it were, in her apparent wrath, and it was impossible to avoid smiling at her, to her own unutterable indignation. On these occasions she would say, 'How dare they laugh at me?' This time every one laughed at her, her sisters, Prince S., Prince Mushkin, though he himself had flushed for some reason, and Kolya. Aglaya was dreadfully indignant, and looked twice as pretty in her wrath. 'He's always twisting round what one says,' she cried. 'I'm only repeating your own exclamation,' said Kolya. 'A month ago you were turning over the pages of your Don Quixote, and suddenly called out there is nothing better than the poor knight. I don't know whom you were referring to, of course, whether to Don Quixote or Evgenie Pavlovitch or someone else, but you certainly said these words, and afterwards there was a long conversation. You are inclined to go a little too far, my good boy, with your guesses," said Mrs. Epanchin, with some show of annoyance. "But it's not I alone," cried Colia. "They all talked about it, and they do still. Why, just now Prince S. and Adeleda Ivanovna declared that they upheld the poor knight. So evidently there does exist a poor knight. And if it were not for Adeleda Ivanovna, we should have known long ago who the poor knight was." "Why, how am I to blame?" asked Adeleda, smiling. "You wouldn't draw his portrait for us. That's why you are to blame. Aglaya Ivanovna asked you to draw his portrait, and gave you the whole subject of the picture. She invented it herself, and you wouldn't. What was I to draw? According to the lines she quoted. From his face he never lifted that eternal mask of steel. What sort of a face was I to draw? I couldn't draw a mask." "I don't know what you are driving at. What mask do you mean?" said Mrs. Epanchin irritably. She began to see pretty clearly, though, what it meant, and whom they referred to by the generally accepted title of poor knight. But what specially annoyed her was that the prince was looking so uncomfortable, and blushing like a 10-year-old child. "Well, have you finished your silly joke?" she added, "and am I to be told what this poor knight means, or is it a solemn secret which cannot be approached lightly?" But they all laughed on. "It's simply that there is a Russian poem," began Princess, evidently anxious to change the conversation, a strange thing, without beginning or end, and all about a poor knight. "A month or so ago we were all talking and laughing, and looking up a subject for one of Adeleda's pictures. You know it is the principal business of this family to find subjects for Adeleda's pictures. Well, we happened upon this poor knight. I don't remember who thought of it first. Oh, Aglaya Ivanovna did," said Colia. "Very likely. I don't recollect," continued Princess. "Some of us laughed at the subject. Some liked it. But she declared that, in order to make a picture of the gentleman, she must first see his face. We then began to think over all our friends' faces to see if any of them would do, and none suited us, and so the matter stood. That's all. I don't know why Nikolai Ardalionovitch has brought up the joke now. What was appropriate and funny then has quite lost all interest by this time." "Probably there's some new silliness about it," said Mrs. Epanchin sarcastically. "There is no silliness about it at all, only the profoundest respect," said Aglaya very seriously. She had quite recovered her temper. In fact, from certain signs, it was fair to conclude that she was delighted to see this joke going so far, and a careful observer might have remarked that her satisfaction dated from the moment when the fact of the prince's confusion became apparent to all. Profoundest respect! What nonsense! First insane giggling, and then, all of a sudden, a display of profoundest respect. Why respect? Tell me at once, why have you suddenly developed this profound respect, Egg? "Because," replied Aglaya gravely, "in the poem the knight is described as a man capable of living up to an ideal all his life. That sort of thing is not to be found every day among the men of our times. In the poem it is not stated exactly what the ideal was, but it was evidently some vision, some revelation of pure beauty, and the knight wore round his neck, instead of a scarf, a rosary, id device, ANB, the meaning of which is not explained, was inscribed on his shield. No A and D. Corrected, Colia, I say ANB. And so it shall be," cried Aglaya irritably. Anyway, the poor knight did not care what his lady was, or what she did. He had chosen his ideal, and he was bound to serve her and break plans for her and acknowledge her as the ideal of pure beauty, whatever she might say or do afterwards. If she had taken to stealing, he would have championed her just the same. I think the poet desired to embody in this one picture the whole spirit of medieval chivalry and the platonic love of a pure and high-souled knight. Of course it's all an ideal, and in the poor knight that spirit reached the utmost limit of asceticism. He is a Don Quixote, only serious and not comical. I used not to understand him and laughed at him, but now I love the poor knight and respect his actions." So ended Aglaia, and to look at her it was difficult, indeed, to judge whether she was joking or in earnest. Who? He was a fool, and his actions were the actions of a fool, said Mrs. Epanchin. And as for you, young woman, you ought to know better. At all events, you are not to talk like that again. What poem is it? Recite it. I want to hear this poem. I have hated poetry all my life. Prince, you must excuse this nonsense. We neither of us like this sort of thing. Be patient. They certainly were put out, both of them. The prince tried to say something, but he was too confused and could not get his words out. Aglaia, who had taken such liberties in her little speech, was the only person present, perhaps, who was not in the least embarrassed. She seemed, in fact, quite pleased. She now rose solemnly from her seat, walked to the centre of the terrace, and stood in front of the prince's chair. All looked on with some surprise, and Prince S. and her sisters with feelings of decided alarm, to see what new frolic she was up to. They had gone quite far enough already, they thought. But Aglaia evidently thoroughly enjoyed the affectation and ceremony with which she was introducing the recitation of the poem. Mrs. Epanchin was just wondering whether she would not forbid the performance after all, when, at the very moment that Aglaia commenced her declamation, two new guests, both talking loudly, entered from the street. The new arrivals were General Epanchin and a young man. Their entrance caused some slight commotion. Chapter 7. The young fellow accompanying the general was about 28, tall and well built, with a handsome and clever face, and bright black eyes, full of fun and intelligence. Aglaia did not so much as glance at the new arrivals, but went on with her recitation, gazing at the prince the while in an affected manner, and at him alone. It was clear to him that she was doing all this with some special object. But the new guests at least somewhat eased his strained and uncomfortable position. Seeing them approaching, he rose from his chair, and nodding amicably to the general, signed to him not to interrupt the recitation. He then got behind his chair, and stood there with his left hand resting on the back of it. Thanks to this change of position, he was able to listen to the ballad with far less embarrassment than before. Mrs. Epanchin had also twice motioned to the new arrivals to be quiet and stay where they were. The prince was much interested in the young man who had just entered. He easily concluded that this was Evgeny Pavlovitch Radomski, of whom he had already heard mention several times. He was puzzled, however, by the young man's plain clothes, for he had always heard of Evgeny Pavlovitch as a military man. An ironical smile played on Evgeny's lips all the while the recitation was proceeding, which showed that he, too, was probably in the secret of the poor knight joke. But it had become quite a different matter with Aglaia. All the affectation of manner which she had displayed at the beginning disappeared as the ballad proceeded. She spoke the lines in so serious and exalted a manner, and with so much taste, that she even seemed to justify the exaggerated solemnity with which she had stepped forward. It was impossible to discern in her now anything but a deep feeling for the spirit of the poem which she had undertaken to interpret. Her eyes were aglow with inspiration, and a slight tremor of rapture passed over her lovely features once or twice. She continued to recite. Once there came a vision glorious, mystic, dreadful, wondrous fair, burned itself into his spirit, and abode for ever there. Nevermore from that sweet moment gazed he on womankind. He wisdom to love and wooing, and to all their graces blind. Full of love for that sweet vision, brave and pure, he took the field. With his blood he stained the letters N.P.B. upon his shield. Lumen Caelum Santa Rosa. Shouting on the foe he fell, and like thunder rang his war cry o'er the cowering infidel. Then within his distant castle, home returned, he dreamed his days, silent, sad, and when death took him he was mad, the legend says. When recalling all this afterwards, the prince could not for the life of him understand how to reconcile the beautiful, sincere, pure nature of the girl with the irony of this jest. That it was a jest there was no doubt whatever. He knew that well enough, and had good reason, too, for his conviction. For during her recitation of the ballad Aglaé had deliberately changed the letters A and B into NPB. He was quite sure she had not done this by accident, and that his ears had not deceived him. At all events her performance, which was a joke, of course, if rather a crude one, was premeditated. They had evidently talked and laughed over the poor knight for more than a month. Yet Aglaé had brought out these letters N.P.B. not only without the slightest appearance of irony or even any particular accentuation, but with so even and unbroken an appearance of seriousness that assuredly any one might have supposed that these initials were the original ones written in the ballad. The thing made an uncomfortable impression upon the prince. Of course Mrs. Ekbanchen saw nothing either in the change of initials or in the insinuation embodied therein. General Ekbanchen only knew that there was a recitation of verses going on, and took no further interest in the matter. Of the rest of the audience, many had understood the allusion, had wondered both at the daring of the lady and at the motive underlying it, but tried to show no sign of their feelings. But Evgenie Pavlovitch, as the prince was ready to wager, both comprehended, and tried his best to show that he comprehended. His smile was too mocking to leave any doubt on that point. "How beautiful that is!" cried Mrs. Ekbanchen, with sincere admiration. "Whose is it?" "Pushkin's, mamma, of course. Don't disgrace us all by showing your ignorance," said Adelaida. "As soon as we reach home, give it to me to read. I don't think we have a copy of Pushkin in the house." "There are a couple of torn volumes somewhere. They have been lying about from time immemorial," added Alexandra. "Send Fyodor, or I'll lift you up by the very first train to buy a copy then. Aglaé, come here. Kiss me, dear. You recited beautifully. But," she added in a whisper, "if you were sincere, I am sorry for you. If it was a joke, I do not approve of the feelings which prompted you to do it, and in any case you would have done far better not to recite it at all. Do you understand? Now come along, young woman. We've sat here too long. I'll speak to you about this another time." Meanwhile the prince took the opportunity of greeting General Ekbanchen, and the general introduced Evgenie Pavlovitch to him. "I caught him up on the way to your house," explained the general. "He had heard that we were all here." "Yes, and I heard that you were here, too," added Evgenie Pavlovitch. "And since I had long promised myself the pleasure of seeking not only your acquaintance but your friendship, I did not wish to waste time, but came straight on. I am sorry to hear that you are unwell." "Oh, but I'm quite well now, thank you, and very glad to make your acquaintance. Prince S. has often spoken to me about you," said Mushkin, and for an instant the two men looked intently into one another's eyes. The prince remarked that Evgenie Pavlovitch's plain clothes had evidently made a great impression upon the company present, so much so that all other interests seemed to be effaced before this surprising fact. His change of dress was evidently a matter of some importance. Adeleda and Alexandra poured out a stream of questions. Princess, a relative of the young man, appeared annoyed, and Ivan Fedorovitch quite excited. Adlaya alone was not interested. She merely looked closely at Evgenie for a minute, curious perhaps as to whether civil or military clothes became him best, then turned away and paid no more attention to him or his costume. Lizabetha Prokofievna asked no questions, but it was clear that she was uneasy, and the Prince fancied that Evgenie was not in her good graces. "He has astonished me," said Ivan Fedorovitch. "I nearly fell down with surprise. I could hardly believe my eyes when I met him in Petersburg just now. Why this haste? That's what I want to know. He has always said himself that there is no need to break windows." Evgenie Pavlovitch remarked here that he had spoken of his intention of leaving the service long ago. He had, however, always made more or less of a joke about it, so no one had taken him seriously. For that matter, he joked about everything, and his friends never knew what to believe, especially if he did not wish them to understand him. "I have only retired for a time," said he, laughing, "for a few months, at most for a year. But there is no necessity for you to retire at all," complained the general, "as far as I know. I want to go and look after my country estates. You advised me to do that yourself," was the reply, "and then I wish to go abroad." After a few more expostulations, the conversation drifted into other channels, but the prince, who had been an attentive listener, thought all this excitement about so small a matter very curious. "There must be more in it than appears," he said to himself. "I see the poor knight has come on the scene again," said Evgenie Pavlovitch, stepping to Aglaya's side. To the amazement of the prince, who overheard the remark, Aglaya looked haughtily and inquiringly at the questioner, as though she would give him to know, once for all, that there could be no talk between them about the poor knight, and that she did not understand his question. "But not now. It is too late to send to town for a pushkin now. It is much too late, I say," Colia was exclaiming in a loud voice. "I have told you so at least 100 times." "Yes, it is really much too late to send to town now," said Evgenie Pavlovitch, who had escaped from Aglaya as rapidly as possible. "I am sure the shops are shut in Petersburg. It is past 8 o'clock," he added, looking at his watch. "We have done without him so far," interrupted Adeleda in her turn. "Surely we can wait until to-morrow." "Besides," said Colia, "it is quite unusual, almost improper, for people in our position to take any interest in literature. Ask Evgenie Pavlovitch if I am not right. It is much more fashionable to drive a wagonette with red wheels." "You got that from some magazine," Colia remarked to Adelaida. "He gets most of his conversation in that way," laughed Evgenie Pavlovitch. "He borrows whole phrases from the reviews. I have long had the pleasure of knowing both Nikolai Ardalionovitch and his conversational methods, but this time he was not repeating something he had read. He was alluding, no doubt, to my yellow wagonette, which has or had red wheels. But I have exchanged it, so you are rather behind the times, Colia." The prince had been listening attentively to Radomski's words, and thought his manner very pleasant. When Colia chaffed him about his wagonette, he had replied with perfect equality and in a friendly fashion. This pleased Mushkin. At this moment Vera came up to Lizabetha Prokofievna, carrying several large and beautifully bound books, apparently quite new. "What is it?" demanded the lady. "This is Pushkin," replied the girl. Papa told me to offer it to you. What? Impossible!" exclaimed Mrs. Epanchin. "Not as a present, not as a present. I should not have taken the liberty," said Lebedeff, appearing suddenly from behind his daughter. "It is our own Pushkin, our family copied, Anenkov's edition. It could not be bought now. I beg to suggest, with great respect, that your Excellency should buy it, and thus quench the noble literary thirst which is consuming you at this moment," he concluded grandiloquently. "Oh, if you will sell it, very good, and thank you. You shall not be a loser. But for goodness' sake, don't twist about like that, sir. I have heard of you. They tell me you are a very learned person. We must have a talk one of these days. You will bring me the books yourself." "With the greatest respect and veneration," replied Lebedeff, making extraordinary grimaces. "Well, bring them, with or without respect, provided always you do not drop them on the way. But on the condition," went on the lady, looking full at him, "that you do not cross my threshold. I do not intend to receive you today. You may send your daughter Vera at once, if you like. I am much pleased with her." "Why don't you tell him about them?" said Vera impatiently to her father. "They will come in, whether you announce them or not, and they are beginning to make a row. Lev Nikolevitch," she addressed herself to the prince, "for men are here asking for you. They have waited some time, and are beginning to make a fuss, and papa will not bring them in." "Who are these people?" said the prince. "They say that they have come on business, and they are the kind of men who, if you do not see them here, will follow you about the street. It would be better to receive them, and then you will bet of them. Gavrila Ardalionovitch and Titsin are both there, trying to make them hear reason." "Pavlicheff's son. It is not worth while," cried Lebedeff. "There is no necessity to see them, and it would be most unpleasant for your Excellency. They do not deserve what?" "Pavlicheff's son," cried the prince, much perturbed. "I know." "I know, but I entrusted this matter to Gavrila Ardalionovitch. He told me." At that moment Gania, accompanied by Tixin, came out to the terrace. From an adjoining room came a noise of angry voices, and General Evolden, in loud tones, seemed to be trying to shout them down. Polyeb rushed off at once to investigate the cause of the uproar. "This is most interesting," observed Evgeny Pavlovitch. "I expect he knows all about it," thought the prince. "What, the son of Pavlicheff? And who may this son of Pavlicheff be?" asked General Epanchin with surprise. And looking curiously around him, he discovered that he alone had no clue to the mystery. Expectation and suspense were on every face, with the exception of that of the prince, who stood gravely wondering how an affair so entirely personal could have awakened such lively and widespread interest in so short a time. Aglaia went up to him with a peculiarly serious look. "It will be well," she said, "if you put an end to this affair yourself at once, but you must allow us to be your witnesses. They want to throw mud at you, prince, and you must be triumphantly vindicated. I give you joy beforehand. And I also wish for justice to be done, once for all," cried Madame Epanchin, "about this imputed claim. Deal with them promptly, prince, and don't spare them. I am sick of hearing about the affair, and many a quarrel I have had in your cause. But I confess I am anxious to see what happens, so do make them come out here, and we will remain. You have heard people talking about it, no doubt," she added, turning to Prince S. "Of course," said he. "I have heard it spoken about at your house, and I am anxious to see these young men. They are nihilists, are they not?" "No, they are not nihilists," explained Lebedeff, who seemed much excited. This is another lot, a special group. According to my nephew, they are more advanced even than the nihilists. You are quite wrong, Excellency, if you think that your presence will intimidate them. Nothing intimidates them. Educated men, learned men even, are to be found among nihilists. These go further, in that they are men of action. The movement is, properly speaking, a derivative from nihilism, though they are only known indirectly and by hearsay, for they never advertise their doings in the papers. They go straight to the point. For them, it is not a question of showing that Pushkin is stupid, or that Russia must be torn in pieces. No, but if they have a great desire for anything, they believe they have a right to get it even at the cost of the lives, say, of 8 persons. They are checked by no obstacles. In fact, Prince, I should not advise you." Babushkin had risen and was on his way to open the door for his visitors. "You are slandering them, Lebedev," said he, smiling. "You are always thinking about your nephew's conduct. Don't believe him, Lizabetha Prokofievna. I can assure you Gorsky and Danilov are exceptions, and that these are only mistaken. However, I do not care about receiving them here in public. Excuse me, Lizabetha Prokofievna. They are coming, and you can see them, and then I will take them away. Please come in, gentlemen." Another thought tormented him. He wondered, was this an arranged business, arranged to happen when he had guests in his house, and in anticipation of his humiliation rather than of his triumph? But he reproached himself bitterly for such a thought, and felt as if he should die of shame if it were discovered. When his new visitors appeared, he was quite ready to believe himself infinitely less to be respected than any of them. 4 persons entered, led by General Evolgin, in a state of great excitement and talking eloquently. "These for me, undoubtedly," thought the prince, with a smile. Kulia also had joined the party, and was talking with animation to Hippolyte, who listened with a jeering smile on his lips. The prince bade the visitors to sit down. They were all so young that it made the proceedings seem even more extraordinary. Ivan Fedorovitch, who really understood nothing of what was going on, felt indignant at the sight of these youths, and would have interfered in some way had it not been for the extreme interest shown by his wife in the affair. He therefore remained, partly through curiosity, partly through good nature, hoping that his presence might be of some use. What the bow with which General Evoldin greeted him irritated him anew. He frowned, and decided to be absolutely silent. As to the rest, one was a man of 30, the retired officer, now a boxer, who had been with Rogojin, and in his happier days had given 15 roubles at a time to beggars. Evidently he had joined the others as a comrade to give them moral and, if necessary, material support. The man who had been spoken of as Pavlicheff's son, although he gave the name of Antip Burdovsky, was about 22 years of age, fair, thin, and rather tall. He was remarkable for the poverty, not to say uncleanliness, of his personal appearance. The sleeves of his overcoat were greasy. His dirty waistcoat, buttoned up to his neck, showed not a trace of linen. A filthy black silk scarf, twisted till it resembled a cord, was round his neck, and his hands were unwashed. He looked round with an air of insolent effrontery. His face, covered with pimples, was neither thoughtful nor even contemptuous. It wore an expression of complacent satisfaction in demanding his rights, and in being an aggrieved party. His voice trembled, and he spoke so fast, and with such stammerings, that he might have been taken for a foreigner, though the purest Russian blood ran in his veins. Lebedeff's nephew, whom the reader has seen already, accompanied him, and also the youth named Hippolyte Terentif. The latter was only 17 or 18. He had an intelligent face, though it was usually irritated and fretful in expression. This skeleton-like figure, his ghastly complexion, The brightness of his eyes and the red spots of color on his cheeks betrayed the victim of consumption to the most casual glance. He coughed persistently and panted for breath. It looked as though he had but a few weeks more to live. He was nearly dead with fatigue and fell, rather than sat, into a chair. The rest bowed as they came in, and being more or less abashed, put on an air of extreme self-assurance. In short, their attitude was not that which one would have expected in men who professed to despise all trivialities, all foolish mundane conventions, and indeed everything except their own personal interests. Antic Burdovsky stuttered the son of Pavlichev. "Vladimir, doctor and go," said Lebedeff's nephew briskly, and with a certain pride, as if he boasted of his name. "Keller," murmured the retired officer. Hippolyte Terentif cried the last named in a shrill voice. They sat now in a row facing the prince, and frowned and played with their cats. All appeared ready to speak, and yet all were silent. The defiant expression on their faces seemed to say, "No, sir, you don't take us in." It could be felt that the first word spoken by anyone present would bring a torrent of speech from the whole deputation. Chapter 8. "I did not expect you, gentlemen," began the prince. "I have been ill until to-day. A month ago," he continued, addressing himself to Antic Burdovsky, "I put your business into Gavrila Ardalionovitch Ivaldan's hands, as I told you then. I do not in the least object to having a personal interview. But you will agree with me that this is hardly the time. I propose that we go into another room, if you will not keep me long. As you see, I have friends here, and believe me—" "Friends as many as you please. But allow me," interrupted the harsh voice of Lebedeff's nephew, "allow me to tell you that you might have treated us rather more politely, and not have kept us waiting at least 2 hours." "No doubt. And I." "Is that acting like a prince? And you?" "You may be a general, but I." "I am not your valet, and I," stammered Antic Burdovsky. He was extremely excited. His lips trembled, and the resentment of an embittered soul was in his voice. But he spoke so indistinctly that hardly a dozen words could be gathered. "It was a princely action," sneered Hippolyte. "If any one had treated me so," grumbled the boxer, "I mean to say that if I had been in Burdovsky's place, I— Gentlemen, I did not know you were there." "I have only just been informed, I assure you," repeated Mushin. "We are not afraid of your friends," Prince remarked Lebedeff's nephew, "for we are within our rights." The shrill tones of Hippolyte interrupted him. "What right have you? By what right do you demand us to submit this matter about Burdovsky to the judgment of your friends? We know only too well what the judgment of your friends will be." This beginning gave promise of a stormy discussion. The prince was much discouraged, but at last he managed to make himself heard amid the vociferations of his excited visitors. "If you," he said, addressing Burdovsky, "if you prefer not to speak here, I offer again to go into another room with you. And as to your waiting to see me, I repeat that I only this instant heard." "Well, you have no right, you have no right, no right at all." "Your friends, indeed," gabbled Burdovsky, defiantly examining the faces round him, and becoming more and more excited. "You have no right." As he ended thus abruptly, he leant forward, staring at the prince with his short-sighted, bloodshot eyes. The latter was so astonished that he did not reply, but looked steadily at him in return. "Lef Nikolaevitch," interposed Madame Epension suddenly, "read this at once, this very moment. It is about this business." She held out a weekly comic paper, pointing to an article on one of its pages. Just as the visitors were coming in, Lebedeff, wishing to ingratiate himself with the great lady, had pulled this paper from his pocket and presented it to her, indicating a few columns marked in pencil. Lizaveta Prokofievna had had time to read some of it, and was greatly upset. "Would it not be better to peruse it alone?" later asked the prince nervously. "No, no, read it at once directly and aloud, cried she, calling Kalia to her and giving him the journal. Read it aloud, so that every one may hear it." An impetuous woman, Lizaveta Prokofievna sometimes weighed her anchors and put out to sea quite regardless of the possible storms she might encounter. Ivan Fedorovitch felt a sudden pang of alarm, but the others were merely curious and somewhat surprised. Colia unfolded the paper and began to read in his clear, high-pitched voice the following article: "Proletarians and scions of nobility, an episode of the brigandage of today and everyday progress, reform, justice. Strange things are going on in our so-called Holy Russia in this age of reform and great enterprises, this age of patriotism in which hundreds of millions are yearly sent abroad, in which industry is encouraged and the hands of labor paralyzed, etc. There is no end to this, gentlemen, so let us come to the point. A strange thing hath happened to a scion of our defunct aristocracy. De profundis, the grandfathers of these scions ruined themselves at the gaming tables. Their fathers were forced to serve as officers or subalterns. Some have died just as they were about to be tried for innocent thoughtlessness in the handling of public funds. Their children are sometimes congenital idiots, like the hero of our story. Sometimes they are found in the dock at the assizes, where they are generally acquitted by the jury for edifying motives. Sometimes they distinguish themselves by one of those burning scandals that amaze the public, and add another blot to the stained record of our age. 6 months ago, that is, last winter, this particular scion returned to Russia, wearing gaiters like a foreigner, and shivering with cold in an old scantily lined cloak. He had come from Switzerland, where he had just undergone a successful course of treatment for idiocies set. Certainly fortune favored him, for, apart from the interesting malady of which he was cured in Switzerland, can there be a cure for idiocy? His story proves the truth of the Russian proverb that happiness is the right of certain classes. Judge for yourselves. Our subject was an infant in arms when he lost his father, an officer who died just as he was about to be court-martialed for gambling away the funds of his company, and perhaps also for flaunting a subordinate to excess. Remember the good old days, gentlemen. The orphan was brought up by the charity of a very rich Russian landowner. In the good old days, this man, whom we will call P, owned for 1,000 souls as serfs. Can you understand such an expression, gentlemen? I cannot. It must be looked up in a dictionary before one can understand it. These things of a bygone day are already unintelligible to us. He appears to have been one of those Russian parasites who lead an idle existence abroad, spending the summer at some spa and the winter in Paris, to the greater profit of the organizers of public balls. It may safely be said that the manager of the Chateau des Fleurs, lucky man, pocketed at least a third of the money paid by Russian peasants to their lords in the days of serfdom. However this may be, Big A.P. brought up the orphan like a prince, provided him with tutors and governesses, pretty of course, whom he chose himself in Paris. But the little aristocrat, the last of his noble race, was an idiot. The governesses, recruited at the Chateau des Fleurs, labored in vain. At 20 years of age their pupil could not speak in any language, not even Russian. But ignorance of the latter was still excusable. At last P was seized with a strange notion. He imagined that in Switzerland they could change an idiot into a man of sense. After all, The idea was quite logical. A parasite and landowner naturally supposed that intelligence was a marketable commodity like everything else, and that in Switzerland especially it could be bought for money. The case was entrusted to a celebrated Swiss professor, and cost thousands of roubles. The treatment lasted 5 years. Needless to say, the idiot did not become intelligent, but it is alleged that he grew into something more or less resembling a man. At this stage P died suddenly, and, as usual, he had made no will and left his affairs in disorder. A crowd of eager claimants arose, who cared nothing about any last sign of a noble race undergoing treatment in Switzerland, at the expense of the deceased as a congenital idiot. Idiot though he was, the noble scion tried to cheat his professor, and they say he succeeded in getting him to continue the treatment gratis for 2 years by concealing the death of his benefactor. But the professor himself was a charlatan. Getting anxious at last when no money was forthcoming, and alarmed above all by his patient's appetite, he presented him with a pair of old gaiters and a shabby cloak, and packed him off to Russia, third class. It would seem that fortune had turned her back upon our hero. Not at all. Fortune, who lets whole populations die of hunger, showered all her gifts at once upon the little aristocrat, like Krollov's cloud, which passes over an arid plain and empties itself into the sea. He had scarcely arrived in St. Petersburg when a relation of his mother's, who was of bourgeois origin, of course, died at Moscow. He was a merchant, an old believer, and he had no children. He left a fortune of several millions in good current coin, and everything came to our noble scion, our gaitered baron, formerly treated for idiocy in a Swiss lunatic asylum. Instantly the scene changed. Crowds of friends gathered round our baron, who meanwhile had lost his head over a celebrated demi-mondaine. He even discovered some relations. Moreover, a number of young girls of high birth burned to be united to him in lawful matrimony. Could anyone possibly imagine a better match? Aristocrat, millionaire, and idiot, he has every advantage. One might hunt in vain for his equal, even with the lantern of Diogenes. His like is not to be had even by getting it made to order. "Oh, I don't know what this means," cried Ivan Fedorovitch, transported with indignation. "Leave off," Kolya begged the prince. Exclamations arose on all sides. "Let him go on reading at all costs," ordered Elizabeth Prokofievna, evidently preserving her composure by a desperate effort. "Prince, if the reading is stopped, you and I will quarrel." Kolya had no choice but to obey. With crimson cheeks he read on unsteadily. But while our young millionaire dwelt as it were in the Empyrean, something new occurred. One fine morning a man called upon him, calm and severe of aspect, distinguished but plainly dressed. Politely, but in dignified terms, as befitted his errand, he briefly explained the motive for his visit. He was a lawyer of enlightened views. His client was a young man who had consulted him in confidence. This young man was no other than the son of P, though he bears another name. In his youth P, the sensualist, had seduced a young girl, poor but respectable. She was a serf, but had received a European education. Finding that a child was expected, he hastened her marriage with a man of noble character who had loved her for a long time. He helped the young couple for a time, but he was soon obliged to give up, for the high-minded husband refused to accept anything from him. Soon the careless nobleman forgot all about his former mistress and the child she had borne him. Then, as we know, he died intestate. He, son born after his mother's marriage, found a true father in the generous man whose name he bore. But when he also died, the orphan was left to provide for himself, his mother now being an invalid who had lost the use of her limbs. Leaving her in a distant province, he came to the capital in search of pupils. By dint of daily toil he earned enough to enable him to follow the college courses, and at last to enter the university. But what can one earn by teaching the children of Russian merchants at 10 kopecks a lesson, especially with an invalid mother to keep? Even her death did not much diminish the hardships of the young man's struggle for existence. Now this is the question: how, in the name of justice, should our scion have argued the case? Our readers will think, no doubt, that he would say to himself, "He showered benefits upon me all my life. He spent tens of thousands of roubles to educate me, to provide me with governesses, and to keep me under treatment in Switzerland. Now I am a millionaire, and P.'s son, a noble young man who is not responsible for the faults of his careless and forgetful father, is wearing himself out giving ill-paid lessons. According to justice, all that was done for me ought to have been done for him. The enormous sums spent upon me were not really mine. They came to me by an air of blind fortune, when they ought to have gone to P. son. They should have gone to benefit him, not me, in whom P. interested himself by a mere caprice, instead of doing his duty as a father. If I wished to behave nobly, justly, and with delicacy, I ought to bestow half my fortune upon the son of my benefactor. But as economy is my favorite virtue, and I know this is not a case in which the law can intervene, I will not give up half my millions. But it would be too openly vile, too flagrantly infamous, if I did not at least restore to P. as some the tens of thousands of roubles spent in curing my idiocy. This is simply a case of conscience and of strict justice. Whatever would have become of me if P. had not looked after my education and had taken care of his own son instead of me? No, gentlemen, our scions of the nobility do not reason thus. The lawyer, who had taken up the matter purely out of friendship to the young man, and almost against his will, invoked every consideration of justice, delicacy, honor, and even plain figures. In vain the ex-patient of the Swiss lunatic asylum was inflexible. All this might pass, but the sequel is absolutely unpardonable, and not to be excused by any interesting malady. This millionaire, having but just discarded the old gaiters of his professor, could not even understand that the noble young man slaving away at his lessons was not asking for charitable help, but for his rightful due, though the debt was not a legal one; that, correctly speaking, he was not asking for anything, but it was merely his friends who had thought fit to bestir themselves on his behalf. With the cool insolence of a bloated capitalist, secure in his millions, he majestically drew a banknote for 50 roubles from his pocket-book, and sent it to the noble young man as a humiliating piece of charity. You can hardly believe it, gentlemen. You are scandalized and disgusted. You cry out in indignation. But that is what he did. Needless to say, the money was returned, or rather flung back in his face. The case is not within the province of the law. It must be referred to the tribunal of public opinion. This is what we now do, guaranteeing the truth of all the details which we have related. When Colia had finished reading, he handed the paper to the prince and retired silently to a corner of the room, hiding his face in his hands. He was overcome by a feeling of inexpressible shame. His boyish sensitiveness was wounded beyond endurance. It seemed to him that something extraordinary, some sudden catastrophe had occurred, and that he was almost the cause of it, because he had read the article aloud. Yet all the others were similarly affected. The girls were uncomfortable and ashamed. Lizaveta Prokofievna restrained her violent anger by a great effort. Perhaps she bitterly regretted her interference in the matter. For the present she kept silence. The prince felt as very shy people often do in such a case. He was so ashamed of the conduct of other people, so humiliated for his guests, that he dared not look them in the face. Ptitsin, Varia, Genia, and Lebedeff himself all looked rather confused. Stranger still, Hippolyte and the son of Pavlicheff also seemed slightly surprised, and Lebedeff's nephew was obviously far from pleased. The boxer alone was perfectly calm. He twisted his moustache with affected dignity, and if his eyes were cast down it was certainly not in confusion, but rather in noble modesty, as if he did not wish to be insolent in his triumph. It was evident that he was delighted with the article. "The devil knows what it means," growled Ivan Fedorovitch under his breath. "It must have taken the united wits of 50 footmen to write it." "May I ask your reason for such an insulting supposition, sir?" said Hippolyte, trembling with rage. "You will admit yourself, General, that for an honourable man, if the author is an honourable man, that is an insult," growled the boxer suddenly, with convulsive jerkings of his shoulders. "In the first place, it is not for you to address me as sir, and in the second place, I refuse to give you any explanation," said Ivan Fedorovitch vehemently, and he rose without another word, and went and stood on the first step of the flight that led from the veranda to the street, turning his back on the company. He was indignant with Lizabetha Prokofievna, who did not think of moving even now. "Gentlemen, gentlemen, let me speak at last," cried the prince, anxious and agitated. "Please let us understand one another. I say nothing about the article, gentlemen, except that every word is false. I say this because you know it as well as I do. It is shameful. I should be surprised if any one of you could have written it." "I did not know of its existence till this moment," declared Hippolyte. "I do not approve of it." "I knew it had been written, but I would not have advised its publication," said Lebedeff's nephew, "because it is premature." "I knew it, but I have a right, I," stammered the son of Pavlicheff. "What? Did you write all that yourself? Is it possible?" asked the prince, regarding Burdovsky with curiosity. "One might dispute your right to ask such questions," observed Lebedeff's nephew. "I was only surprised that Mr. Burdovsky should have, however, this is what I have to say. Since you had already given the matter publicity, why did you object just now, when I began to speak of it to my friends? At last," murmured Lizabetha Prokofievna indignantly. Lebedeff could restrain himself no longer. He made his way through the row of chairs. "Prince," he cried, "you are forgetting that if you consented to receive and hear them, it was only because of your kind heart which has no equal, for they had not the least right to demand it, especially as you had placed the matter in the hands of Gavrila Ardalionovitch, which was also extremely kind of you. You are also forgetting, most excellent prince, that you are with friends, a select company. You cannot sacrifice them to these gentlemen, and it is only for you to have them turned up this instant. As the master of the house I shall have great pleasure, tilde, tilde." "Quite right," agreed General Evoldin in a loud voice. "That will do, Lebedeff, that will do," began the prince, when an indignant outcry drowned his words. "Excuse me, prince, excuse me, but now that will not do," shouted Lebedeff's nephew, his voice dominating all the others. "The matter must be clearly stated, for it is obviously not properly understood. They are calling in some legal chicanery, and upon that ground they are threatening to turn us out of the house. Really, prince, do you think we are such fools as not to be aware that this matter does not come within the law, and that legally we cannot claim a rouble from you? But we are also aware that if actual law is not on our side, human law is for us, natural law, the law of common sense and conscience, which is no less binding upon every noble and honest man, that is, every man of sane judgment, because it is not to be found in miserable legal codes. If we come here without fear of being turned out, as was threatened just now, because of the imperative tone of our demand and the unseemliness of such a visit at this late hour, though it was not late when we arrived. We were kept waiting in your anteroom. If, I say, we came in without fear, it is just because we expected to find you a man of sense. I mean a man of honor and conscience. It is quite true that we did not present ourselves humbly, like your flatterers and parasites, but holding up our heads as befits independent men. We present no petition, but a proud and free demand. Note it well, we do not beseech, we demand. We ask you fairly and squarely in a dignified manner. Do you believe that in this affair of Burdovsky you have right on your side? Do you admit that Pavlicheff overwhelmed you with benefits and perhaps saved your life? If you admit it, which we take for granted, do you intend, now that you are a millionaire, and do you not think it in conformity with justice, to indemnify Burdovsky? Yes or no? If it is yes, or, in other words, if you possess what you call honor and conscience, and we more justly call common sense, then accede to our demand, and the matter is at an end. Give us satisfaction without entreaties or thanks from us. Do not expect thanks from us, for what you do will be done, not for our sake, but for the sake of justice. If you refuse to satisfy us, that is, if your answer is no, we will go away at once, and there will be an end of the matter. But we will tell you to your face before the present company that you are a man of vulgar and undeveloped mind. We will openly deny you the right to speak in future of your honor and conscience, for you have not paid the fair price of such a right. I have no more to say. I have put the question before you. Now turn us out if you dare. You can do it. Force is on your side. But remember that we do not beseech, we demand. We do not beseech, we demand. With these last excited words, Lebedeff's nephew was silent. We demand, we demand, we demand, we do not beseech, spluttered Burdovsky, red as a lobster. The speech of Lebedeff's nephew caused a certain stir among the company. Murmurs arose, though with the exception of Lebedeff, who was still very much excited, everyone was careful not to interfere in the matter. Strangely enough, Lebedeff, although on the prince's side, seemed quite proud of his nephew's eloquence. Gratified vanity was visible in the glances he cast upon the assembled company. "In my opinion, Mr. Doktorenko," said the prince, in rather a low voice, "you are quite right in at least half of what you say. I would go further and say that you are altogether right, and that I quite agree with you, if there were not something lacking in your speech. I cannot undertake to say precisely what it is, but you have certainly omitted something, and you cannot be quite just while there is something lacking. But let us put that aside and return to the point. Tell me what induced you to publish this article. Every word of it is a calumny, and, I think, gentlemen, that you have been guilty of a mean action." "Allow me, sir, what?" cried all the visitors at once, in violent agitation. "As to the article," said Hippolyte in his croaking voice, "I have told you already that we none of us approve of it. There is the writer," he added, pointing to the boxer who sat beside him. "I quite admit that he has written it in his old regimental manner, with an equal disregard for style and decency. I know he is a cross between a fool and an adventurer. I make no bones about telling him so to his face every day. But, after all, he is half justified. Publicity is the lawful right of every man. Consequently, Burdovsky is not excepted. Let him answer for his own blunders. As to the ejection which I made just now in the name of all, to the presence of your friends, I think I ought to explain, gentlemen, that I only did so to assert our rights, though we really wished to have witnesses. We had agreed unanimously upon the point before we came in. We do not care who your witnesses may be, or whether they are your friends or not. as they cannot fail to recognize Burdovsky's right, seeing that it is mathematically demonstrable, is just as well that the witnesses should be your friends. The truth will only be more plainly evident. It is quite true. We had agreed upon that point, said Lebedeff's nephew in confirmation. If that is the case, why did you begin by making such a fuss about it? Asked the astonished prince. The boxer was dying to get in a few words. Owing, no doubt, to the presence of the ladies, he was becoming quite jovial. As to the article, Prince, he said, I admit that I wrote it in spite of the severe criticism of my poor friend, in whom I always overlook many things because of his unfortunate state of health. I wrote and published it in the form of a letter, in the paper of a friend. I showed it to no one but Burdovsky, and I did not read it all through even to him. He immediately gave me permission to publish it, but you will admit that I might have done so without his consent. Publicity is a noble, beneficent, and universal right. I hope, Prince, that you are too progressive to deny this. I deny nothing, but you must confess that your article is a bit thick. You mean? Well, in a way that is in the public interest. You will admit at yourself, and after all one cannot overlook a blatant fact. So much the worse for the guilty parties, but the public welfare must come before everything. As to certain inaccuracies and figures of speech, so to speak, you will also admit that the motive, aim, and intention are the chief thing. It is a question, above all, of making a wholesome example. The individual case can be examined afterwards. And as to the style, well, the thing was meant to be humorous, so to speak, and, after all, everybody writes like that. You must admit it yourself. Ha ha! But, gentlemen, I assure you that you are quite astray, exclaimed the prince. You have published this article upon the supposition that I would never consent to satisfy Mr. Burdovsky. Acting on that conviction, you have tried to intimidate me by this publication and to be revenged for my supposed refusal. But what did you know of my intentions? It may be that I have resolved to satisfy Mr. Burdovsky's claim. I now declare openly in the presence of these witnesses that I will do so. The noble and intelligent word of an intelligent and most noble man, at last? Exclaimed the boxer. Good God! Exclaimed Lizabetha Prokofievna involuntarily. This is intolerable, growled the general. Allow me, gentlemen, allow me, urged the prince. I will explain matters to you. 5 weeks ago I received a visit from Tchebarov, your agent, Mr. Burdovsky. You have given a very flattering description of him in your article, Mr. Keller, he continued, turning to the boxer with a smile. But he did not please me at all. I saw at once that Tchebarov was the moving spirit in the matter, and, to speak frankly, I thought he might have induced you, Mr. Burdovsky, to make this claim by taking advantage of your simplicity. You have no right. I am not simple, stammered Burdovsky, much agitated. You have no sort of right to suppose such things, said Lebedeff's nephew in a tone of authority. It is most offensive, shrieked Hippolyte. It is an insulting suggestion, false and most ill-timed. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. Please excuse me, said the prince. I thought absolute frankness on both sides would be best, but have it your own way. I told Tchebarov that, as I was not in Petersburg, I would commission a friend to look into the matter without delay, and that I would let you know, Mr. Burdovsky. Gentlemen, I have no hesitation in telling you that it was the fact of Tchebarov's intervention that made me suspect of fraud. Oh, do not take offense at my words. Gentlemen, for heaven's sake, do not be so touchy, cried the prince, seeing that Burdovsky was getting excited again, and that the rest were preparing to protest. If I say I suspected a fraud, there is nothing personal in that. I had never seen any of you then. I did not even know your names. I only judged by Kshibarov. I am speaking quite generally. If you only knew how I have been done since I came into my fortune." "You are shockingly naive, Prince," said Lebedeff's nephew in mocking tones. "Besides, though you are a prince and a millionaire, and even though you may really be simple and good-hearted, you can hardly be outside the general law," Hippolyte declared loudly. "Perhaps not. It is very possible." The prince agreed hastily, though I do not know what general law you allude to. "I will go on, only please do not take offence without good cause. I assure you I do not mean to offend you in the least. Really, it is impossible to speak 3 words sincerely without your flying into a rage. At first I was amazed when Chibarov told me that Pavlicheff had a son, and that he was in such a miserable position. Pavlicheff was my benefactor and my father's friend. Oh, Mr. Keller, why does your article impute things to my father without the slightest foundation? He never squandered the funds of his company nor ill-treated his subordinates. I am absolutely certain of it. I cannot imagine how you could bring yourself to write such a calumny. But your assertions concerning Pavlicheff are absolutely intolerable. You do not scruple to make a libertine of that noble man. You called him a sensualist as coolly as if you were speaking the truth, and yet it would not be possible to find a chaster man. He was even a scholar of note, and in correspondence with several celebrated scientists, and spent large sums in the interests of science. As to his kind heart and his good actions, you were right indeed when you said that I was almost an idiot at that time, and could hardly understand anything. I could speak and understand Russian, though now I can appreciate what I remember." "Excuse me," interrupted Hippolyte, "is not this rather sentimental? You said you wished to come to the point. Please remember that it is after 9 o'clock." "Very well, gentlemen, very well," replied the prince. "At first I received the news with mistrust, and I said to myself that I might be mistaken, and that Pavlicheff might possibly have had a son. But I was absolutely amazed at the readiness with which the son had revealed the secret of his birth at the expense of his mother's honor. For Chibarov had already menaced me with publicity in our interview." "What nonsense!" Lebedeff's nephew interrupted violently. "You have no right, you have no right!" cried Burdovsky. "The son is not responsible for the misdeeds of his father, and the mother is not to blame," added Hippolyte with warmth. "That seems to me all the more reason for sparing her," said the prince timidly. "Prince, you are not only simple, but your simplicity is almost past the limit," said Lebedeff's nephew, with a sarcastic smile. "But what right had you?" said Hippolyte in a very strange tone. "None, none whatever," agreed the prince hastily. "I had made you a right there, but it was involuntary, and I immediately said to myself that my personal feelings had nothing to do with it, that if I thought it right to satisfy the demands of Mr. Burdovsky, out of respect for the memory of Pavlicheff, I ought to do so in any case, whether I esteemed Mr. Burdovsky or not. I had only mentioned this, gentlemen, because it seemed so unnatural to me for a son to betray his mother's secret in such a way. In short, that is what convinced me that Chibarov must be a rogue, and that he had induced Mr. Burdovsky to attempt this fraud." "But this is intolerable!" cried the visitors, some of them starting to their feet. "Gentlemen, I supposed from this that poor Mr. Burdovsky must be a simple-minded man, quite defenceless, and an easy tool in the hands of rogues. That is why I thought it my duty to try and help him as Pavlicheff's son. In the first place, by rescuing him from the influence of Chibarov, and secondly, by making myself his friend. I have resolved to give him 10,000 roubles. That is about the sum which I calculate that Pavlichev must have spent on me." "What, only 10,000?" cried Hippolyte. "Well, Prince, your arithmetic is not up to much, or else you are mighty clever at it, though you affect the air of a simpleton," said Lebedeff's nephew. "I will not accept 10,000 roubles," said Burdovsky. "Accept, Antip," whispered the boxer eagerly, leaning past the back of Hippolyte's chair to give his friend this piece of advice. "Take it for the present. We can see about more later on." "Look here, Mr. Mushkin," shouted Hippolyte, "please understand that we are not fools, nor idiots, as your guests seem to imagine. These ladies who look upon us with such scorn, and especially this fine gentleman," pointing to Evgeny Pavlovitch, "whom I have not the honor of knowing, though I think I have heard some talk about him—" "Really, really, gentlemen," cried the prince in great agitation, "you are misunderstanding me again. In the first place, Mr. Keller, you have greatly overestimated my fortune in your article. I am far from being a millionaire. I have barely a tenth of what you suppose. Secondly, my treatment in Switzerland was very far from costing tens of thousands of roubles. Schneider received 600 roubles the year, and he was only paid for the first 3 years. As to the pretty governesses whom Pavlichev is supposed to have brought from Paris, they only exist in Mr. Keller's imagination. It is another calumny. According to my calculations, the sum spent on me was very considerably under 10,000 roubles. But I decided on that sum, and you must admit that in paying a debt I could not offer Mr. Burdovsky more, however kindly disposed I might be towards him. Delicacy forbids it. I should seem to be offering him charity instead of rightful payment. I don't know how you cannot see that, gentlemen. Besides, I had no intention of leaving the matter there. I meant to intervene amicably later on and help to improve poor Mr. Burdovsky's position. It is clear that he has been deceived, or he would never have agreed to anything so vile as the scandalous revelations about his mother in Mr. Keller's article. But, gentlemen, why are you getting angry again? Are we never to come to an understanding? Well, the event has proved me right. I have just seen with my own eyes the proof that my conjecture was correct," he added with increasing eagerness. He meant to calm his hearers, and did not perceive that his words had only increased their irritation. "What do you mean? What are you convinced of?" he demanded angrily. "In the first place, I have had the opportunity of getting a correct idea of Mr. Burdovsky. I see what he is for myself. He is an innocent man deceived by everyone, a defenseless victim who deserves indulgence. Secondly, Gavrila Ardalionovitch, in whose hands I have placed the matter, had his first interview with me barely an hour ago. I had not heard from him for some time, as I was away, and have been ill for 3 days since my return to St. Petersburg. He tells me that he has exposed the designs of Tchibarov, and has proof that justifies my opinion of him. I know, gentlemen, that many people think me an idiot. Counting upon my reputation as a man whose purse strings are easily loosened, Tchibarov thought it would be a simple matter to fleece me, especially by trading on my gratitude to Pavlichev. But the main point is, listen, gentlemen, let me finish. The main point is that Mr. Burdovsky is not Pavlichev's son at all. Gavrila Ardalionovitch has just told me of his discovery, and assures me that he has positive proofs. Well, what do you think of that? It is scarcely credible, even after all the tricks that have been played upon me. Please note that we have positive proofs. I can hardly believe it myself, I assure you. I do not yet believe it. I am still doubtful, because Gavrila Ardalionovitch has not had time to go into details. But there can be no further doubt that Tchibarov is a rogue. He has deceived poor Mr. Burdovsky and all of you gentlemen who have come forward so nobly to support your friend. He evidently needs support. I quite see that he has abused your credulity and involved you all in an attempted fraud, for when all is said and done this claim is nothing else. What? A fraud? But he is not Pavlicheff's son. Impossible." These exclamations but feebly expressed the profound bewilderment into which the prince's words had plunged Burdovsky's companions. "Certainly it is a fraud, since Mr. Burdovsky is not Pavlicheff's son. His claim is neither more nor less than attempted fraud, supposing, of course, that he had known the truth. But the fact is that he has been deceived. I insist on this point in order to justify him. I repeat that his simple-mindedness makes him worthy of pity, and that he cannot stand alone. Otherwise he would have behaved like a scoundrel in this matter. But I feel certain that he does not understand it. I was just the same myself before I went to Switzerland. I stammered incoherently. One tries to express oneself and cannot. I understand that. I am all the better able to pity Mr. Burdovsky because I know from experience what it is to be like that, and so I have a right to speak. Well, though there is no such person as Pavlicheff's son, and it is all nothing but a humbug, yet I will keep to my decision, and I am prepared to give up 10,000 roubles in memory of Pavlicheff. Before Mr. Burdovsky made this claim, I proposed to found a school with this money, in memory of my benefactor, but I shall honor his memory quite as well by giving the 10,000 roubles to Mr. Burdovsky, because, though he was not Pavlicheff's son, he was treated almost as though he were. That is what gave a rogue the opportunity of deceiving him. He really did think himself Pavlicheff's son. Listen, gentlemen, this matter must be settled. Keep calm, do not get angry, and sit down. Gavrila Ardalionovitch will explain everything to you at once, and I confess that I am very anxious to hear all the details myself. He says that he has even been to Pskov to see your mother, Mr. Burdovsky. She is not dead, as the article which was just read to us makes out. Sit down, gentlemen, sit down." The prince sat down, and at length prevailed upon Burdovsky's company to do likewise. During the last 10 or 20 minutes, exasperated by continual interruptions, he had raised his voice and spoken with great vehemence. Now, no doubt, he bitterly regretted several words and expressions which had escaped him in his excitement. If he had not been driven beyond the limits of endurance, he would not have ventured to express certain conjectures so openly. He had no sooner sat down than his heart was torn by sharp remorse. Besides insulting Burdovsky with the supposition, made in the presence of witnesses, that he was suffering from the complaint for which he had himself been treated in Switzerland, he reproached himself with the grossest indelicacy in having offered him the 10,000 roubles before everyone. "I ought to have waited till tomorrow and offered him the money when we were alone," thought Mushkin. "Now it is too late. The mischief is done. Yes, I am an idiot, an absolute idiot," he said to himself, overcome with shame and regret. Till then Gavrila Ardalionovitch had sat apart one, and silence. When the prince called upon him, he came and stood by his side, and in a calm, clear voice began to render an account of the mission confided to him. All conversation ceased instantly. Every one, especially the Burdovsky party, listened with the utmost curiosity. Chapter 9. "You will not deny, I am sure," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch, turning to Burdovsky, who sat looking at him with wide-open eyes, perplexed and astonished. "You will not deny, seriously, that you were born just 2 years after your mother's legal marriage to Mr. Burdovsky, your father. Nothing would be easier than to prove the date of your birth from well-known facts. He can only look on Mr. Keller's version as a work of imagination, and one, moreover, extremely offensive both to you and your mother. Of course he distorted the truth in order to strengthen your claim and to serve your interests. Mr. Keller said that he previously consulted you about his article in the paper, but did not read it to you as a whole. Certainly he could not have read that passage. As a matter of fact, I did not read it, interrupted the Boxer, but its contents had been given me on unimpeachable authority, and I— "Excuse me, Mr. Keller," interposed Gavrila Ardalionovitch. "Allow me to speak. I assure you your article shall be mentioned in its proper place, and you can then explain everything. But for the moment I would rather not anticipate. Quite accidentally, with the help of my sister Varvara Ardalionovna Ptitsin, I obtained from one of her intimate friends, Madame Zaupov, a letter written to her 25 years ago by Nikolai Andreevich Pavlichev, then abroad. After getting into communication with this lady, I went by her advice to Timofey Fedorovitch Vyazogin, a retired colonel, and one of Pavlichev's oldest friends. He gave me 2 more letters written by the latter when he was still in foreign parts. These 3 documents, their dates, and the facts mentioned in them prove in the most undeniable manner that 18 months before your birth Nikolai Andreevich went abroad, where he remained for 3 consecutive years. Your mother, as you are well aware, has never been out of Russia. It is too late to read the letters now. I am content to state the fact. But if you desire it, come to me tomorrow morning, bring witnesses and writing experts with you, and I will prove the absolute truth of my story. From that moment the question will be decided." These words caused a sensation among the listeners, and there was a general movement of relief. Burdovsky got up abruptly. "If that is true," said he, "I have been deceived, grossly deceived, but not by Chaburov, and for a long time past, a long time. I do not wish for experts, not I, nor to go to see you. I believe you. I give it up. But I refuse 10,000 roubles. Goodbye." "Wait 5 minutes more, Mr. Burdovsky," said Gavrila Ardalionovitch pleasantly. "I have more to say. Some rather curious and important facts have come to light, and it is absolutely necessary, in my opinion, that you should hear them. You will not regret, I fancy, to have the whole matter thoroughly cleared up." Burdovsky silently resumed his seat, and bent his head as though in profound thought. His friend, Lebedeff's nephew, who had risen to accompany him, also sat down again. He seemed much disappointed, though as self-confident as ever. Hippolyte looked dejected and sulky, as well as surprised. He had just been attacked by a violent fit of coughing, so that his handkerchief was stained with blood. The Boxer looked thoroughly frightened. "Oh, Antip," cried he in a miserable voice, "I did say to you the other day, the day before yesterday, that perhaps you were not really Pavlicheff's son." There were sounds of half-smothered laughter at this. "Now, that is a valuable piece of information, Mr. Keller," replied Gania. "However that may be, I have private information which convinces me that Mr. Burdovsky, though doubtless aware of the date of his birth, knew nothing at all about Pavlicheff's sojourn abroad. Indeed, he passed the greater part of his life out of Russia, returning at intervals for short visits. The journey in question is in itself too unimportant for his friends to recollect it after more than 20 years. And of course Mr. Burdovsky could have known nothing about it, for he was not born. As the event has proved, it was not impossible to find evidence of his absence, though I must confess that chance has helped me in a quest which might very well have come to nothing. It was really almost impossible for Burdovsky or Chaburov to discover these facts, even if it had entered their heads to try. Naturally, they never dreamt." Here the voice of Hippolyte suddenly intervened. "Allow me, Mr. Evaldin," he said irritably. "What is the good of all this rigmarole? Pardon me. All is now clear, and we acknowledge the truth of your main point. Why go into these tedious details? You wish perhaps to boast of the cleverness of your investigation, to cry up your talents as detective. Or perhaps your intention is to excuse Burdovsky by proving that he took up the matter in ignorance. Well, I consider that extremely impudent on your part. You ought to know that Burdovsky has no need of being excused or justified by you or anyone else. It is an insult. The affair is quite painful enough for him without that. Will nothing make you understand? Enough, enough. Mr. Terentief, interrupted Gania. Don't excite yourself. You seem very ill, and I am sorry for that. I am almost done, but there are a few facts to which I must briefly refer, as I am convinced that they ought to be clearly explained once for all. A movement of impatience was noticed in his audience as he resumed. I merely wish to state, for the information of all concerned, that the reason for Mr. Pavlicheff's interest in your mother, Mr. Burdovsky, was simply that she was the sister of a serf girl with whom he was deeply in love in his youth, and whom most certainly he would have married but for her sudden death. I have proofs that this circumstance is almost, if not quite, forgotten. I may add that when your mother was about 10 years old, Pavlicheff took her under his care, gave her a good education, and later, but considerable dowry. His relations were alarmed, and feared he might go so far as to marry her, but she gave her hand to a young land surveyor named Burdovsky when she reached the age of 20. I can even say definitely that it was a marriage of affection. After his wedding your father gave up his occupation as land surveyor, and with his wife's dowry of 15,000 roubles went in for commercial speculations. As he had had no experience, he was cheated on all sides, and took to drink in order to forget his troubles. He shortened his life by his excesses, and 8 years after his marriage he died. Your mother says herself that she was left in the direst poverty, and would have died of starvation had it not been for Pavlicheff, who generously allowed her a yearly pension of 600 roubles. Many people recall his extreme fondness for you as a little boy. Your mother confirms this, and agrees with others in thinking that he loved you the more because you were a sickly child, stammering in your speech, and almost deformed, for it is known that all his life Nikolai Andreevitch had a partiality for unfortunates of every kind, especially children. In my opinion, this is most important. I may add that I discovered yet another fact, the last on which I employed my detective powers. Seeing how fond Pavlicheff was of you, it was thanks to him you went to school, and also had the advantage of special teachers. His relations and servants grew to believe that you were his son, and that your father had been betrayed by his wife. I may point out that this idea was only accredited generally during the last years of Pavlicheff's life, when his next of kin were trembling about the succession, when the earlier story was quite forgotten, and when all opportunity for discovering the truth had seemingly passed away. No doubt you, Mr. Burdovsky, heard this conjecture, and did not hesitate to accept it as true. I had had the honor of making your mother's acquaintance, and I find that she knows all about these reports. What she does not know is that you, her son, should have listened to them so complacently. I found your respected mother ex-fof, ill and in deep poverty, as she has been ever since the death of your benefactor. She told me with tears of gratitude how you had supported her. She expects much of you, and believes fervently in your future success. "Oh, this is unbearable!" said Lebedeff's nephew impatiently. "What is the good of all this romancing?" "It is revolting and unseemly," cried Hippolyte, jumping up in a fury. Burdovsky alone sat silent and motionless. "What is the good of it?" repeated Gavrila Ardalionovitch with pretended surprise. "Well, firstly, because now perhaps Mr. Burdovsky is quite convinced that Mr. Pavlicheff's love for him came simply from generosity of soul, and not from paternal duty. It was most necessary to impress this fact upon his mind, considering that he approved of the article written by Mr. Keller. I speak thus because I look on you, Mr. Burdovsky, as an honorable man. Secondly, it appears that there was no intention of cheating in this case, even on the part of Tchibarov. I wish to say this quite plainly because the prince hinted a while ago that I too thought it an attempt at robbery and extortion. On the contrary, every one has been quite sincere in the matter, and although Tchibarov may be somewhat of a rogue in this business, he has acted simply as any sharp lawyer would do under the circumstances. He looked at it as a case that might bring him in a lot of money, and he did not calculate badly, because on the one hand he speculated on the generosity of the prince and his gratitude to the late Mr. Pavlicheff, and on the other to his chivalrous ideas as to the obligations of honor and conscience. As to Mr. Burdovsky, allowing for his principles, we may acknowledge that he engaged in the business with very little personal aim in view. At the instigation of Tchibarov and his other friends, he decided to make the attempt in the service of truth, progress, and humanity. In short, the conclusion may be drawn that, in spite of all appearances, Mr. Burdovsky is a man of irreproachable character, and thus the prince can all the more readily offer him his friendship and the assistance of which he spoke just now. Hush, hush, Gavrila Ardalionovitch, cried Muishkin in dismay, but it was too late. I said, and I have repeated it over and over again, shouted Burdovsky furiously, that I did not want the money. I will not take it. Why? I will not. I am going away. He was rushing hurriedly from the terrace, when Lebedeff's nephew seized his arms and said something to him in a low voice. Burdovsky turned quickly, and drawing an addressed but unsealed envelope from his pocket, he threw it down on a little table beside the prince. "There's the money." "How dared you?" "The money. Those are the 250 roubles you dared to send him as a charity by the hands of Tchibarov," explained Dr. Ernko. "The article in the newspaper put it at 50. Cried Pulia. "I beg your pardon," said the prince, going up to Burdovsky. "I have done you a great wrong, but I did not send you that money as a charity, believe me. And now I am again to blame. I offended you just now." The prince was much distressed. He seemed worn out with fatigue, and spoke almost incoherently. "I spoke of swindling. But I did not apply that to you. I was deceived. I said you were afflicted, like me. But you are not like me. You give lessons. You support your mother. I said you had dishonored your mother, that you love her. She says so herself. I did not know. Gavrila Ardalionovitch did not tell me that. Forgive me. I dared to offer you 10,000 roubles, but I was wrong. I ought to have done it differently, and now. There is no way of doing it, for you despise me. I declare this is a lunatic asylum," cried Lizabeth Prokofievna. "Of course it is a lunatic asylum," repeated Aglaia sharply, but her words were overpowered by other voices. Everybody was talking loudly, making remarks and comments. Some discussed the affair gravely, others laughed. Ivan Fedorovitch Epanchin was extremely indignant. He stood waiting for his wife with an air of offended dignity. Lebedeff's nephew took up the word again. "Well, Prince, to do you justice, you certainly know how to make the most of your, let us call it infirmity, for the sake of politeness. You have set about offering your money and friendship in such a way that no self-respecting man could possibly accept them. This is an excess of ingenuousness or of malice. You ought to know better than anyone which word best fits the case." "Allow me, gentlemen," said Gavril Ardalionovitch, who had just examined the contents of the envelope. "There are only 100 roubles here, not 250. I point this out, Prince, to prevent misunderstanding." Never mind," said the Prince, signing to him to keep quiet. "But we do mind," said Lebedeff's nephew vehemently. "Prince, your 'never mind' is an insult to us. We have nothing to hide. Our actions can bear daylight. It is true that there are only 100 roubles instead of 250, but it is all the same." "Why, no, it is hardly the same," remarked Gavrila Ardalionovitch with an air of ingenuous surprise. "Don't interrupt. We are not such fools as you think, Mr. Lawyer," cried Lebedeff's nephew angrily. "Of course there is a difference between 100 roubles and 250, but in this case the principle is the main point, and that 150 roubles are missing is only a side issue. The point to be emphasized is that Burdovsky will not accept your Highness's charity. He flings it back in your face, and it scarcely matters if there are 100 roubles or 250. Burdovsky has refused 10,000 roubles. You heard him. He would not have returned even 100 roubles if he was dishonest. The 150 roubles were paid to Tchebarov for his travelling expenses. You may jeer at our stupidity and at our inexperience in business matters. You have done all you could already to make us look ridiculous. But do not dare to call us dishonest. The four of us will club together every day to repay the 150 roubles to the Prince. If we have to pay it in installments of a rouble at a time, but we will repay it with interest. Burdovsky is poor, he has no millions. After his journey to see the Prince Tchibarov sent in his bill. We counted on winning. Who would not have done the same in such a case?" "Who indeed?" exclaimed Prince S. "I shall certainly go mad if I stayed here," cried Lizabetha Prokofievna. "It reminds me," said Evgeny Pavlovitch, laughing, "of the famous plea of a certain lawyer who lately defended a man from murdering 6 people in order to rob them. He excused his client on the score of poverty. 'It is quite natural,' he said in conclusion, considering the state of misery he was in, 'that he should have thought of murdering these 6 people. Which of you, gentlemen, would not have done the same in his place?'" "Enough!" cried Lizabetha Prokofievna abruptly, trembling with anger. "We have had enough of this balderdash." In a state of terrible excitement, she threw back her head, with flaming eyes, casting looks of contempt and defiance upon the whole company, in which she could no longer distinguish friend from foe. She had restrained herself so long that she felt forced to vent her rage on somebody. Those who knew Lizabetha Prokofievna saw at once how it was with her. "She flies into these rages sometimes," said Ivan Fedorovitch to Prince S. the next day, "but she is not often so violent as she was yesterday. It does not happen more than once in 3 years." "Be quiet, Ivan Fedorovitch. Leave me alone," cried Mrs. Epanchin. "Why do you offer me your arm now? You had not sense enough to take me away before. You are my husband. You are a father. It was your duty to drag me away by force. If in my folly I refused to obey you and go quietly, you might at least have thought of your daughters. We can find our way out now without your help. Here is shame enough for a year. Wait a moment till I thank the Prince. Thank you, Prince, for the entertainment you have given us. It was most amusing to hear these young men. It is vile, vile. A chaos, a scandal worse than a nightmare. Is it possible that there can be many such people on earth? Be quiet, Adlaya. Be quiet, Alexandra. It is none of your business. Don't fuss round me like that, Evgeny Pavlovitch. You exasperate me. "So, my dear," she cried, addressing the prince, "you go so far as to beg your pardon. He says, 'Forgive me for offering you a fortune.' And you mountebank, what are you laughing at?" she cried, turning suddenly on Lebedeff's nephew. "We refuse 10,000 roubles. We do not beseech, we demand," as if he did not know that this idiot will call on them tomorrow to renew his offers of money and friendship. "You will, won't you? You will? Come, will you, or won't you?" "I shall," said the prince, with gentle humility. "You hear him. You count upon it, too," she continued, turning upon Doctrincoe. "You are as sure of him now as if you had the money in your pocket. And there you are playing the swagger to throw dust in our eyes. No, my dear sir, you may take other people in. I can see through all your airs and graces. I see your game." "Lizabetha Prokofievna!" exclaimed the prince. "Come, Lizabetha Prokofievna, it is quite time for us to be going. We will take the prince with us," said Princess, with a smile, in the coolest possible way. The girls stood apart, almost frightened. Their father was positively horrified. Mrs. Epanchin's language astonished everybody. Some who stood a little way off smiled furtively and talked in whispers. Lebedeff wore an expression of utmost ecstasy. "Chaos and scandal are to be found everywhere, madam," remarked Doctrincoe, who was considerably put out of countenance. "Not like this. Nothing like the spectacle you have just given us, sir," answered Lizabetha Prokofievna, with a sort of hysterical rage. "Leave me alone, would you?" she cried violently to those around her, who were trying to keep her quiet. "No, Evgeny Pavlovitch, if, as you said yourself just now, a lawyer said in open court that he found it quite natural that a man should murder 6 people because he was in misery, the world must be coming to an end. I had not heard of it before. Now I understand everything. And this stutter, won't he turn out a murderer?" she cried, pointing to Burdovsky, who was staring at her with stupefaction. "I bet he will. He will have none of your money, possibly. He will refuse it because his conscience will not allow him to accept it. But he will go murdering you by night and walking off with your cash box, with a clear conscience. He does not call it a dishonest action, but the impulse of a noble despair, a negation, or the devil knows what ball. Everything is upside down. Everyone walks head downwards. A young girl, brought up at home, suddenly jumps into a cab in the middle of the street, saying, 'Good-bye, mother, I married Carlage, or Ivanitch the other day,' and you think it quite right. You call such conduct estimable and natural. The woman questioned, 'Look here,' she continued, pointing to Cullion, 'the other day that whippersnapper told me that this was the whole meaning of the woman question. But even supposing that your mother is a fool, you are none the less bound to treat her with humanity. Why did you come here tonight so insolently? Give us our rights, but don't dare to speak in our presence. Show us every mark of deepest respect, while we treat you like the scum of the earth. The miscreants have written a tissue of calumny in their article, and these are the men who seek for truth and do battle for the right. We do not beseech, we demand. You will get no thanks from us, because you will be acting to satisfy your own conscience. But morality, but good heavens! If you declare that the prince's generosity will excite no gratitude in you, he might answer that he is not bound to be grateful to Pavlicheff, who also was only satisfying his own conscience. But you counted on the prince's gratitude towards Pavlicheff. You never lent him any money. He owes you nothing. Then what were you counting upon if not on his gratitude? And if you appeal to that sentiment in others, why should you expect to be exempted from it? They are mad. They say society is savage and inhuman because it despises a young girl who has been seduced. But if you call society inhuman, you imply that the young girl is made to suffer by its censure. How then can you hold her up to the scorn of society in the newspapers without realizing that you are making her suffering still greater? Madmen, vain fools. They don't believe in God, they don't believe in Christ, but you are so eaten up by pride and vanity that you will end by devouring each other. That is my prophecy. Is not this absurd? Is it not monstrous chaos? And after all this, that shameless creature will go and beg their pardon. Are there many people like you? What are you smiling at? Because I am not ashamed to disgrace myself before you. Yes, I am disgraced. It can't be helped now. But don't you jeer at me, you scum! This was aimed at Hippolyte. He is almost at his last gasp, yet he corrupts others. You have got hold of this lad. She pointed to Kolya. You have turned his head. You have taught him to be an atheist. You don't believe in God, and you are not too old to be whipped, sir. A plague upon you! And so, Prince Lef Nikolaievitch, you will call on them tomorrow, will you? She asked the prince breathlessly for the second time. Yes. Then I will never speak to you again. She made a sudden movement to go, and then turned quickly back. And you will call on that atheist, she continued, pointing to Hippolyte. How dare you grin at me like that? She shouted furiously, rushing at the invalid, whose mocking smile drove her to distraction. Exclamations arose on all sides. Lizabetha Prokofievna! Lizabetha Prokofievna! Lizabetha Prokofievna! Mother, this is disgraceful, cried Adlaya. Mrs. Epanchin had approached Hippolyte and seized him firmly by the arm, while her eyes, blazing with fury, were fixed upon his face. "Do not distress yourself, Aglaya Ivanovitch," he answered calmly. "Your mother knows that one cannot strike a dying man. I'm ready to explain why I was laughing. I shall be delighted if you will let me—" A violent fit of coughing, which lasted a full minute, prevented him from finishing his sentence. "He is dying, yet he will not stop holding forth," cried Lizabetha Prokofievna. She loosed her hold on his arm, almost terrified, as she saw him wiping the blood from his lips. "Why do you talk? You ought to go home to bed." "So I will," he whispered hoarsely. "As soon as I get home I will go to bed at once. And I know I shall be dead in a fortnight. Makine told me so himself last week. That is why I should like to say a few farewell words, if you will let me." "But you must be mad. It is ridiculous. You should take care of yourself. What is the use of holding a conversation now? Go home to bed, too," cried Mrs. Epanchin in horror. "When I do go to bed I shall never get up again," said Hippolyte with a smile. "I meant to take to my bed yesterday and stay there till I died, but as my legs can still carry me, I put it off for 2 days, so as to come here with them today, but I am very tired." "Oh, sit down, sit down. Why are you standing?" Lizabetha Prokofievna placed a chair for him with her own hands. "Thank you," he said gently. "Sit opposite to me and let us talk. We must have a talk now, Lizabetha Prokofievna. I am very anxious for it." He smiled at her once more. "Remember that today, for the last time, I am out in the air, and in the company of my fellow men, and that in a fortnight I shall certainly be no longer in this world. So, in a way, this is my farewell to nature and to men. I am not very sentimental, but do you know, I am quite glad that all this has happened at Pavlovsk, where at least one can see a green tree." "But why talk now?" replied Lizabetha Prokofievna, more and more alarmed. "You are quite feverish. Just now you would not stop shouting, and now you can hardly breathe. You are gasping." I shall have time to rest. Why will you not grant my last wish? Do you know, Lizabetha Prokofievna, that I have dreamed of meeting you for a long while. I had often heard of you from Collier. He is almost the only person who still comes to see me. You are an original and eccentric woman. I have seen that for myself. Do you know, I have even been rather fond of you. Good heavens! And I very nearly struck him. You were prevented by Adelaide Ivanovna. I think I am not mistaken. That is your daughter, Adelaide Ivanovna. She is so beautiful that I recognized her directly, although I had never seen her before. Let me, at least, look on beauty for the last time in my life, he said with a wry smile. You are here with the prince and your husband and a large company. Why should you refuse to gratify my last wish? Give me a chair, cried Lizabetha Prokofievna, but she seized one for herself and sat down opposite to Hippolyte. Collier, you must go home with him, she commanded, and tomorrow I will come myself. Will you let me ask the prince for a cup of tea? I am exhausted. Do you know what you might do, Lizabetha Prokofievna? I think you wanted to take the prince home with you for tea. Stay here, and let us spend the evening together. I am sure the prince will give us all some tea. Forgive me for being so free and easy, but I know you are kind, and the prince is kind too. In fact, we are all good-natured people. It is really quite comical. The prince bestirred himself to give orders. Lebedeff hurried out, followed by Vera. "It is quite true," said Mrs. Epanchin decisively. "Talk, but not too loud, and don't excite yourself. You have made me sorry for you. Prince, you don't deserve it I should stay and have tea with you, yet I will, all the same, but I won't apologize. I apologize to nobody, nobody. It is absurd. However, forgive me, Prince, if I blew you up. That is, if you like, of course. But please don't let me keep anyone," she added suddenly to her husband and daughters in a tone of resentment, as though they had grievously offended her. "I can come home alone quite well." But they did not let her finish, and gathered round her eagerly. The prince immediately invited every one to stay for tea, and apologized for not having thought of it before. The general murmured a few polite words, and asked Elizabeth Prokofievna if she did not feel cold on the terrace. He very nearly asked Hippolyte how long he had been at the university, but stopped himself in time. Evgenie Pavlovitch and Prince S. suddenly grew extremely gay and amiable. Adelaida and Alexandra had not recovered from their surprise, but it was now mingled with satisfaction. In short, every one seemed very much relieved that Lizabetha Prokofievna had got over her paroxysm. Adelaida alone still frowned, and sat apart one. And silence. All the other guests stayed on as well. No one wanted to go, not even General Evalden, but Lebedeff said something to him in passing which did not seem to please him, for he immediately went and sulked in a corner. The prince took care to offer tea to Burdovsky and his friends as well as the rest. The invitation made them rather uncomfortable. They muttered that they would wait for Hippolyte, and went and sat by themselves in a distant corner of the veranda. Tea was served at once. Lebedeff had no doubt ordered it for himself and his family before the others arrived. It was striking 11. Chapter 10. After moistening his lips with the tea which Vera Lebedeff brought him, Hippolyte set the cup down on the table and glanced round. He seemed confused and almost at a loss. "Just look, Lizabetha Prokofievna," he began with a kind of feverish haste. "These china cups are supposed to be extremely valuable. Lebedeff always keeps them locked up in his china cupboard. They were part of his wife's dowry. Yet he has brought them out tonight, in your honor, of course. He is so pleased, he was about to add something else, but could not find the words. There, he is feeling embarrassed. "I expected as much," whispered Evgeny Pavlovitch suddenly in the prince's ear. "It is a bad sign. What do you think? Now, out of spite, he will come out with something so outrageous that even Lizabetha Prokofievna will not be able to stand it." Muishkin looked at him inquiringly. "You do not care if he does?" added Evgeny Pavlovitch. "Neither do I. In fact, I should be glad, merely as a proper punishment for our dear Elizabeth Prokofievna. I am very anxious that she should get it without delay, and I shall stay till she does. You seem feverish." "Never mind. By and by. Yes, I am not feeling well," said the prince impatiently, hardly listening. He had just heard Hippolyte mention his own name. "You don't believe it," said the invalid with a nervous laugh. "I don't wonder. But the prince will have no difficulty in believing it. You will not be at all surprised." "Do you hear, prince, do you hear that?" said Lizabeta Prokofievna, turning towards him. There was laughter in the group around her, and Lebedeff stood before her gesticulating wildly. "He declares that your humbug of a landlord revised this gentleman's article, the article that was read aloud just now, in which you got such a charming dressing down." The prince regarded Lebedeff with astonishment. "Why don't you say something?" cried Lizabetha Prokofievna, stamping her foot. "Well," murmured the prince, with his eyes still fixed on Lebedeff, "I can see now that he did." "Is it true?" she asked eagerly. "Absolutely, your Excellency," said Lebedeff, without the least hesitation. Mrs. Epanchin almost sprang up in amazement at his answer, and at the assurance of his tone. "He actually seems to boast of it," she cried. "I am base, base," muttered Lebedeff, beating his breast and hanging his head. "What do I care if you're base or not? He thinks he has only to say I am base, and there is an end of it. As to you, prince, are you not ashamed? I repeat, are you not ashamed to mix with such riffraff? I will never forgive you." "The prince will forgive me," said Lebedeff with emotional conviction. Keller suddenly left his seat and approached Lizabetha Prokofievna. "It was only out of generosity, madam," he said in a resonant voice, "and because I would not betray a friend in an awkward position, that I did not mention this revision before, though you heard him yourself threatening to kick us down the steps. To clear the matter up, I declare now that I did have recourse to his assistance, and that I paid him 6 rubles for it. But I did not ask him to correct my style. I simply went to him for information concerning the facts, of which I was ignorant to a great extent, and which he was competent to give. The story of the gaiters, the appetite in the Swiss professor's house, the substitution of 50 rubles for 250, all such details, in fact, were got from him. I paid him 6 rubles for them, but he did not correct the style. I must state that I only revised the first part of the article," interposed Lebedeff with feverish impatience, while laughter rose from all around him. "But we fell out in the middle over one idea, so I never corrected the second part. Therefore I cannot be held responsible for the numerous grammatical blunders in it." "That is all he thinks of," cried Lizabetha Prokofievna. "May I ask when this article was revised?" said Evgeny Pavlovitch to Keller. "Yesterday morning," he replied. "We had an interview which we all gave our word of honor to keep secret." "The very time when he was cringing before you and making protestations of devotion. Oh, the mean wretches! I will have nothing to do with your Pushkin, and your daughter shall not set foot in my house." Lizabetha Prokofievna was about to rise, when she saw Hippolyte laughing, and turned upon him with irritation. "Well, sir, I suppose you wanted to make me look ridiculous." "Heaven forbid! He answered with a forced smile, I am more than ever struck by your eccentricity, Lizabeta Prokofievna. I admit that I told you of Lebedeff's duplicity on purpose. I knew the effect it would have on you alone, for the prince will forgive him. He has probably forgiven him already, and is racking his brains to find some excuse for him. Is not that the truth, prince?" He gasped as he spoke, and his strained agitation seemed to increase. "Well," said Mrs. Epanchin angrily, surprised at his tone. "Well, what more?" "I have heard many things of the kind about you. They delighted me. I have learned to hold you in the highest esteem," continued Hippolyte. His words seemed tinged with a kind of sarcastic mockery, yet he was extremely agitated, casting suspicious glances around him, growing confused, and constantly losing the thread of his ideas. All this, together with his consumptive appearance and the frenzied expression of his blazing eyes, naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. I might have been surprised, though I admit I know nothing of the world, not only that you should have stayed on just now in the company of such people as myself and my friends, who are not of your class, but that you should let these young ladies listen to such a scandalous affair, though no doubt novel reading has taught them all there is to know. I may be mistaken. I hardly know what I am saying. But surely no one but you would have stayed to please a whippersnapper. Yes, the whippersnapper. I admit it, to spend the evening and take part one. And everything, only to be ashamed of it tomorrow. I know I express myself badly, that I admire and appreciate it all extremely, though the expression on the face of his Excellency, your husband, shows that he thinks it very improper. He. He burst out laughing, and was seized with a fit of coughing which lasted for 2 minutes and prevented him from speaking. "He has lost his breath now," said Elizabeth Prokofievna coldly, looking at him with more curiosity than pity. "Come, my dear boy, that is quite enough. Let us make an end of this." Ivan Fedorovitch, now quite out of patience, interrupted suddenly. "Let me remark in my turn, sir," he said in tones of deep annoyance, "that my wife is here as the guest of Prince Lef Nikolaevitch, our friend and neighbor, and that in any case, young man, it is not for you to pass judgment on the conduct of Lizabetha Prokofievna, or to make remarks aloud in my presence concerning what feelings you think may be read in my face. Yes, my wife stayed here," continued the general, with increasing irritation, or out of amazement and anything else. "Every one can understand that a collection of such strange young men would attract the attention of a person interested in contemporary life. I say it myself, just as I sometimes stop to look on in the street when I see something that may be regarded as Tilda, as a curiosity," suggested Evgeny Pavlovitch, seeing his Excellency involved in a comparison which he could not complete. "That is exactly the word I wanted," said the general with satisfaction. "A curiosity. However, the most astonishing, and, if I may so express myself, the most painful thing in this matter is that you cannot even understand, young men, that Lizabeta Prokofievna only stayed with you because you are ill. If you really are dying, moved by the pity awakened by your plaintive appeal, and that her name, character, and social position placed her above all risk of contamination. Lizabetha Prokofievna," he continued, now crimson with rage, "if you are coming, we will say good night to the prince, and—" "Thank you for the lesson, General," said Hippolyte with unexpected gravity, regarding him thoughtfully. "2 minutes more, if you please, dear Ivan Fedorovitch," said Lizabetha Prokofievna to her husband. "It seems to me that he is in a fever and delirious. You can see by his eyes what a state he is in. It is impossible to let him go back to Petersburg tonight. Can you put him up, Lev Nikolaevitch? I hope you are not bored, dear Prince," she added suddenly to Princess. "Alexandra, my dear, come here. Your hair is coming down." She arranged her daughter's hair, which was not in the least disordered, and gave her a kiss. This was all that she had called her for. "I thought you were capable of development," said Hippolyte, coming out of his fit of abstraction. "Yes, that is what I meant to say," he added, with the satisfaction of one who suddenly remembers something he had forgotten. "Here is Burdovsky, sincerely anxious to protect his mother. Is not that so? And he himself is the cause of her disgrace. The prince is anxious to help Burdovsky and offers him friendship and a large sum of money, in the sincerity of his heart. And here they stand like two sworn enemies, ha, ha, ha! You all hate Burdovsky because his behavior with regard to his mother is shocking and repugnant to you. Do you not? Is not that true? Is it not true? You all have a passion for beauty and distinction in outward forms. That is all you care for, isn't it? I have suspected for a long time that you cared for nothing else. Well, let me tell you that perhaps there is not one of you who loved your mother as Burdovsky loved his. As to you, Prince, I know that you have sent money secretly to Burdovsky's mother through Gania. Well, I bet now," he continued with an hysterical laugh, "that Burdovsky will accuse you of indelicacy, and reproach you with a want of respect for his mother. Yes, that is quite certain. Ha, ha, ha!" He caught his breath and began to cough once more. "Come, that is enough. That is all now. You have no more to say. Now go to bed. You are burning with fever," said Elizabeth Prokofievna impatiently. Her anxious eyes had never left the invalid. "Good heavens, he's going to begin again." "You are laughing, I think. Why do you keep laughing at me?" said Hippolyte irritably to Evgenie Pavlovitch, who certainly was laughing. "I only want to know, Mr. Hippolyte. Excuse me, I forget your surname." "Mr. Terentief," said the prince. "Oh yes, Mr. Terentief. Thank you, Prince. I heard it just now, but had forgotten it. I want to know, Mr. Terentief, if what I have heard about you is true. It seems you are convinced that if you could speak to the people from a window for a quarter of an hour, you could make them all adopt your views and follow you." "I may have said so," answered Hippolyte, as if trying to remember. "Yes, I certainly said so," he continued with sudden animation, fixing an unflinching glance on his questioner. "What, I bet nothing. I was only seeking further information to put the finishing touch." Evgenie Pavlovitch was silent, but Hippolyte kept his eyes fixed upon him, waiting impatiently for more. "Well, have you finished?" said Elizabeth Prokofievna to Evgenie. "Make haste, sir." It is time he went to bed. "Have you more to say?" She was very angry. "Yes, I have a little more," said Evgenie Pavlovitch with a smile. "It seems to me that all you and your friends have said, Mr. Terentief, and all you have just put forward with such undeniable talent, may be summed up in the triumph of right above all, independent of everything else, to the exclusion of everything else, perhaps even afore having discovered what constitutes the right. I may be mistaken." "You are certainly mistaken. I do not even understand you. What else?" Murmurs arose in the neighborhood of Burdovsky and his companions. The bailiff's nephew protested under his breath. "I have nearly finished," replied Evgenie Pavlovitch. "I will only remark that from these premises one could conclude that might is right. I mean the right of the clenched fist, and of personal inclination. Indeed, the world has often come to that conclusion. Proudhon upheld that might is right. In the American War some of the most advanced liberals took sides with the planters on the score that the blacks were an inferior race to the whites, and that might was the right of the white race. Well, you mean, no doubt, that you do not deny that might is right. What then? You are at least logical. I will only point out that from the right of might to the right of tigers and crocodiles, or even Danilov and Borsky, is but a step. I know nothing about that. What else? Hippolyte was scarcely listening. He kept saying well, and what else? Mechanically, without the least curiosity, and by mere force of habit. Why, nothing else. That is all. However, I bear you no grudge, said Hippolyte suddenly, and hardly conscious of what he was doing. He held out his hand with a smile. The gesture took Evgeny Pavlovitch by surprise, but with the utmost gravity he touched the hand that was offered him in token of forgiveness. "I can but thank you," he said, in a tone too respectful to be sincere, "for your kindness in letting me speak, for I have often noticed that our Liberals never allow other people to have an opinion of their own, and immediately answer their opponents with abuse, if they do not have recourse to arguments of a still more unpleasant nature. What you say is quite true," observed General Epanchin. Then, clasping his hands behind his back, he returned to his place on the terrace steps, where he yawned with an air of boredom. "Come, sir, that will do. You weary me," said Lizaveta Prokofievna suddenly to Evgeny Pavlovitch. Hippolyte rose all at once, looking troubled and almost frightened. "It is time for me to go," he said, glancing round in perplexity. "I have detained you. I wanted to tell you everything. I thought you all. For the last time." It was a whim. He evidently had sudden fits of returning animation when he woke from his semi-delirium. Then, recovering full self-possession, for a few moments he would speak, in disconnected phrases which had perhaps haunted him for a long while on his bed of suffering, during weary, sleepless nights. "Well, good-bye," he said abruptly. "You think it is easy for me to say good-bye to you, ha ha!" Feeling that his question was somewhat gauche, he smiled angrily. Then, as if vexed that he could not ever express what he really meant, he said irritably, in a loud voice, "Excellency, I had the honor of inviting you to my funeral. That is, if you will deign to honor it with your presence. I invite you all, gentlemen, as well as the general." He burst out laughing again, but it was the laughter of a madman. Lizaveta Prokofievna approached him anxiously and seized his arm. He stared at her for a moment, still laughing, but soon his face grew serious. "Do you know that I came here to see those trees?" pointing to the trees in the park. "It is not ridiculous, is it? Say that it is not ridiculous," he demanded urgently of Lizaveta Prokofievna. Then he seemed to be plunged in thought. A moment later he raised his head, and his eyes sought for someone. He was looking for Evgeny Pavlovitch, who was close by on his right as before, but he had forgotten this, and his eyes ranged over the assembled company. "Ah, you have not gone," he said when he caught sight of him at last. "You kept on laughing just now, because I thought of speaking to the people from the window for a quarter of an hour. But I am not 18, you know. Lying on that bed and looking out of that window, I have thought of all sorts of things for such a long time that a dead man has no age, you know. I was saying that to myself only last week, when I was awake in the night. Do you know what you fear most? You fear our sincerity more than anything, although you despise us. The idea crossed my mind that night. You thought I was making fun of you just now, Lizaveta Prokofievna. No, the idea of mockery was far from me. I only meant to praise you. Colia told me the prince called you a child. Very well, but let me see. I had something else to say." He covered his face with his hands and tried to collect his thoughts. "Ah, yes, you were going away just now, and I thought to myself, I shall never see these people again, never again. This is the last time I shall see the trees, too. I shall see nothing after this but the red brick wall of Meyer's house opposite my window. Tell them about it. Try to tell them, I thought. Here is a beautiful young girl. You are a dead man. Make them understand that. Tell them that a dead man may say anything, and Mrs. Grundy will not be angry. Ha ha! You are not laughing." He looked anxiously around. "But you know I get so many queer ideas, lying there in bed. I have grown convinced that nature is full of mockery. You called me an atheist just now, but you know this nature. Why are you laughing again? You are very cruel," he added suddenly, regarding them all with mournful reproach. "I have not corrupted Kulia," he concluded in a different and very serious tone, as if remembering something again. "Nobody here is laughing at you. Calm yourself," said Lizabetha Prokofievna, much moved. "You shall see a new doctor tomorrow." The other was mistaken. "But sit down. Do not stand like that. You are delirious. Oh, what shall we do with him?" she cried in anguish as she made him sit down again in the armchair. A tear glistened on her cheek. At the sight of it Hippolyte seemed amazed. He lifted his hand timidly and touched the tear with his finger, smiling like a child. "I—" he began joyfully. "You cannot tell how I. He always spoke so enthusiastically of you. Kulia here. I liked his enthusiasm. I was not corrupting him. But I must leave him, too. I wanted to leave them all. There was not one of them. Not one. I wanted to be a man of action. I had a right to be. Oh, what a lot of things I wanted. Now I want nothing. I renounce all my wants. I swore to myself that I would want nothing. Let them seek the truth without me. Yes, nature is full of mockery. Why," he continued with sudden warmth, "does she create the choicest beings only to mock at them? The only human being who is recognized as perfect, when nature showed him to mankind, was given the mission to say things which have caused the shedding of so much blood that it would have drowned mankind if it have all been shed at once. Oh, it is better for me to die. I should tell some dreadful lie too. Nature would so contrive it. I have corrupted nobody. I wanted to live for the happiness of all men, to find and spread the truth. I used to look out of my window at the wall of Meyer's house, and say to myself that if I could speak for a quarter of an hour I would convince the whole world. And now, for once in my life, I have come into contact with you, if not with the others. And what is the result? Nothing. The sole result is that you despise me. Therefore I must be a fool. I am useless. It is time I disappeared. And I shall leave not even a memory, not a sound, not a trace, not a single deed. I have not spread a single truth. Do not laugh at the fool. Forget him. Forget him forever. I beseech you, do not be so cruel as to remember. Do you know that if I were not consumptive, I would kill myself?" Though he seemed to wish to say much more, he became silent. He fell back into his chair, and covering his face with his hands, began to sob like a little child. "Oh, what on earth are we to do with him?" cried Lizabetha Prokofievna. She hastened to him and pressed his head against her bosom, while he sobbed convulsively. "Come, come, come! There, you must not cry. That will do. You are a good child. God will forgive you, because you knew no better. Come now, be a man. You know presently you will be ashamed." Hippolyte raised his head with an effort, saying, "I have little brothers and sisters over there. Poor avid innocent! She will corrupt them. You are a saint. You are a child yourself. Save them. Snatch them from that she is. It is shameful. Oh, help them. God will repay you 100-fold. For the love of God, for the love of Christ. Speak, Ivan Fedorovitch. What are we to do? Cried Lizabetha Prokofievna irritably. Please break your majestic silence. I tell you, if you cannot come to some decision, I will stay here all night myself. You have tyrannized over me enough, you autocrat. She spoke angrily and in great excitement, and expected an immediate reply. But in such a case, no matter how many are present, all prefer to keep silent. No one will take the initiative, but all reserve their comments till afterwards. There were some present, Varvara Ardalyonovna, for instance, who would have willingly sat there till morning without saying the word. Varvara had sat apart all the evening without opening her lips, but she listened to everything with the closest attention. Perhaps she had her reasons for so doing. "My dear," said the general, "it seems to me that a sick nurse would be of more use here than an excitable person like you. Perhaps it would be as well to get some sober, reliable man for the night. In any case we must consult the prince, and leave the patient to rest at once. Tomorrow we can see what can be done for him. It is nearly midnight. We are going. Will he come with us, or is he to stay here?" Doktorenko asked crossly of the prince. "You can stay with him if you like," said Mushin. "There is plenty of room here." Suddenly, to the astonishment of all, Keller went quickly up to the general. "Excellency," he said impulsively, "if you want a reliable man for the night, I am ready to sacrifice myself for my friend, such a soul as he has. I have long thought him a great man. Excellency, my article showed my lack of education, but when he criticizes, he scatters pearls." Ivan Fedorovitch turned from the boxer with a gesture of despair. "I shall be delighted if he will stay. It would certainly be difficult for him to get back to Petersburg," said the prince, in answer to the eager questions of Lizabetha Prokofievna. "But you are half asleep, are you not? If you don't want him, I will take him back to my house. Why, good gracious, he can hardly stand up himself. What is it? Are you ill?" Not finding the prince on his deathbed, Lizabetha Prokofievna had been misled by his appearance to think him much better than he was. But his recent illness, the painful memories attached to it, the fatigue of this evening, the incident with Pavlicheff's son, and now this scene with Hippolyte, had also worked on his oversensitive nature, that he was now almost in a fever. Moreover, a new trouble, almost a fear, showed itself in his eyes. He watched Hippolyte anxiously, as if expecting something further. Suddenly Hippolyte arose. His face, shockingly pale, was that of a man overwhelmed with shame and despair. This was shown chiefly in the look of fear and hatred which he cast upon the assembled company, and in the wild smile upon his trembling lips. Then he cast down his eyes, and with the same smile staggered towards Burdovsky and Doktorenko, who stood at the entrance to the veranda. He had decided to go with them there. "That is what I feared," cried the prince. "It was inevitable." Hippolyte turned upon him, a prey to maniacal rage, which set all the muscles of his face quivering. "Ah, that is what you feared. It was inevitable, you say. Well, let me tell you that if I hate anyone here, I hate you all," he cried in a hoarse, strained voice. "But you, with your Jesuitical soul, your soul of sickly sweetness, idiot, beneficent millionaire, I hate yours than anything or anyone on earth. I saw through you and hated you long ago. From the day I first heard of you, I hated you with my whole heart. You have contrived all this. You have driven me into this state. You have made a dying man disgrace himself. You are the cause of my abject cowardice. I would kill you if I remained alive. I do not want your benefits. I will accept none from any one. Do you hear? Not from any one. I want nothing. I was delirious, did not dare to triumph. I curse every one of you once for all." Breath failed him here, and he was obliged to stop. "He is ashamed of his terrors," whispered Lebedeff to Lizaveta Prokofievna. It was inevitable. Ah, what a wonderful man the prince is! He read his very soul. But Mrs. Epanchin would not deign to look at Lebedeff. Drawn up haughtily, with her head held high, she gazed at the riff-raff with scornful curiosity. When Hippolyte had finished, Ivan Fedorovitch shrugged his shoulders, and his wife looked him angrily up and down, as if to demand the meaning of his movement. Then she turned to the prince. "Thanks, prince, many thanks, eccentric friend of the family, for the pleasant evening you have provided for us. I am sure you are quite pleased that you have managed to mix us up with your extraordinary affairs. It is quite enough, dear family friend. Thank you for giving us an opportunity of getting to know you so well." She arranged her cloak with hands that trembled with anger as she waited for the riffraff to go. A cab which Lebedeff's son had gone to fetch a quarter of an hour ago, by Doktorenko's order, arrived at that moment. The general thought fit to put in a word after his wife. "Really, prince, I hardly expected after all our friendly intercourse, and you see, Lizaveta Prokofievna—" "Papa, how can you?" cried Adelaida, walking quickly up to the prince and holding out her hand. He smiled absently at her. Then suddenly he felt a burning sensation in his ear as an angry voice whispered, "If you do not turn those dreadful people out of the house this very instant, I shall hate you all my life. All my life." It was Aglaia. She seemed almost in a frenzy, but she turned away before the prince could look at her. However, there was no one left to turn out of the house, for they had managed meanwhile to get Hippolyte into the cab, and it had driven off. "Well, how much longer is this going to last, Ivan Fedorovitch? What do you think? Shall I soon be delivered from these odious youths?" "My dear, I am quite ready. Naturally." The prince. Ivan Fedorovitch held out his hand to Mushin, but ran after his wife, who was leaving with every sign of violent indignation, before he had time to shake it. Adelaida, her fiancée, and Alexandra said good-bye to their host with sincere friendliness. Evgenie Pavlovitch did the same, and he alone seemed in good spirits. "What I expected has happened. But I am sorry, you poor fellow, that you should have had to suffer for it," he murmured with a most charming smile. Aglaia left without saying good-bye. But the evening was not to end without a last adventure. An unexpected meeting was yet in store for Lizaveta Prokofievna. She had scarcely descended the terraced steps leading to the high road that skirts the park at Pavlost, when suddenly there dashed by a smart open carriage drawn by a pair of beautiful white horses. Having passed some 10 yards beyond the house, the carriage suddenly drew up, and one of the two ladies seated in it turned sharp round, as though she had just caught sight of some acquaintance, whom she particularly wished to see. "Evgenie Pavlovitch, is that you?" cried a clear, sweet voice, which caused the prince, and perhaps someone else, to tremble. "Well, I am glad I've found you at last. I've sent to town for you twice today myself. My messengers have been searching for you everywhere." Evgenie Pavlovitch stood on the steps like one struck by lightning. Mrs. Epanchin stood still too, but not with the petrified expression of Evgenie. She gazed haughtily at the audacious person who had addressed her companion, and then turned a look of astonishment upon Evgenie himself. "There's news. continued the clear voice. "You need not be anxious about Kopriv's IOUs. Rogojin has bought them up. I persuaded him too. I dare say we shall settle bis too, so it's all right, you see. Au revoir tomorrow. And don't worry." The carriage moved on, then disappeared. "The woman's mad!" cried Evgenie at last, crimson with anger and looking confusedly around. "I don't know what she's talking about. What IOUs? Who is she?" Mrs. Epanchin continued to watch his face for a couple of seconds. Then she marched briskly and haughtily away towards her own house, the rest following her. A minute afterwards Evgenie Pavlovitch reappeared on the terrace in great agitation. "Prince," he said, "tell me the truth. Do you know what all this means?" "I know nothing whatever about it," replied the latter, who was himself in a state of nervous excitement. "No, no!" "Well, nor do I," said Evgenie Pavlovitch, laughing suddenly. "I haven't the slightest knowledge of any such IOUs as she mentioned. I swear I haven't. What's the matter? Are you fainting?" "Oh, no, no, I'm all right, I assure you." Chapter 11. The anger of the Epanchin family was unappeased for 3 days. As usual, the prince reproached himself and had expected punishment, but he was inwardly convinced that Elizabeth Prokofievna could not be seriously angry with him, and that she probably was more angry with herself. He was painfully surprised, therefore, when 3 days passed with no word from her. Other things also troubled and perplexed him, and one of these grew more important in his eyes as the days went by. He had begun to blame himself for two opposite tendencies: on the one hand to extreme, almost senseless, confidence in his fellows; on the other to a vile, gloomy suspiciousness. By the end of the third day the incident of the eccentric lady and Evgenie Pavlovitch had attained enormous and mysterious proportions in his mind. He sorrowfully asked himself whether he had been the cause of this new monstrosity, or was it? But he refrained from saying who else might be in fault. As for the letters N.P.V., he looked on that as a harmless joke, a mere childish piece of mischief, so childish that he felt it would be shameful, almost dishonorable, to attach any importance to it. The date after these scandalous events, however, the prince had the honor of receiving a visit from Adelaida and her fiancé, Prince S. They came, ostensibly, to inquire after his health. They had wandered out for a walk, and called in by accident, and talked for almost the whole of the time they were with him about a certain most lovely tree in the park, which Adelaida had set her heart upon for a picture. This, and a little amiable conversation on Prince S' part, occupied the time, and not a word was said about last evening's episodes. At length Adelaida burst out laughing, apologized, and explained that they had come incognito, from which and from the circumstance that they said nothing about the prince's either walking back with them or coming to see them later on, the latter inferred that he was in Mrs. Epanchin's black books. Adelaida mentioned to Water Colour that she would much like to show him, and explained that she would either send it by Kalia or bring it herself the next day, which to the prince seemed very suggestive. At length, however, just as the visitors were on the point of departing, Prince S. seemed suddenly to recollect himself. "Oh yes, by the by," he said, "do you happen to know, my dear Lif Nikolaevitch, who that lady was who called out to Evgenie Pavlovitch last night from the carriage?" "It was Nastasia Philipovna," said the prince. "Didn't you know that? I cannot tell you who her companion was." "But what on earth did she mean?" "I assure you it is a real riddle to me, and to others too." Prince S. seemed to be under the influence of sincere astonishment. "She spoke of some bills of Evgenie Pavlovitch," said the prince, simply, which Rogojin had bought off from someone, and implied that Rogojin would not press him. "Oh, I heard that much, my dear fellow. But the thing is so impossibly absurd. A man of property like Evgenie to give IOUs to a money lender, and to be worried about them. It is ridiculous. Besides, he cannot possibly be on such intimate terms with Nastasia Philipovna as she gave us to understand. That's the principal part of the mystery. He has given me his word that he knows nothing whatever about the matter, and of course I believe him. Well, the question is, my dear prince, do you know anything about it? Has any sort of suspicion of the meaning of it come across you?" "No, I know nothing whatever about it." "I assure you I had nothing at all to do with it." "Oh, prince, how strange you have become! I assure you I hardly know you for your old self. How can you suppose that I ever suggested you could have had a finger in such a business? But you are not quite yourself to-day. I can see." He embraced the prince and kissed him. "What do you mean, though," asked Mushkin, "by such a business?" "I don't see any particular business about it at all." "Oh, undoubtedly, this person wished somehow, and for some reason, to do Evgenie Pavlovitch a bad turn by attributing to him, before witnesses, qualities which he neither has nor can have," replied Prince S. Drily enough. Mushkin looked disturbed, but continued to gaze intently and questioningly into Prince S.'s face. The latter, however, remained silent. "Then it was not simply a matter of bills?" Mushkin said at last, with some impatience. "It was not as she said? But I ask you, my dear sir, how can there be anything in common between Evgenie Pavlovitch and her Endigen Rogojin? I tell you he is a man of immense wealth, as I know for a fact, and he has further expectations from his uncle." Simply Nastasia Philipovna, Prince S. paused as though unwilling to continue talking about Nastasia Philipovna. "Then at all events he knows her," remarked the prince after a moment's silence. "Oh, that may be. He may have known her some time ago, 2 or 3 years at least. He used to know Tot's but it is impossible that there should be any intimacy between them. She has not even been in the place. Many people don't even know that she has returned from Moscow. I have only observed her carriage about for the last 3 days or so." "It's a lovely carriage," said Adelaida. "Yes, it was a beautiful turnout, certainly." The visitors left the house, however, on no less friendly terms than before. But the visit was of the greatest importance to the prince from his own point of view. Admitting that he had his suspicions from the moment of the occurrence of last night, perhaps even before, that Nastasia had some mysterious end in view, yet this visit confirmed his suspicions and justified his fears. It was all clear to him. Princess was wrong, perhaps, in his view of the matter, but he was somewhere near the truth, and was right in so far as that he understood there to be an intrigue of some sort going on. Perhaps Prince S. saw it all more clearly than he had allowed his hearers to understand. At all events, nothing could be plainer than that he and Adelaida had come for the express purpose of obtaining explanations, and that they suspected him of being concerned in the affair. And if all this were so, then she must have some terrible object in view. What was it? There was no stopping her, as Mushkin knew from experience, in the performance of anything she had set her mind on. "Oh, she is mad, mad!" thought the poor prince. But there were many other puzzling occurrences that day which required immediate explanation, and the prince felt very sad. A visit from Vera Lebedeff distracted him a little. She brought the infant Lubotshka with her as usual, and talked cheerfully for some time. Then came her younger sister, and later the brother, who attended a school close by. He informed Mushkin that his father had lately found a new interpretation of the star called Wormwood, which fell upon the water springs, as described in the Apocalypse. He had decided that it meant the network of railroads spread over the face of Europe at the present time. The prince refused to believe that Lebedeff could have given such an interpretation, and they decided to ask him about it at the earliest opportunity. Vera related how Keller had taken up his abode with them on the previous evening. She thought he would remain for some time, as he was greatly pleased with the society of General Evaldin and of the whole family; but he declared that he had only come to them in order to complete his education. The prince always enjoyed the company of Lebedeff's children, and today it was especially welcome, for Colet did not appear all day. Early that morning he had started for Petersburg. Lebedeff also was away on business. But Gavrila Ardalionovitch had promised to visit Mushkin, who eagerly awaited his coming. About 7 in the evening, soon after dinner, he arrived. At the first glance it struck the prince that he, at any rate, must know all the details of last night's affair. Indeed, it would have been impossible for him to remain in ignorance, considering the intimate relationship between him, Varvara Ardalionovna, and Tizin. But although he and the prince were intimate, in a sense, and although the latter had placed the Burdovsky affair in his hands, and this was not the only mark of confidence he had received, it seemed curious how many matters there were that were tacitly avoided in their conversations. Mushkin thought that Gania at times appeared to desire more cordiality and frankness. It was apparent now, when he entered, that he was convinced that the moment for breaking the ice between them had come at last. But all the same Gania was in haste, for his sister was waiting at Lebedeff's to consult him on an urgent matter of business. If he had anticipated impatient questions or impulsive confidences, he was soon undeceived. The prince was thoughtful, reserved, even a little absent-minded, and asked none of the questions, one in particular, that Gania had expected. So he imitated the prince's demeanour, and talked fast and brilliantly upon all subjects but the one on which their thoughts were engaged. Among other things, Gania told his host that Nastasia Philipovna had been only for days in Pavlovsk, and that everyone was talking about her already. She was staying with Darya Alexeyevna in an ugly little house in Matrosky Street, but drove about in the smartest carriage in the place. A crowd of followers had pursued her from the first, young and old. Some escorted her on horseback when she took the air in her carriage. She was as capricious as ever in the choice of her acquaintances, and admitted few into her narrow circle. Yet she already had a numerous following and many champions on whom she could depend in time of need. One gentleman on his holiday had broken off his engagement on her account, and an old general had quarrelled with his only son for the same reason. She was accompanied sometimes in her carriage by a girl of 16, a distant relative of her hostess. This young lady sang very well. In fact, her music had given a kind of notoriety to their little house. Nastasia, however, was behaving with great discretion on the whole. She dressed quietly, though with such taste as to drive all the ladies in Pavlovsk mad with envy of that, as well as of her beauty and her carriage and horses. As for yesterday's episode, continued Gania, of course it was prearranged. Here he paused, as though expecting to be asked how he knew that. But the prince did not inquire. Concerning Evgeny Pavlovitch, Gania stated, without being asked, that he believed the former had not known Nastasia Philipovna in past years, but that he had probably been introduced to her by somebody in the park during these 2 days. As to the question of the IOUs she had spoken of, there might easily be something in that, for though Evgeny was undoubtedly a man of wealth, yet certain of his affairs were equally undoubtedly in disorder. Arrived at this interesting point, Gania suddenly broke off, and said no more about Nastasia's prank of the previous evening. At last Varvara Ardalionovna came in search of her brother, and remained for a few minutes. Without Mushkin's asking her, she informed him that Evgeny Pavlovitch was spending the day in Petersburg, and perhaps would remain there over tomorrow, and that her husband had also gone to town, probably in connection with Evgeny Pavlovitch's affairs. "Lizabetha Prokofievna is in a really fiendish temper today," she added as she went out. "But the most curious thing is that Aglaya has quarrelled with her whole family, not only with her father and mother, but with her sisters also. It is not a good sign." She said all this quite casually, though it was extremely important in the eyes of the prince, and went off with her brother. Regarding the episode of Pavlatev's son, Gania had been absolutely silent, partly from a kind of false modesty, partly, perhaps, to spare the prince's feelings. The latter, however, thanked him again for the trouble he had taken in the affair. Mushkin was glad enough to be left alone. He went out of the garden, crossed the road, and entered the park. He wished to reflect, and to make up his mind as to a certain step. This step was one of those things, however, which are not thought out as a rule, but decided for or against hastily, and without much reflection. The fact is, he felt a longing to leave all this and go away, go anywhere, if only it were far enough, and at once, without bidding farewell to anyone. He felt a presentiment that if he remained but a few days more in this place, and among these people, he would be fixed there irrevocably and permanently. However, in a very few minutes he decided that to run away was impossible, that it would be cowardly, that great problems lay before him, and that he had no right to leave them unsolved, or at least to refuse to give all his energy and strength to the attempt to solve them. Having come to this determination, he turned and went home, his walk having lasted less than a quarter of an hour. At that moment he was thoroughly unhappy. The Bedef had not returned, so towards evening Keller managed to penetrate into the prince's apartments. He was not drunk, but in a confidential and talkative mood. He announced that he had come to tell the story of his life to Mushkin, and had only remained at Pavlov's for that purpose. There was no means of turning him out. Nothing short of an earthquake would have removed him. In the manner of one with long hours before him, he began his history, but after a few incoherent words he jumped to the conclusion, which was that having ceased to believe in God Almighty, he had lost every vestige of morality, and had gone so far as to commit a theft. "Could you imagine such a thing?" said he. "Listen to me, Keller," returned the prince. "If I were in your place, I should not acknowledge that unless it were absolutely necessary for some reason. But perhaps you are making yourself out to be worse than you are, purposely. I should tell it to no one but yourself, prince, and I only name it now as a help to my soul's evolution. When I die, that secret will die with me. But, Excellency, if you only had the least idea how difficult it is to get money nowadays. Where to find it is the question. Ask for a loan, the answer is always the same. Give us gold, jewels, or diamonds, and it will be quite easy. Exactly what one has not got. Can you picture that to yourself? I got angry at last, and said, 'I suppose you would accept emeralds.' 'Certainly, we accept emeralds with pleasure. Yes.' 'Well, that's all right,' said I. 'Go to the devil, you den of thieves.' And with that I seized my hat and walked out." "Had you any emeralds?" asked the prince. "What?" "I have emeralds." "Oh, prince!" With what simplicity, with what almost pastoral simplicity, you look upon life! "Could not something be made of this man under good influences?" asked the prince of himself, for he began to feel a kind of pity for his visitor. He thought little of the value of his own personal influence, not from a sense of humility, but from his peculiar way of looking at things in general. Imperceptibly the conversation grew more animated and more interesting, so that neither of the two felt anxious to bring it to a close. Keller confessed, with apparent sincerity, to having been guilty of many acts of such a nature that it astonished the prince that he could mention them even to him. At every fresh avowal he professed the deepest repentance, and described himself as being bathed in tears. But this did not prevent him from putting on a boastful air at times, and some of his stories were so absurdly comical that both he and the prince laughed like madmen. One point in your favor is that you seem to have a childlike mind and extreme truthfulness, said the prince at last. Do you know that that atones for much? I am assuredly noble-minded and chivalrous to a degree, said Keller, much softened. But do you know this nobility of mind exists in a dream, if one may put it so? It never appears in practice or deed. Now, why is that? I can never understand. Do not despair. I think we may say, without fear of deceiving ourselves, that you have now given a fairly exact account of your life. I, at least, think it would be impossible to add much to what you have just told me. Impossible, cried Keller, almost pityingly. Oh, Prince, how little you really seem to understand human nature! Is there really much more to be added? Asked the prince, with mild surprise. Well, what is it you really want of me? Speak out. Tell me why you came to make your confession to me. What did I want? Well, to begin with, it is good to meet a man like you. It is a pleasure to talk over my faults with you. I know you for one of the best of men. And then he hesitated, and appeared so much embarrassed that the prince helped him out. Then you wanted me to lend you money. The words were spoken in a grave tone, and even somewhat shyly. Keller started, gave an astonished look at the speaker, and thumped the table with his fist. Well, Prince, that's enough to knock me down. It astounds me. Here you are as simple and innocent as a knight of the golden age, and yet, you read a man so like a psychologist. Now, do explain it to me, Prince, because I really do not understand. Of course, my aim was to borrow money all along, and you asked the question as if there was nothing blamable in it, as if you thought it quite natural. Yes. From you it is quite natural. And you are not offended? Why should I be offended? Well, just listen, Prince. I remained here last evening, partly because I have a great admiration for the French Archbishop Bourdaloue. I enjoyed a discussion over him till 3 o'clock in the morning with Lebedeff, and then, I swear by all I hold sacred that I am telling you the truth. Then I wished to develop my soul in this frank and heartfelt confession to you. This was my thought as I was sobbing myself to sleep at dawn. Just as I was losing consciousness, tears in my soul, tears on my face, I remember how I lay there sobbing, an idea from hell struck me. Why not, after confessing, borrow money from him? You see, this confession was a kind of master stroke. I intended to use it as a means to your good praise and favor, and then I meant to walk off with 150 roubles. Now, do you not call that base? It is hardly an exact statement of the case, said the prince in reply. You have confused your motives and ideas, as I need scarcely say too often happens to myself. I can assure you, Keller, I reproach myself bitterly for it sometimes. When you were talking just now I seemed to be listening to something about myself. At times I have imagined that all men were the same, he continued earnestly, for he appeared to be much interested in the conversation, and that consoled me in a certain degree, for a double motive is a thing most difficult to fight against. I have tried, and I know. God knows whence they arise, these ideas that you speak of as base. I fear these double motives more than ever just now, but I am not her judge, and in my opinion it is going too far to give the name of baseness to it. What do you think? You were going to employ your tears as a ruse in order to borrow money, but you also say, in fact, you have sworn to the fact, that independently of this your confession was made with an honorable motive. As for the money, you want it for drink, do you not? After your confession, that is weakness, of course. But, after all, how can any one give up a bad habit at a moment's notice? It is impossible. What can we do? It is best, I think, to leave the matter to your own conscience. How does it seem to you?" As he concluded, the prince looked curiously at Keller. Evidently this problem of double motives had often been considered by him before. "Well, how anybody can call you an idiot after that is more than I can understand," cried the boxer. The prince reddened slightly. "Bourdelot, the archbishop, would not have spared a man like me," Keller continued, "but you have judged me with humanity. To show how grateful I am, and as a punishment, I will not accept 150 roubles. Give me 25. That will be enough. It is all I really need, for a fortnight at least. I will not ask you for more for a fortnight. I should like to have given Agatha a present, but she does not really deserve it. Oh, my dear prince, God bless you!" At this moment Lebedeff appeared, having just arrived from Petersburg. He frowned when he saw the 25-rouble note in Keller's hand, but the latter, having got the money, went away at once. Lebedeff began to abuse him. "You are unjust." "I found him sincerely repentant," observed the prince, after listening for a time. "What is the good of repentance like that?" "It is the same exactly as mine yesterday. When I said I am base, words and nothing more." "Then they were only words on your part?" "I thought, on the contrary." "Well, I don't mind telling you the truth, you only, because you see through a man somehow. Words and actions, truth and falsehood, are all jumbled up together in me, and yet I am perfectly sincere. I feel the deepest repentance, believe it or not as you choose. But words and lies come out in the infernal craving to get the better of other people. It is always there, the notion of cheating people, and of using my repentant tears to my own advantage. I assure you this is the truth, prince. I would not tell any other man for the world. He would laugh and jeer at me, but you judge a man humanely." "Why, Keller said the same thing to me nearly word for word a few minutes ago," cried Mushkin, "and you both seem inclined to boast about it. You astonish me, but I think he is more sincere than you, for you make a regular trade of it. Oh, don't put on that pathetic expression, and don't put your hand on your heart. Have you anything to say to me? You have not come for nothing." Lebedeff grinned and wriggled. "I have been waiting all day for you, because I want to ask you a question. And for once in your life, please tell me the truth at once. Had you anything to do with that affair of the carriage yesterday?" Lebedeff began to grin again, rubbed his hands, sneezed, but spoke not a word in reply. "I see you had something to do with it." "Indirectly, quite indirectly. I am speaking the truth, I am indeed. I merely told a certain person that I had people in my house, and that such and such personages might be found among them. I am aware that you sent your son to that house. He told me so himself just now. But what is this intrigue?" said the prince impatiently. "It is not my intrigue," cried Lebedeff, waving his hand. "It was engineered by other people, and is, properly speaking, rather a fantasy than an intrigue. But what is it all about? Tell me, for heaven's sake. Cannot you understand how nearly it touches me? Why are they blackening Evgeny Pavlovitch's reputation?" Lebedeff grimaced and wriggled again. "Prince," said he, "Excellency, You won't let me tell you the whole truth. I have tried to explain. More than once I have begun, but you have not allowed me to go on." The prince gave no answer, and sat deep in thought. Evidently he was struggling to decide. "Very well. Tell me the truth," he said dejectedly. "Aglaya Ivanovna," began Lebedeff promptly. "Be silent at once," interrupted the prince, red with indignation, and perhaps with shame too. "It is impossible and absurd, all that has been invented by you, or fools like you. Let me never hear you say a word again on that subject." Late in the evening Colia came in with a whole budget of Petersburg and Pavlovsk news. He did not dwell much on the Petersburg part of it, which consisted chiefly of intelligence about his friend Hippolyte, but passed quickly to the Pavlovsk tidings. He had gone straight to the Epanchins from the station. "There's the deuce and all going on there," he said. "First of all about the row last night, and I think there must be something new as well, though I didn't like to ask. Not a word about you, Prince, the whole time. The most interesting fact was that Aglaya had been quarrelling with her people about Gania. Colia did not know any details, except that it had been a terrible quarrel. Also Evgeny Pavlovitch had called, and met with an excellent reception all round. And another curious thing, Mrs. Epanchin was so angry that she called Vera to her. Varia was talking to the girls, and turned her out of the house once for all she said. I heard from Varia herself. Mrs. Epanchin was quite polite, but firm. And when Varia said good-bye to the girls, she told them nothing about it, and they didn't know they were saying good-bye for the last time. I'm sorry for Varia, and for Gania too. He isn't half a bad fellow, in spite of his faults, and I shall never forgive myself for not liking him before. I don't know whether I ought to continue to go to the Epanchins now," concluded Colia. "I like to be quite independent of others, and of other people's quarrels if I can. But I must think over it." "I don't think you need break your heart over Gania," said the prince. "For if what you say is true, he must be considered dangerous in the Epanchin household, and if so, certain hoax of his must have been encouraged." "What? What hoax?" cried Colia. "You surely don't mean Aglaya? Oh, no!" "You're a dreadful sceptic, Prince," he continued after a moment's silence. "I have observed of late that you have grown sceptical about everything. You don't seem to believe in people as you did, and are always attributing motives and so on. Am I using the word sceptic in its proper sense?" "I believe so, but I'm not sure." "Well, I'll change it, right or wrong. I'll say that you are not sceptical, but jealous. Air, you are deadly jealous of Gania over a certain proud damsel. Come!" Colia jumped up with these words and burst out laughing. He laughed as he had perhaps never laughed before, and still more when he saw the prince flushing up to his temples. He was delighted that the prince should be jealous about Aglaya. However, he stopped immediately on seeing that the other was really hurt, and the conversation continued very earnestly for an hour or more. Next day the prince had to go to town on business. Returning in the afternoon, he happened upon General Epanchin at the station. The latter seized his hand, glancing around nervously, as if he were afraid of being caught in wrongdoing, and dragged him into a first-class compartment. He was burning to speak about something of importance. "In the first place, my dear prince, don't be angry with me. I would have come to see you yesterday, but I didn't know how Lizabetha Prokofievna would take it. My dear fellow, my house is simply a hell just now. A sort of sphinx has taken up its abode there. We live in an atmosphere of riddles. I can't make head or tail of anything. As for you, I feel sure you are the least to blame of any of us, though you certainly have been the cause of a good deal of trouble. You see, it's all very pleasant to be a philanthropist, but it can be carried too far. Of course, I admire kind-heartedness, and I esteem my wife, but—" The general wandered on in this disconnected way for a long time. It was clear that he was much disturbed by some circumstance which he could make nothing of. "It is plain to me that you are not in it at all," he continued at last, a little less vaguely. "But perhaps you had better not come to our house for a little while. I asked you in the friendliest manner, mind, just till the wind changes again. As for Evgenie Pavlovitch," he continued with some excitement, "the whole thing is a calumny, a dirty calumny. It is simply a plot, an intrigue, to upset our plans and to stir up a quarrel. You see, Prince, I'll tell you privately, Evgenie and ourselves have not said a word yet. We have no formal understanding. We are in no way bound on either side, but the word may be said very soon. Don't you see? Very soon, and all this is most injurious, and is meant to be so. Why? I'm sure I can't tell you. She's an extraordinary woman, you see, an eccentric woman. I tell you I am so frightened of that woman that I can't sleep. What a carriage that was, and where did it come from? And I declare I was base enough to suspect Evgenie at first. But it seems certain that that cannot be the case, and if so, why is she interfering here? That's the riddle. What does she want? Is it to keep Evgenie to herself? But, my dear fellow, I swear to you, I swear he doesn't even know her, and as for those bills, why, the whole thing is an invention. And the familiarity of the woman, it's quite clear we must treat the impudent creature's attempt with disdain, and redouble our courtesy towards Evgenie. I told my wife so. Now I'll tell you my secret conviction. I'm certain that she's doing this to revenge herself on me, on account of the past, though I assure you that all the time I was blameless. I blush at the very idea. And now she turns up again like this, when I thought she had finally disappeared. Where's Rogojin all this time? I thought she was Mrs. Rogojin long ago." The old man was in a state of great mental perturbation. The whole of the journey, which occupied nearly an hour, he continued in this strain, putting questions and answering them himself, shrugging his shoulders, pressing the prince's hand, and assuring the latter that, at all events, he had no suspicion whatever of him. This last assurance was satisfactory, at all events. The general finished by informing him that Evgenie's uncle was head of one of the civil service departments, and rich, very rich, and at government. And well, heaven preserve him, of course, but Evgenie gets his money, don't you see? But for all this, I'm uncomfortable, I don't know why. There's something in the air. I feel there's something nasty in the air, like a bat, and I am by no means comfortable. And it was not until the third day that the formal reconciliation between the prince and the Epanchins took place, as said before. Chapter 12. It was 7 in the evening, and the prince was just preparing to go out for a walk in the park, when suddenly Mrs. Epanchin appeared on the terrace. "In the first place, don't dare to suppose," she began, "that I am going to apologize. Nonsense! You were entirely to blame." The prince remained silent. "Were you to blame or not?" "No, certainly not. No more than yourself, though at first I thought I was." "Oh, very well, let's sit down, at all events, for I don't intend to stand up all day. And remember, if you say one word about mischievous urchins, I shall go away and break with you altogether. Now then, did you or did you not send a letter to Ivlayat a couple of months or so ago, about Eastertide? Yes, what for? What was your object? Show me the letter." Mrs. Epanchin's eyes flashed. She was almost trembling with impatience. "I have not got the letter," said the prince, timidly, extremely surprised at the turn the conversation had taken. "If anyone has it, if it still exists, Aglaya Ivanovna must have it." "No faïsing, please. What did you write about?" "I am not faïsing, and I am not in the least afraid of telling you. But I don't see the slightest reason why I should not have written." "Be quiet, you can talk afterwards. What was the letter about? Why are you blushing?" The prince was silent. At last he spoke. "I don't understand your thoughts, Lizabetha Prokofievna, but I can see that the fact of my having written is for some reason repugnant to you. You must admit that I have a perfect right to refuse to answer your questions. But in order to show you that I am neither ashamed of the letter nor sorry that I wrote it, and that I am not in the least inclined to blush about it," here the prince's blushes redoubled, "I will repeat the substance of my letter, for I think I know it almost by heart." So saying, the prince repeated the letter almost word for word as he had written it. "My goodness, what utter twaddle! And what may all this nonsense have signified, pray, if it had any meaning at all?" said Mrs. Epanchin, cuttingly, after having listened with great attention. "I really don't absolutely know myself. I know my feeling was very sincere. I had moments at that time full of life and hope." "What sort of hope?" "It is difficult to explain, but certainly not the hopes you have in your mind. Hopes, well, in a word, hopes for the future, and a feeling of joy that there, at all events, I was not entirely a stranger and a foreigner. I felt an ecstasy in being in my native land once more. And one sunny morning I took up a pen and wrote her that letter, but why to her? I don't quite know. Sometimes one longs to have a friend near, and I evidently felt the need of one then," added the prince, then paused. "Are you in love with her? And no. I wrote to her as to a sister. I signed myself her brother." "Oh yes, of course, on purpose. I quite understand. It is very painful to me to answer these questions, Lizabetha Prokofievna." "I dare say it is. But that's no affair of mine. Now then, assure me truly as before heaven, are you lying to me or not?" "No, I am not lying." "Are you telling the truth when you say you are not in love?" "I believe it is the absolute truth." "I believe, indeed. Did that mischievous urchin give it to her?" "I ask Nikolai Ardalionovitch." "The urchin, the urchin!" interrupted Lizabetha Prokofievna in an angry voice. "I do not want to know if it were Nikolai Ardalionovitch." "The urchin." "Nikolai Ardalionovitch." "The urchin, I tell you." "No, it was not the urchin. It was Nikolai Ardalionovitch," said the prince very firmly, but without raising his voice. "Well, all right. All right, my dear. I shall put that down to your account." She was silent a moment to get breath and to recover her composure. "Well, and what's the meaning of the poor night, Ed?" "I don't know in the least. I wasn't present when the joke was made. It is a joke. I suppose, and that's all." "Well, that's a comfort, at all events. You don't suppose she could take any interest in you, do you? Why, she called you an idiot herself." "I think you might have spared me that," murmured the prince reproachfully, almost in a whisper. "Don't be angry. She is a wilful, mad, spoiled pearl. If she likes a person she will pitch into him and chaff him. I used to be just such another. But for all that you needn't flatter yourself, my boy. She is not for you. I don't believe it, and it is not to be. I tell you so at once, so that you may take proper precautions. Now I want to hear you swear that you are not married to that woman." "Lizabetha Prokofievna, what are you thinking of?" cried the prince, almost leaping to his feet in amazement. "Why, you very nearly were, anyhow." "Yes, I nearly was," whispered the prince, hanging his head. "Well, then, have you come here for her? Are you in love with her, with that creature?" "I did not come to marry at all," replied the prince. "Is there anything you hold sacred?" "There is." "Then swear by it that you did not come here to marry her." "I'll swear it by whatever you please." "I believe you. You may kiss me. I breathe freely at last. But you must know, my dear friend, Aglaia does not love you, and she shall never be your wife while I am out of my grave. So be warned in time. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I hear." The prince flushed up so much that he could not look her in the face. "I have waited for you with the greatest impatience, not that you were worth it. Every night I have drenched my pillow with tears, not for you, my friend, not for you, don't flatter yourself. I have my own grief, always the same, always the same. But I'll tell you why I have been awaiting you so impatiently, because I believe that Providence itself sent you to be a friend and a brother to me. I hadn't a friend in the world except Princess by look and style, and she is growing as stupid as a sheep from old age. Now then, tell me yes or no. Do you know why she called out from her carriage the other night? I give you my word of honor that I had nothing to do with the matter and know nothing about it." "Very well, I believe you. I have my own ideas about it. Up to yesterday morning I thought it was really Evgenie Pavlovitch who was to blame. Now I cannot help agreeing with the others. But why he was made such a fool of I cannot understand. However, he is not going to marry Aglaia, I can tell you that. He may be a very excellent fellow, but so it shall be. I was not at all sure of accepting him before, but now I have quite made up my mind that I won't have him. Put me in my coffin first, and then into my grave, and then you may marry my daughter to whomsoever you please. So I said to the general this very morning. You see how I trust you, my boy." "Yes, I see and understand." Mrs. Epanchin gazed keenly into the prince's eyes. She was anxious to see what impression the news as to Evgenie Pavlovitch had made upon him. "Do you know anything about Gavrila Ardalionovitch?" she asked at last. "Oh yes, I know a good deal." "Did you know he had communications with Aglaia?" "No, I didn't," said the prince, trembling a little and in great agitation. "You say Gavrila Ardalionovitch has private communications with Aglaia? Impossible." "Only quite lately. His sister has been working like a rat to clear the way for him all the winter." "I don't believe it," said the prince abruptly, after a short pause. "Had it been so, I should have known long ago." "Oh, of course. Yes. He would have come and wept out his secret on your bosom. Oh, you simpleton, you simpleton! Anyone can deceive you and take you in like they. Aren't you ashamed to trust him? Can't you see that he humbugs you just as much as ever he pleases?" "I know very well that he does deceive me occasionally, and he knows that I know it, but—" the prince did not finish his sentence. "And that's why you trust him, eh? So I should have supposed. Good Lord, was there ever such a man as you? Phew! And are you aware, sir, that this Gania or his sister Variad have brought her into correspondence with Nastasia Philipovna?" "Brought whom?" cried Muishkin. "Aglaia." "I don't believe it. It's impossible. What object could they have?" He jumped up from his chair in his excitement. "Nor do I believe it, in spite of the proofs. The girl is self-willed and fantastic and insane. She's wicked. I'll repeat it for 1,000 years that she's wicked. They all are. Just now, all my daughters, even that wet hen Alexandra. And yet I don't believe it. Because I don't choose to believe it, perhaps. But I don't. Why haven't you been? She turned on the prince suddenly. Why didn't you come near us all these 3 days, and— The prince began to give his reasons, but she interrupted him again. Everybody takes you in and deceives you. You went to town yesterday. I dare swear you went down on your knees to that rogue and begged him to accept your 10,000 roubles. I never thought of doing any such thing. I have not seen him, and he is not a rogue in my opinion. I have had a letter from him. Show it me." The prince took a paper from his pocket-book and handed it to Lizabetha Prokofievna. It ran as follows: "Sir, in the eyes of the world I am sure that I have no cause for pride or self-esteem. I am much too insignificant for that. But what may be so to other men's eyes is not so to yours. I am convinced that you are better than other people. Dr. disagrees with me, but I am content to differ from him on this point. I will never accept one single kopeck from you, but you have helped my mother, and I am bound to be grateful to you for that, however weak it may seem. At any rate, I have changed my opinion about you, and I think right to inform you of the fact. But I also suppose that there can be no further intercourse between us. Anted Burdovsky, P.S. The 200 roubles I owe you shall certainly be repaid in time." "How extremely stupid!" cried Mrs. Epanchin, giving back the letter abruptly. "It was not worth the trouble of reading. Why are you smiling? Confess that you are pleased to have read it. What? Pleased with all that nonsense? Why, cannot you see that they are all infatuated with pride and vanity? He has acknowledged himself to be in the wrong. Don't you see that the greater his vanity, the more difficult this admission must have been on his part? Oh, what a little child you are, Lizabetha Prokofievna! Are you tempting me to box your ears for you, or what?" "Not at all. I am only proving that you are glad about the letter. Why conceal your real feelings? You always like to do it." "Never come near my house again!" cried Mrs. Epanchin, pale with rage. "Don't let me see as much as a shadow of you about the place. Do you hear? Oh yes, and in 3 days you'll come and invite me yourself. Aren't you ashamed now? These are your best feelings. You are only tormenting yourself. I'll die before I invite you. I shall forget your very name. I've forgotten it already." She marched towards the door. "But I'm forbidden your house as it is, without your added threats," cried the prince after her. "What? Who forbade you?" She turned round so suddenly that one might have supposed a needle had been stuck into her. The prince hesitated. He perceived that he had said too much now. "Who forbade you?" cried Mrs. Epanchin once more. "Aglaia Ivanovna told me when. Speak quick." "She sent to say yesterday morning, and I was never to dare to come near the house again." Lizabetha Prokofievna stood like a stone. "What did she send? Whom? Was it that boy? Was it a message? Quick." "I had a note," said the prince. "Where is it? Give it here at once." The prince thought a moment. Then he pulled out of his waistcoat pocket an untidy slip of paper, on which was scrawled: "Prince Lev Nikolaevich, if you think fit, after all that has passed, to honor our house with a visit, I can assure you you will not find me among the number of those who are in any way delighted to see you. Aglaia Epanchin." Mrs. Epanchin reflected a moment. The next minute she flew at the prince, seized his hand, and dragged him after her to the door. "Quick, come along!" she cried, breathless with agitation and impatience. "Come along with me this moment." "But you declared I wasn't." "Don't be a simpleton. You behave just as though you weren't a man at all." Come on. I shall see now with my own eyes. I shall see all. Well, let me get my hat, at least. Here's your miserable hat. He couldn't even choose a respectable shape for his hat. Come on. She did that because I took your part and said you ought to have come. Little vixen. Else she would never have sent you that silly note. It's a most improper note, I call it. Most improper for such an intelligent, well-brought-up girl to write. I dare say she was annoyed that you didn't come. But she ought to have known that one can't write like that to an idiot like you, for you'd be sure to take it literally. Mrs. Epanchin was dragging the prince along with her all the time, and never let go of his hand for an instant. What are you listening for?" she added, seeing that she had committed herself a little. "She wants a clown like you, she hasn't seen one for some time, to play with. That's why she is anxious for you to come to the house. And right glad I am that she'll make a thoroughgood fool of you. You deserve it. And she can do it, oh, she can indeed, as well as most people." End of Part 2. You have listened to The Idiot by Fyodor Dostoevsky.